Chapter 1. The Beginning. It was the night of the Kyuubi attack on Konoha, and the Sandaime Hokage sat in what was once again his office. Off to the side of his desk slept a newborn child that by all means should be seen as the prince of the village and a hero. But sadly he knew that would not be true. What could only make things harder was that he couldn't even tell everyone who the child's father was. That he was the son of the Yondaime Hokage who made the ultimate sacrifice for his son and the village, but his father had too many enemies, and to do so would only endanger the child and village even more. As he reclined in his leather chair, which was the only thing he missed about the job he had to retake, he heard a voice that made his day somewhat better. "Sensei." Sarutobi looked up to see his most loyal student in Jiraiya of the Sannin, sensei to Yondaime and the young infant's godfather. "What is it that you want, Jiraiya?" Sarutobi said with a sad smile on his face. "Well, it's about Naruto." He paused, truly thinking about what he was about to say. "I want to fulfill my role as godfather and take the boy with me," he stated. "And why, may I pray tale?" Sarutobi asked. He knew of Jiraiya's life and wasn't about to let his most irresponsible student take care of a baby. Besides it being the right thing to do, I have the feeling that I can turn the boy into the greatest ninja to walk the planet, besides who would have the privilege to say that they trained two of the greatest shinobi ever, he said with an all-knowing smirk on his face. "You can't possibly think that it would be safer to let him roam the village. You know they'll blame as the Kyuubi and take it out on him," he said. Sarutobi sighed, letting out a puff of smoke from his pipe, knowing that his student was right. "Fine, but bring him back when he is 12 so that he can at least graduate from the academy on time with kids his age," he finished and looked up to see his student laughing. "Ha ha ha. Sensei, 12 years will be unfair to the rest of those kids, but if that's what you want, don't worry," he finished, still chuckling a little bit. "And what should I expect him to know when he comes back?" Sarutobi now a little more interested at the idea of what Jiraiya could actually do. "Ah, come on, sensei, where is the fun in telling you everything I plan to teach the Gaki?" Jiraiya paused when he saw the stern look on his leader face. The Gama Sannin sighed. "Don't worry about his taijutsu, as I've been working on something special for him. Outside of that, fuinjutsu, and maybe give the Gaki a weapon to have some fun with. But I do wish for one thing, and that is that you send Kakashi to meet up with me in 5 years to watch over him for a month every 3 months and the final year before we come back to help the boy in his ninjutsu training." "And why do you need him that often?" Sarutobi asked, not liking the idea of his student leaving young Naruto alone, even if it is with Kakashi. "First off, I still do have to check in with my spies. And secondly, how else am I going to find time to do my research unless you want to wait longer for my next masterpiece?" He finished with a lecherous grin while his sensei lowered his head to hide his blush. "Fine," Sarutobi agreed, knowing that Kakashi would want to do anything he could for his sensei, and that he didn't have the nickname the Copy Ninja for nothing, and he couldn't stand the idea of having to wait for the Ikaika sequel. Upon hearing the confirmation, Jiraiya quickly scooped the infant from the crib and left the office, but not before he reminded his sensei of the other headache he was left to deal with. "Enjoy explaining this one to the council." Sarutobi slammed his head on the desk, pissed that he forgot about that. "I can only hope he lives a longer life than your last student and might want to take this job off my hands." He sighed and turned to go to bed, for tomorrow would bring forth his greatest enemy of all time, paperwork. Council room. The council room was in an uproar. The civilians were the loudest, demanding to know what happened to the Kyuubi. The room fell deathly quiet the moment that the aged Hokage walked into the room and towards his seat. Once he took his seat, he looked around at the clan heads and village elders that were in their seats. He cleared his throat and prepared himself for the migraine he felt coming. "Please calm yourselves, I will answer your questions to the best of my abilities. Now, as we all know, our beloved Yondaime gave his life to stop the Kyuubi, and we can rest assured that we are safe now." "Excuse Hokage-sama, but can you tell us what has happened to the beast?" the lazy voice of Nara Shikaku said, wanting to get this over with as soon as possible. "Right to the point as always, Shikaku. The Kyuubi has been sealed inside of an infant child." "Then we should kill the child now and get rid of the beast once and for all," one civilian member said. He very quickly wished he kept his mouth shut, and everyone thought twice before talking after feeling the Hokage's ki spike. "I don't know what is wrong with you, but we are not going to act like a bunch of fearful barbarians and kill a newborn child who was given this great burden without even having a choice in the matter." I request that the child be placed in the care of the Uchiha clan, so that the child can grow to be a proper shinobi. The proud voice of Uchiha Fugaku sounded off, not one to miss a chance to strengthen his clan. A snort was heard as soon as he was done speaking. If the child is to be raised to be a proper shinobi and citizen, then it is obvious that the child should be placed in the care of the Hyuga clan. Hiruzen was about to retort when the voice that he least wanted to hear started to finally make his presence known. While I'm sure that both respected clans can raise the boy like they say Sarutobi. He was cut off right there. The aged Hokage had heard enough of this and he had much paperwork to finish. I already know what you are about to say, Danzo, and in anticipation that you all would act this way, I have already taken care of this, and all you need to know is that the child will grow to be a strong shinobi without relying on the powers of the Kyuubi. Now if you excuse me, I have a lot of work that I have to attend to, as does everyone else has too. So you are all dismissed. Hiruzen then disappeared in a gust of wind and leaves. Chapter 2. I don't own Naruto. First day back. 12 years had passed far too fast for Sandaime, and over the time he had his chances see young Naruto. He was impressed by what he saw, and that boy looked up towards him as his grandfather. But he had not seen him or Jiraiya since Kakashi left to help him out, and today was the day that they would return. He didn't have to wait long because after being at work for about 2 hours, his door swung open and he heard the voice he'd been waiting to hear. Gigi. He looked down to see Naruto running towards him with his trademark grin plastered on his face. If there was one thing he knew that Jiraiya did right, was that the boy was a free spirit who loved to have fun. He just didn't like that he also had that small prankster side to him. Obviously from his mother, Hiruzen thought. He stood at about 5 feet 2 inches and was dressed in black cargo pants with an orange stripe going down the sides, a tight shirt that went down to his forearms. He also wore a pair of arm guards and a vest that looked like a custom ANBU vest. It carried 2 swords instead of one on the back and also had a place to carry 2 decent-sized scrolls at the lower back. The vest and the back of his shirt had the Konoha leaf symbol stitched into the back in orange. And to top the look off, his hair was like a shortened version of his father. It's good to see you too, Naruto. Are you excited about starting your first day at the academy? The Sandaime said as he sat him down from the hug. Are you kidding? The Gaki wouldn't shut up the entire way back. Jiraiya chirped in as he walked into the office, much to the delight of Sarutobi. Seeing his longtime student and friend, well, in that case, take this note to room 201 at the academy building. You do know where that is, right? Naruto nodded his head. Good, give that to your sensei Yumino Irika. He'll take care of you from there. Jiraiya and I have a few things to discuss. Okay. Naruto nodded again and started to run out of the office before Jiraiya stopped him. Remember, Gaki, don't show off too much. You gotta save your best tricks for the Chunin exams. He smiled at the look Naruto had on his face. Ah, but pervy sage, that's no fun. Do I have to? Naruto complained. Yes. The Toad Sage's voice left no room for argument. Naruto left angry, grumbling. Stupid pervy sage. Never letting me get to have any fun. When the door closed and the Sandaime got over the shock of what he had just heard, he had only one question to ask his student. What exactly does he actually know? Now, where would be the fun if I told you that? Jiraiya said. The Sandaime just sighed and took a big puff on his pipe. If that was what he had to say, then he knew that the village was never going to be the same again after today. You used that line when I let you take the boy away, Jiraiya. Now I want answers. Back at the academy, Naruto had found room 201, and for the first time he was really kind of nervous. After he gathered his nerves, he knocked on the door, which was opened almost immediately. Said man looked at the young boy and took the note from his hand. After reading it, he smiled and ushered him into the classroom and spoke. All right, class, we have a new student who will be joining us for the rest of the year. This was met by some less than happy answers. Troublesome, was what was said by one boy who looked like he just woke up. Nanny, that's not fair. How does he get to join after we've been here for the last 7 years? Yelled a boy who had a puppy on top his head, that barked agreeing with his owner. HMPF, just another dobe that will die as soon as he lives the village gates. Another boy said who had the haircut that made it look like he had a duck but for hair. A loud squeal was heard, followed by, Sasuke-kun, I is so cool, screamed the pink-haired banshee. But from the second he walked in, half of the Sasuke Uchiha fan club switched over at that moment. Why don't you introduce yourself to the class, so everyone can get a chance to learn a little bit about you? Irika said, making Naruto feel a little better. Okay, my name is Naruto Uzumaki. I'm the son of Kushina Uzumaki, heir to the now destroyed Whirlpool Village. My dad's not really that important, but he was from Konoha. I was told that my parents had enemies, so for my entire life I've spent it traveling and learning from my adopted father Jiraiya of the Sannin to keep me out of danger, even though he's just a big old pervert. Besides that, I love ramen and beautiful girls. I hate people who judge others before they get to know someone, and the 3 minutes you have to wait for instant ramen. And finally, my dream is to become the greatest Hokage ever. He finished, leaving everyone with shocked faces. Irika finally schooled his face and told Naruto to take a seat. As he went to his seat, 2 girls caught a hold of themselves first. The first was a platinum blonde with light blue eyes, who was dressed in purple. She then leaned over to the pink-haired banshee and spoke. Wow, cute, and the last son of Lost Village. You can have Sasuke forehead. I found me a new man worth my time. Besides, this one sounds like he will pay attention to me. The blonde stated. Besides, blondes do have more fun. How can you even bring yourself say something like that, Eno pig? The banshee screamed at her rival. Meanwhile, another girl in the back row stared with a deep blush as she thought to herself. There's something about Naruto-kun that makes him so different from the other boys, she thought as he sat down 1 row in front of her. Hi, I'm Naruto, what's your name? He said to lavender-eyed girl. Emma, my name is Hinata. Naruto-kun, she shyly stuttered out. Nice to meet you, Hinata-chan, you know you're pretty cute, Naruto said as he turned around to watch the rest of the class. Meanwhile, Hinata's blush was blood red after hearing someone call her cute for the first time. Naruto thinks that I'm cute. After that, she promptly passed out. She hit the ground with a surprisingly loud thud. Irika-sensei, look what the new kid did to Hinata. The kid with a puppy on his head that barked in agreement with his master yelled. When she came to the class continued, and it did so with a different attitude than when he first arrived. Most of the boys were laughing at how easy it was to change the Sasuke fan club, while some were wondering if what he said was true about Jiraiya being his father and teaching him. Most decided to blow it off as someone just trying to make themselves look good in front of the class. While half of the girls didn't care if he was lying or not, all they knew was another cute boy was in the class. When lunch came around, one thing that made the instructors start to believe what the blonde boy said about growing up with the infamous lecher. Naruto was a natural when it came to talking to the rest of the girls, whereas Sasuke was being his usual brooding self, but for someone who was raised by the world's biggest pervert, he had amazing self-control and knew what he wanted already, but he didn't mind all of the female attention. But the girls were in for a surprise right before lunch when Naruto told them all something to make them think. So Naruto-kun, what kinds of girls do you like? Asked a random girl in the group, which made all the girls quiet down so they could hear the answer. Well, I don't know completely, but I do know one thing, and that is whatever girl I do date, she will be strong, because I don't want to have to worry too much when she goes on a mission. That and the right amount of muscle on her. Being real thin may be nice on a civilian, but on a kunoichi it isn't very appealing. I like athletic girls. And with that, the bell rang, sending the girls to class with something to think about for the rest of the day. The rest of the day was spent showing them that he probably was trained by who he said he was, as he excelled in the entire field test. Making one duck, but Emo Pants realized that his Rookie of the Year wasn't going to be so easy anymore. When class finally ended, Naruto headed to the Hokage's office, which was a good way to get rid of all the fangirls now chasing after him. As he entered the office, he saw the Sandaime and Jiraiya still catching up. Naruto, how was your first day of school? Sandaime spoke up. It was great, Gigi. At first they were mad that I was joining them the last year, but after I told them that I've trained with Pervy Sage here my whole life, everyone shut up. Plus I ended the day having a fan club of girls. I'm already better than you were, Pervy Sage, according to Bachan. The boy finished, leaving Sarutobi wondering who Bachan was, so he looked at Jiraiya. Tsunade, he said. She lets him get away with calling her that? Sandaime said. I've been trying to figure out how he gets away with that for years now. Dumb luck, I guess. Sensei, you have no idea. You know Tsunade's luck when it comes to gambling. Sandaime nodded. When the kid's around her, she always has a winning streak, with nothing bad happening in her future. You'd be amazed at how he does on scratchers. The Toad Sannin finished. Hey Gigi, where am I living at, cause I know he's not staying with all the research that needs be done with that deadline coming up. Both older men laughed at this while Sarutobi gave the boy the keys to his apartment while saying his finale goodbyes to his godfather. Hey Gaki, I'll be back in time for the Chunin exams. I expected to see you put on a new vest that day, alright? The white-haired man said. Believe it, the young boy said before he left the office. When he came outside, he saw one girl still outside waiting on him. It was the only other blonde in his class, Yamanaka Ino. He was a little shocked at seeing her outside, but he didn't let show it. How's it going, Ino-chan? What are you doing here? I'm fine, I just wanted to talk and get to know you better, and show you I'm not as fickle as those other bitches, she said in an innocent voice. What were you doing in the Hokage's office anyway? Oh, I was just saying goodbye to Pervy Sage and finding out from Gigi where I live. This note he gave me says where my new apartment is. The only problem is that I don't know my way around too much, so he said just look for the flower shop. Do you know where that is? He replied, scratching the back of his head in slight embarrassment. That means you're by my house. My family owns the only flower shop in the village. Do you think you can show me where I'm going then? Of course, she said as they started walking down the street talking the whole way. So there's something I was wondering, who's Gigi? Ino asked, curiosity getting to her. That's easy, Gigi is the Hokage, he's always been like a grandfather to me. Well, I guess that makes sense. Ino paused, thinking of the next question she wanted to ask. Also, since you've trained with Jiraiya-sama, have you ever met Lady Tsunade? You mean Bachan? Of course, she's fun when she's not stumbling around drunk off sake, or on another one of her losing streaks. To say that Ino was shocked that someone could get away with calling Lady Tsunade Bachan, a drunk and gambling addict, was unheard of if what her dad had told her was true about her strength and temper. You called Lady Tsunade Bachan and lived to tell about it. People always ask me that whenever I tell them about that, but I guess since she always gets on a hot streak when I'm around, she calls me her own little good luck charm. Well, considering that you call some of the most powerful shinobi in the world by funny nicknames might just throw some people off a little bit, Ino said. She pointed out Naruto's apartment and Naruto offered to walk her home. Well, this is my house, I guess. I'll see you tomorrow. By Naruto-kun. She gave him a kiss on the cheek and ran inside. Naruto stood outside for about 5 minutes with his hand on his cheek before he went home. When he got to his apartment, he was amazed at the size. It was a 2-bedroom with the spare room turned into a study. Inside there had scrolls on his elemental chakras for wind, water, and lightning. Also had some of his father's and mother's clan scrolls along with their diaries. He was in love with his kitchen since it was stocked full of ramen. His master bedroom had the most comfortable bed, so after he took a shower he decided to sleep. Chapter 3. Graduation Day. The school year had went by pretty fast and Naruto could have challenged Sasuke for the Rookie of the Year, but he had his pranks and the friends he made, not to mention to Hinata's dismay. Ino had made her move early and started taking her training serious. She had put some extra muscle on while during that time, and Naruto was in Inoichi's good graces for getting Ino to take being a shinobi serious. Although he thought he would shit himself when the elder blonde told him he would scramble his brain like an egg if he hurt his Heim. One of the things that he was getting tired of was some of his senseis were trying to ruin his scores. So on graduation day he went to go see the Hokage. Hey Gigi, I got a problem with some my senseis, especially Mizuki team. What seems to be the problem with them then? Sandaime said. The problem is I think they found out about the QB, and because of that they keep messing with all of my exams trying to get me to fail, and Kurama doesn't like it one bit. He's starting to get pissed. You know, it still surprised me that you made friends with QB. Flashback. So Jiraiya, does the boy know about his tenant? Are you kidding me? Kurama has been his best friend throughout the whole trip. Are you kidding me? Nope. The kid found a way to insult her pride. Second flashback. Pervy Sage, why the hell do I gotta bother with this bullshit meditation? Teach me something cool again, or at least let me work on the Rasengan some more. Listen here Gaki, the idea of this is so that you can get a better grasp of all the power that you do have. So shut the fuck up and do as I say. Stupid old ass pervert. A then 8-year-old Naruto muttered before a fist was smashed him on the top of his skull. Mindscape. Where the hell am I? Looks like a sewer. As Naruto walked down the path, he ran into a room with dim lighting and high walls with a cage on the side that had a small paper on it that said, "Seal." So this must be where that fox bastard stays at inside of me. Hey you dumb fucking fox, get out here. There's some shit we need to talk about. Soon after that, a large mouth full of teeth appeared, followed by blood-red eyes. "Insolent little kid, how dare you speak to me like that? Do you know who you are talking to?" Yeah, great demon lord and all that other bullshit. But my dad sealed your furry ass inside me, so it doesn't really matter. Just wait, Kit, when I get out of here, I'll devour your little ass nice and slowly, so you feel every bit pain. Your big ass ain't going anywhere. You're forgetting one major thing, and that is that the whole world thinks you're dead, and if I die, you die. So the way I see it, you could let me draw on your power whenever I feel like, and let everyone think you're dead. Or you can work with me, and you can still go down as the greatest when I go down as the most powerful shinobi ever. Why would I bring myself to work with such a lower life form such as you? Well, since Nibi and Hachibi are considered the most powerful because they work with their vessels rather than fight with them all day, you can go down as the great demon bitch or still the lord. So I'll let you think about it for a while, then I'll come back. As he was about to leave, he remembered one more thing. Oh yeah, I almost forgot, if you don't agree, you had better hope my Kekai Genkai doesn't wake up. 'Cause then I'll just take it. End second flashback. A few days later, the kid tells me I don't have to worry about Kyubi anymore because he struck a deal with him, Jiraiya said. So what exactly did this deal encompass? That way we know what to expect when he decides to use it, the Sandaime said. Well, he said that we should expect him to be taller than the average shinobi, probably around my height, so 6 feet 3 inches to 6 feet 5 inches. His agility has increased along with his speed and strength. He also got access to his elemental affinities already. And to top it all off, he's learned how to enhance all his senses with the fox. When he uses it to upgrade his smell, hearing and vision, it's hard for even me to sneak up on him. It's almost like having an Inuzuka and Hyuga rolled into one. And that's all part of his DNA now, so we get a new Kekai Genkai out this too. That does sound like it would be a great deal for us. So where would you put his skills at? Well, his chakra level is Kage level. His control, on the other hand, is at low Chunin level. His speed, I would have to say low Jounin, and his stealth is at Anbu levels. If you don't believe me about his stealth, just wait till he starts pulling his pranks. And his stamina is in a class of its own. Interesting. So how would you put his taijutsu, since I know how much you enjoy using your fist? If anyone stands a chance against him, it would be Guy's pupils that I heard about. Sounds like the Chunin exams will be very interesting this year. End flashback. In that case, then, if anything strange happens, let me know right after class. You got that Naruto right after. I get it, but can I at least have some kind of fun this time, because I haven't let loose in a long time? I'll think about it, now leave. When he went to school, it started out like a normal day. He talked to Ino and the rest of his friends, and once class started, he noticed things weren't right from the start. To start off the day was his written exam, and just like what was expected, Mizuki put a genjutsu on his test. He dispersed it and passed. When it came to the taijutsu, that's when he got to have fun. When he saw some of his friends, he decided that he was finally gonna show off a little bit. Hey Kiba, you ready for this test? 'Cause you know I'm gonna kick your ass in this, Naruto said. Man, I knew blondes were stupid, but I didn't know it was this bad. There's no way you'll do better than me. What was that dog boy? Yelled Ino at the brown-haired boy's remark. Besides, if Naruto-kun says that he'll do better than you, then you can believe that he will. And just how the hell does he expect to learn that quickly? Kiba said with a smirk on his face. Has it ever occurred to you that I just might be holding back so the emo team over there doesn't get his feelings hurt? Naruto said with a smug grin on his face. Kiba looked at him like he was crazy before retorting back to his answer. As if anyone would purposely do badly throughout the year. You'll see by the end of the day. Besides, did you actually think that you were smarter than Shika? Was all the blonde would say before Irika walked into the classroom. All right, everyone sit down and be quiet, we have a lot to do today. When the class didn't settle down, he decided to use his patented big head jutsu. I said sit down and shut up. The class promptly quieted down. Now, as I was saying, we don't have a lot of time to play around today, so everyone please go outside and we will start with the taijutsu part of the exam. With that, the entire class filed outside to the ring to get ready for the test. Once outside, Irika gave off the rules. It was simple: last 3 minutes in the ring with Mizuki-sensei. As the class went through the test, everyone did just how they were expected to, and it was no surprise that he took it easy on Sasuke to make sure he lasted the full-time limit. Figures, was all Naruto said when it was over. Then it was finally his turn. Good luck, Naruto-kun. Thanks, Inohime, but this shouldn't be that hard, he replied back. As he entered the ring, Ino was approached by Sakura. Hey pig, you know you can stop acting like you like that baka Naruto just so Sasuke-kun will notice you, cause it's not gonna work, the pink-haired girl said. For the last time, forehead, I don't care about Sasuke like that. You can have him. He doesn't even pay attention to us girls, so why should I waste my time with a loner like that? You take that back, pig. Make me, forehead. Upon seeing this, Irika ran over to break up the girls, and Mizuki saw his chance to make the demon brat look stupid. So he used a Shushin to appear behind Naruto once he turned his back. The only problem was that the blonde saw it and used his own to get behind him and kick him in the back. Upon hearing a scream, the rest of the class turned their attention onto the fight. Once he got up, Naruto got into his stance, in which he stood sideways with his feet constantly moving and his forearms moving up and down the whole time. Having never seen this stance before, Mizuki had to voice his opinion. What the hell kind of stance is that? It's called Jeet Kuen Do, way of the intercepting fist. It's what Pervy Sage has been teaching me since I could walk. And with that, the young Jinchuriki shot at his sensei, giving him a hard knee to the gut, causing him to double over. After that, he followed it with a kick to the face with 3 quick rib shots and another kick to the back of the knees. When Mizuki hit the mat, Naruto paused like he was going to give him a chance to stand back up, before he grinned again and gave a mean sidestep kick to his face, knocking him out. As the blonde turned around, he had the sense to at least look somewhat embarrassed as everyone stared at their unconscious sensei and the blonde standing over him. The silence was broken by the president of the Naruto fan club at that moment. I told you, Kiba, that Naruto-kun would have no problem doing better than you, Ino said, causing Kiba to grumble something about no it all loud-mouth blondes. Irika was the second one to break the silence. Alright class, it's time move on to the obstacle course and I'll meet you there. And so the rest of the day continued like that, with Sasuke getting the high score only for Naruto to get higher than him afterwards. What is it that makes the dobe so strong, and why don't I have that power? I'm the last Uchiha and it's me who has to avenge my clan, Sasuke thought. Okay class, we're gonna break for lunch, and when we come back we are gonna start with the ninjutsu part of the exam, Irika said as he dismissed the class. And soon as they were dismissed, Naruto was out of the window and headed for his favorite place in the village. So there he sat on top of the 4th's head at Hokage Mountain. He had always thought that place brought him closer to his father. So what do you think, Dad? I told you that I was going to be the greatest shinobi ever. I just really wish that you and Mom were here to see me right now. The young blonde sighed before looking up into the sky. You can count on one thing though, and that is even if the village doesn't see as the hero you wanted them to see me as, now they will by the time I'm done with this place. So there he sat, wondering how proud he was making his dad so he could show everyone and restore his own clan. After sitting there for about half an hour, he headed back to the academy, but not before yelling loud enough for the entire village to hear him. Believe it! Alright, class, when I call your names, come into the room and we'll finish the last test. Just remember, if you don't pass you will have to stay another year, or you can go to civilian schools, but just do your best, Irika said as he left the class and started calling of names. Once he left, as the rest of the class decided to talk to each other, only 2 students had the same idea. Naruto had sat next to Shikamaru and both put their heads on the desk. Troublesome. I can't wait for this to just be over. Like I said, troublesome. So with that, they both just slept till their name was called. Once Naruto was called into the other room, he walked in, still rubbing his eyes when he got in. Irika looked at him with an annoyed look, while Mizuki had a look of pure hatred in his eyes. Okay Naruto, so the first thing that we want you to do is give us a substitution. So he looked around the room and switched places with a chair. Very good. Now can you henge into one of us? It didn't take Naruto long to decide who he would henge to, so he puts his hands into the ram seal and transformed into a perfect version of Mizuki with the footprint across his face and all. The rest of the proctors got a small chuckle out of that little trick, except for one. Alright Naruto, now just give us 2 bushins and we'll be done here, Irika said. With that, he put his fingers in the cross seal and said, Kagebushin no Jutsu. And out came two perfect Kagebushins, all three with a big fox grin on their face. Mizuki stared for a second, then asked, "How the hell do you know how to do that jutsu?" "The forbidden scroll in Gigi's office, he let me look at it once." "Well, that's very impressive, Naruto, that you can do Jounin level jutsu. Congratulations, you passed." With that, Irika handed Naruto his Heidi 8 and he went back into the classroom followed by Irika. "Alright class, that's it for today. Come back tomorrow and find out about team placement, and for all those that passed, congratulations on becoming Konoha Genin." After that, everyone left talking with each other. "Hey Kiba, didn't I tell you I was gonna kick your ass today?" "Shut up, you got lucky today. Every baka has to have at least one day of good fucking luck." "So you call getting the highest score on every test with the exception of the written test because I chose to train instead of study all day and not train like that pink-haired banshee just dumb luck?" "That's exactly what I'm calling it." "Then I guess Akamaru is smarter than you since he can tell the difference between luck and skill. I'm telling you it's better for you if just admit that I'm better than you." "There's no way in hell that you're better than me." "Well, according to the scores for today, it proves that Naruto-kun is better than you, dog breath." Ino butted into the conversation. "Thank you, Inoheim." "You're welcome, Naruto-kun." Right before they were about to leave the academy, Mizuki called Naruto over to him. "What is it, Mizuki-sensei? If it's about today, I'm sorry, I just thought you could take a small joke." Inwardly, Mizuki was pissed. How can this little brat give me this half-assed apology like that? But being the shinobi that he was, he kept a calm face and just laughed it off. "No, that's not it. I just wanted to try and help you by telling you there's a way, so that you can choose your own team." "Really, Mizuki-sensei? What do I have to do?" "I'll do anything to make sure I'm not on the same team Sakura and the team." "Well, that's simple. All you have to do is steal the forbidden scroll from the Hokage's office and bring it to me in the woods. So if I do this, I can make sure that the pink-haired banshee and duck but aren't on my team?" "That's it. Just meet me at the old shed out in the forest." "You can count on me." With that, Naruto ran off with Mizuki smirking at his plan. "He'll do this for me and then I can kill him and get the scroll all for myself and leave this village," he thought, but what he didn't know was that Naruto saw straight through his plan and went to go tell the Hokage what was about to happen. There was a knock on his office door. "Enter," said the Sandaime, and in came his favorite blonde. Naruto, to what do I owe the pleasure for today?" "Hey Gigi, I just came here to tell you that Mizuki-sensei is trying to set me up." "How?" "He wants me to steal the forbidden scroll and bring it to him at the old shed out in the forest, where my guess is he plans to just kill me and leave." "So what do you want to do about this then?" "I say we do what he thinks is gonna happen, and I beat the shit out of him up and down the forest." Naruto Mizuki is a highly trained chunin. "What makes you think that you can beat him all on your own?" Sarutobi asked with a little concern in his voice. "Come on, Gigi, pervy sage, maybe a little bit on the weird side, but he didn't become a Sannin for no reason, and he taught my dad. And he's been my sensei my whole life, so of course I can handle just one average chunin by myself. Besides, do have such little faith in the student that you trained yourself." The old man sighed and shook his head at the 12-year-old in front of him. Definitely Kushina's son. Hiruzen thought to himself. "Very well then, but I'll be watching and have an ANBU squad ready to pick him up or help you if you need it." The third added, just to make sure nothing went wrong. And with that, Naruto left the office to go get ready for later on tonight. Later that night, Irika heard someone knocking at his door, so when he answered it, he was surprised to see Mizuki waiting for him, looking a little out of breath. "Mizuki, what are doing here at this time of the night?" he asked. "It's Naruto. He stole the forbidden scroll and was last seen running into the forest." "Why the hell would he do that?" "I don't know, just get dressed and maybe we can catch him." And with that, he left with Irika, quickly putting on his clothes and heading out. The whole time he was thinking, "Naruto, what did you go and have to do something like this for?" Meanwhile, out at the shed, Naruto had just arrived and took the scroll off his back. "Might as well see if I can learn something new while I'm waiting for that dumbass." With that, he started reading till he found something that he liked. "Hey, what's this? Kagebushin Bakuhwa? Turns Kagebushins into bombs like exploding tags. Wonder why pervy sage never taught me this. One doesn't seem too hard to learn." And with that, he started to practice this jutsu. Probably because while it's bad to teach a child how to make explosives, it would just be reckless to teach you of all people how to make those things of yours to blow up knowing how many you can make. The voice of the fox rang in the back of Naruto's mind. I guess you might have a point, furball. How many times do I have to tell you not to call me that? You sorry, insolent little excuse of a baboon. The great demon chided as it turned around and went to sleep. About 45 minutes later, he was found by Iruka. Naruto, the one said, turned his head to see who called out for him. Do you have any idea what you just did? Damn it, Iruka-sensei, what is he doing here? Oh well, might as well keep on playing the part. Iruka-sensei, what are you doing here, and where is Mizuki-sensei? Mizuki. What does he have to do with you stealing the forbidden scroll? Naruto looked at him with a confused look. He has everything to do with this. He told me that if I steal the scroll and bring it out here to meet him, then I would be able to choose who I want on my team. What? After hearing this, Iruka started to think and was about to say something when he heard another voice. Too bad, Iruka, I guess I'll have to kill you too? And with that, he unleashed a barrage of shuriken at them both, including his Fuma shuriken. Scared for his student's life, Iruka jumped in front of them and took the Fuma to the back and 3 more regular shuriken to the legs. Iruka-sensei, Naruto yelled. What did you do that for? You could have killed yourself. That's what the Hokage is talking about when he mentions the will of fire. What kind of sensei would I be if I didn't do my all to protect my students? Isn't that cute, but you don't have to lie to the boy, Iruka. Come on, you know you hate him and have more reason than almost anyone else in the village. You know what he is. Haven't you ever wondered why the rest of the village treats you the way they do? Mizuki asked, refocusing his energy on the blonde genin. No, Mizuki, you know you can't say that, Iruka yelled. It's simple, that's because the Yondaime didn't kill the Kyuubi. He sealed it inside of you. That's right, you killed his parents and countless others in the village. Naruto stood there with his head down, shaking furiously. Iruka had his head down, and while Mizuki was laughing thinking about how easy this was going to be. Meanwhile, Naruto was busy talking with the Kyuubi. Can you believe that dumb ass thinks I don't know this already? Does he think I'd train with Pervy Sage all this time and not know this already? Kit, you know as well as I do that he's a fucking retard. But what do say let's have some with him? Let me guess, you want to get your hands on him? I wouldn't complain if you let me. Well, that sounds like a compelling enough argument to me, you win. Back outside of his mind, Mizuki was getting ready to throw his second Fuma shuriken when he heard something that he didn't expect to hear, neither did Iruka. They heard the little blonde boy laughing. What the hell's so funny, you little runt? Like I told you at the beginning of the year, I trained with Pervy Sage my whole life, and do you actually think he wouldn't tell me about the Kyuubi? I've known since I was 4. But I have a surprise for you, and that is the Kurama's had enough of your shit and he wants to show you what the real meaning of fear is. And with that, a strange red chakra started to form around Naruto. Starting off at his head, 2 long fox ears appeared. His deep blue eyes started to flicker red until they were red and slitted. His whisker marks became more defined. After that, his canines became elongated, and his nails turned into claws, the finishing touch being the tail that formed. He then hunched over onto all 4s that made him really look like a fox. Both his senseis stared in shock, wondering had the Kyuubi been freed. It wasn't until he talked when Iruka realized that he was still in control. So sensei, who's the one that's scared now, and you're the one that hurt Iruka-sensei, and for that I'm gonna hand you your ass again before the ANBU get here. You see, I'm not as stupid as you think. I told the old man about your plan earlier today, so there's a squad waiting to pick you up, but after I'm done with you. With that, the blonde shot forward, delivering a devastating elbow to the soft spot on Mizuki's chest. The blow was so hard that Iruka could hear his sternum crack, making him cough up some blood while emptying the contents of his stomach. He immediately followed that with an uppercut, sending him in the air like a rag doll. And finally, to finish him off, he grabbed him by his ankles and flung him to the ground, creating a giant crater where he landed. Once Naruto landed, he started to suppress the Kyuubi's chakra and went to go check on Iruka. Sorry that you had to take that shuriken, Iruka-sensei, but I had to keep up the act so that I could catch him. That's okay, Naruto, you did what you had to complete the mission even when it didn't go as planned. That's the mark of a true shinobi. Besides, this isn't that bad, Iruka said with small smile on his face. After that, the ANBU landed and to take Mizuki away. The women in the cat mask came to check on the 2. Good work, Uzumaki. Irika will carry you to the hospital. Okay, just be careful, I'm injured here, he said with a small chuckle. Uzumaki the Hokage says for you to just go home, he'll talk to you tomorrow after team assignments. Naruto nodded, said his goodbye to Irika and turned around to go home with a smile on his face. Chapter 4. Team Assignments. The next day when Naruto woke up, saying only thing as he looked at his alarm clock. Shit! Realizing that he overslept, he rushed out of bed. But not before getting his feet tangled in the sheets, resulting in a giant thud sound in the apartment. After righting himself and telling the fur ball to stop laughing at him, he jumped straight in the shower. When he was done with his shower, he threw on some clothes, made a quick sandwich, and rushed out of his apartment. He ended up running at top speed to class, hoping he wasn't going to be too late. The young blonde kept thinking one thing as he raced across the rooftops. I'm so fucked. Meanwhile, at the classroom, some of the students were wondering where he was. Figures he wouldn't show up, guess he just realized that he couldn't cut it. Kiba said. Told you, pig. No one's greater than Sasuke-kun. Naruto's just some little scared baka. Sakura said, reinforcing what Kiba said. Wait a minute, did I just agree with Dog Boy? She thought. Hey, even someone like him can realize the obvious. Inner Sakura shot back. Naruto-kun probably just overslept because he got to sleep late, Ino said, defending her fellow blonde. Shortly after that, Irika limped into the classroom, which got everyone's attention. Irika-sensei, are you all right? What happened to you? Sakura asked. Nothing that a few days' rest won't take care of. Thank Kami that it's the end of the school year. He thought to himself, looking forward to few days of sleeping in. Now is everyone here? He asked, looking around the class. Everyone but that baka Naruto. Can you believe he would actually be late? The pink-haired girl said. Well, Sakura, he had a long night with the Hokage, so he probably just overslept. Ha, told you, forehead. Naruto-kun wouldn't be late without a good reason. Ino added. Right on cue, Naruto came running into the class with sweat dripping down his face. Sorry, I'm late, Irika-sensei. Before he could say anything else, he was cut off. That's okay, I didn't expect you to be on time today, that's why I came in a little later myself. So just go take your seat. With that, he went to his seat and sat down. All right, class, pay attention while I call out your names so that everyone hears what team you're on. Skip 1 through 6. Team 7, Haruno Sakura. Uchiha Sasuke. Yes, take that, pig. True love wins again. The pink-haired girl yelled out. As I was saying, the final member of Team 7 is Uzumaki Naruto, Jonin-sensei Kakashi Hatake. Not that baka, Sakura said. Knew not the emo TME and the pink-haired banshee. Kami, what did I ever do to deserve this punishment? The blonde said, slamming his head onto his desk, causing the entire class to start laughing. Shikamaru and Choji looked at Naruto, and the pineapple-haired boy replied with the only answer he could. Troublesome. Yeah, sorry about that, man. Choji added. I wouldn't wish that on anybody. Suppressing a chuckle, Irika continued on. Okay, Team 8, Aburame Shino, Hyuga Hinata, and Inazuka Kiba, Jonin-sensei Yuhi Kurinai. Team 9 is still in circulation, so Team 10 is Akamichi Choji, Nara Shikamaru, and Yamanaka Ino, Jonin-sensei Asuma Sarutobi. With that, everyone broke off into their teams to get to know each other better while Naruto just went to sleep. Upon seeing this, Sakura immediately yelled at Naruto. Naruto, you baka, what the hell are you doing gonna sleep? What if our sensei comes in the door right now? Sakura, first, there's no need to yell. Second, didn't you hear the name of our sensei Hatake Kakashi? That guy would be late to his own funeral. She was about to yell something back when a bearded jonin with a cigarette in his mouth spoke up. He's right, you know, you might as well save your energy if you're waiting on Kakashi. How's it going, Naruto? Staying out trouble, I hope. I'm doing fine, and I stay out of enough trouble, Sigs. Now if you excuse me, I have a nap to get back to. All right, you do that, Team 10, you're with me. The red-eyed woman next to him spoke up after that. And Team 8, you're with me. With that, the 6 genin got up to leave with their teams, with Ino turning around to say bye to Naruto before she left. Bye, Naruto-kun. Bye, Inoheim, have fun with Sigs. As time passed, everyone else in the room left, and soon it was just Team 7 waiting on their sensei. Sakura was complaining the entire time they were waiting and was starting to get on both boys' nerves. Just when they thought they couldn't take any more of her complaining, they were saved by the door opening and Sakura yelling at the top of her lungs. "You're late, sensei." "Okay, so my first impression is I hate you guys. Meet me on the roof," Kakashi said. He then closed the door and the three genin left the room headed for the roof. It took the three genin about 3 minutes to get there. Kakashi was busy trying to figure out how he was going to use his new team. He was a little frustrated since he knew that he had to pass this group of genin for 3 reasons. The first 2 reasons were the most important ones to him because of Naruto and Obito. After everything that happened to him in his life, he had refused to let down his sensei and deceased teammate by not training Naruto and Sasuke to the fullest of his capabilities. The third reason he could really care less about, and that was that the council wanted him to train the last Uchiha. He couldn't stand the fact that they encouraged him to leave the demon child as useless as possible in hopes that he would die in the field. The other thing that was bothering him was how he could make this team work. He had their files, so he had an idea. Since he had spent 4 months a year and the last year before Naruto came back, he knew that his file didn't match his skill level. Thanks to the time spent with him, he also knew his personality and felt good since the boy had embraced his feelings of teamwork. But what he wasn't sure about was Sasuke and Sakura. The Uchiha did have great potential, but the brooding he always did was a problem, along with the "I'm better than everybody" attitude made it hard for others to work with him. Then there was Sakura. The girl was smart, top of her class, but less than average reserves, no real taijutsu skills, and even though she was listed as a genjutsu type, she knew pretty much nothing. The only real thing that she had was her near-perfect chakra control. Kakashi sighed. Why couldn't I get the Yamanaka girl? But who am I to break up the Ino Shikacho trio? After that, his 3 new charges made it to the roof and sat down in front of him. "Alright, you 3, so I can get a better idea of you, why don't you each stand up and tell me something about you? You know your likes, dislikes, and dreams. Pinky, why don't you go first?" Sakura gave an annoyed look at being called Pinky, then did as she was asked. "Kakashi-sensei, shouldn't you tell us something about yourself first? So we have a better idea of you too." "Okay, well, my name is Hatake Kakashi. My likes are none of your business. My dislikes, well, that doesn't really matter right now. And my goals, I don't really feel like telling you. Is that good enough for you?" Shooting her sensei another annoyed look, she reluctantly started. "Well, my name is Haruno Sakura. My likes are," looks at Sasuke and squeals. "My dislikes are Ino Pig and Naruto Baka, and my dreams are," looks at Sasuke and squeals. The pink-haired girl said. "And you call him a pig?" Naruto mumbled under his breath. Kakashi heard that and gave an eye smile to the blonde. "Alright, you. Why don't you go next?" The silver-haired Jonin said, pointing towards Sasuke. "HMPF. My name's Uchiha Sasuke. My likes and my dislikes don't really matter, and my dreams. I don't have any dreams, it's more of an ambition, and that is to kill a certain someone and restore my clan," the last Uchiha said. "You have to talk to girls to be able to do that last part, team." The blonde mumbled again under his breath again. Once more, Kakashi I smiled at Naruto before speaking. "Okay, Blondie, since you have so much to say, why don't you finish this off so we can go home?" Finally, the names Uzumaki Naruto. My likes are ramen, training, Inoheim, Gigi, Pervy Sage, Bachan, and Shizen Nachon. My dislikes are people who don't like others because of things out of their control, those that become a ninja for the wrong reasons, and the 3 minutes you have to wait for instant ramen. And my dream is to one day become the greatest Hokage ever. Believe it. "I see. Now that that's over, meet me at Training Ground 7 tomorrow at 6 in the morning for your genin test," Kakashi said, getting ready to leave before he was interrupted. "But sensei, we already took our test to become genin," Sakura pointed out in an obvious tone of voice. "Actually, that test was just to see if you had the basic skills to become genin. Your senseis have the final say if we believe that you can survive in the field by a test, and that is up to us to determine the test and what we're looking for," the man whose silver hair defied gravity said. "So like I said, 6 in the morning, be there sharp. Oh, and don't eat breakfast, you'll just throw it up, Johnny." Sakura paled at the thought of what could he have them doing for him to say don't eat breakfast. Sasuke had a whole new resolve. He wasn't going to let some loudmouth dope and some over-obsessed fangirl stop him from doing what he must do. Then there was everyone's favorite blonde, who gradually just got up, flipped off the roof, and left to go the flower shop. When he arrived at the flower shop, Ino was at the counter looking at a magazine when she heard the bell ring. "Welcome to the Yamanaka flow." "Oh, Naruto-kun, what are you doing here?" Just thought I stop by and see how the prettiest girl in Konoha was doing, and I also wanted to know what you thought about Sigs. HMPF, I do see why you call him Sigs. The only time he doesn't smoke is probably when he sleeps. But anyway, he seems like a nice enough guy, and he said he requested to have us, so I don't mind it that much. And to answer your first question, I'm doing just fine now that you're here. So how do you think it's going to be having Forehead and the team on your team? The first couple of weeks is going to be hard because we have Kakashi and Iisan, and his main focus is on teamwork, and I know it's going to take a long time before those two realize that. Hell, I'm just hoping I can get it through their heads before he fails us tomorrow. Nissan. Yeah, while I was out training with Pervy Sage, he came out to train me in ninjutsu for 4 months a year since I was 5 and all of last year. And since he was a very good friend of my dad, and he said he was the closest thing he had to a father figure and looks at me as his otuto. Oh, so why would he fail you then? For one, he has never passed a genin team ever. That's why he could afford to help my training so much. And second, like I said, teamwork. The team's too into himself to realize it, and Pinky thinks he can do no wrong, and that's all I ever do, so we might just fail even though he doesn't want us to. Sure does makes me happy that Shika, Choji, and I have been friends since we were little. Wait a minute, I thought you didn't know who your dad was, so how do you know that he was your sensei's friend? I just said that my dad's not important because he made so many enemies during the Third War that they banned me from telling people he was my dad until I make Chunin or they think I'm old enough to defend myself. So Naruto-kun, can you tell me who your dad was? The platinum blonde asked in her sweetest voice. Who knows, you might be able to find out before everyone else if you act right. What do you mean if I act right? I am Yamanaka Ayano, the best damn woman in this village. She finished yelling by crossing her arms under her breast. Naruto was now on the floor, clenching his sides, laughing hard with tears coming down his face. Needless to say, Ino didn't take kindly to being the butt of his joke. When he was almost done laughing and started to stand up, she promptly punched him on the top of his head, sending him right back to the floor seeing stars. That will teach you to crack jokes at my expense. Okay, Haim, I'm sorry, but that was just too good to pass up. Anyway, just meet me at the top of the Hokage monument at 6:30 and I'll explain everything, he said, still trying to suppress his chuckle, standing back up. Why should I meet you there, Baka? It's called a date, Haim. I thought you might want to brag about your first date with the future Hokage, was the place where they'll immortalize my face forever. Upon hearing the word date, everything else he said went unheard as Ino slipped off into her mind. Finally, Naruto-kun decided to ask me out. I was starting to think he was never going to ask. She was brought out her mind by Naruto waving his hand in her face, trying to get her attention. Ino, Ayano Haim. Huh, what was that, Naruto-kun? I said, do we have a date or not, because I'm pretty sure Hinata might wanna. He never got to finish that sentence as his head got the second nod of the day. Of course we have date. But don't ever joke around like that again. You and Hinata don't make me laugh. Okay, Haim, I'll see you later and wear something nice, okay? As the whiskered-faced blonde left the flower shop, Ino was left daydreaming, that is, until her mother brought her out of her thoughts. So is my Ino-chan finally going to get started on bringing me plenty of grandbabies? Mother. I'm just saying it's never too early to hope. Besides, you and Naruto-kun would make such beautiful babies. Either way, that will have to wait till I at least make ANBU, before something like that will ever happen. Now if you excuse me, I've got a date to get ready for. As she left, she couldn't help but think about what her mother had said. Naruto-kun and I would make the best-looking babies this village has ever seen, though. Later that night, as Naruto stood on top of the monument waiting for Ino to show up, he was talking to the Kurama about his decision on what to tell her. Are you really gonna tell her everything, Kit? You know what could happen if you do? I know, but she deserves to know the truth. And I can't let her go through the things that she will have too without her knowing why. I understand about telling her about your father, but I'm a completely different story. Come on, you didn't think that I thought about a way around that already? That's gonna be a lot easier than I thought at first. Why do I have a bad feeling about this, Kit? So tell me what's gonna make this so much easier. Naruto was about to answer when he heard Ino's voice calling out to him. You'll find out soon enough. Naruto-kun, I see why you wanted me to meet you here. This is beautiful, the platinum blonde said as she wrapped her hands around his waist. Yeah, but not as much as you, Haim, he said as he turned his head to kiss Ino, who felt like she was in heaven at the highest place in the village with the boy she cared for the most for. Ino was wearing white summer dress with Lily's print along with white-heeled sandals. She also had her hair down and hung down to her waist. I come here whenever I just need to think and clear my head. Plus, it makes me feel like I'm closer to my dad when I'm here. Is that because we're so high up? That and one other thing, but we can get to that later. I didn't spend the last week at Choji's house learning how to cook all your favorite foods just for them to get cold, so let's eat. As the two blondes sat and ate, they talked about their friends and what they wanted to do throughout their shinobi careers and along that nature. As the sun began to set, he got up and sat behind Ino to watch the sun set. He took a deep breath to calm his nerves and spoke. Haim, you know that other reason that I said this place brings me closer to my dad? She nodded. Well, that reason is that we're sitting on top of his head. Ino laughed at that for a second. What he said not registering in her head right away. That's funny, Naruto-kun, but if we were sitting on your dad's head, that would Maya. As she turned around to look at him with wide eyes, the gears in her head started to turn. That would mean you're Yandame's son? But how could that be? None of the history books ever said anything about him having a son. They all said that he was the last of the Namikaze clan. That's the same reason why I'm not mentioned. Ino, after the Kyuubi attacked the village, was in a weakened state. Think about it, we had just finished the Third Great War, and then that happened, we were vulnerable, and the last thing that our enemies, especially IWA, needed to know was that Yandame had an orphan son walking around the village. My dad had a lot of enemies in the village also, so when he married my mom it was in secret with the only people that knew being Gigi, Pervy Sage, Bachan, Uchiha Itachi, Kakashi and Ai-san, and the Ino Shikacho trio. Wait, my dad knew who you were the whole time and didn't tell me? Oh, he's so dead when I get home. Haim, don't get mad at him, he did it as a favor to my dad. When he died, to make sure that no one found out about me, they were sworn in under penalty of death unless I tell someone. The rule is once I'm deemed strong enough to protect myself, I can take my father's last name. Well, I guess that makes sense. But Naruto-kun, there's something else that I wanted to ask you. You don't have to answer if you don't want to, but you want to know why the villagers treat me so bad. Yeah, I mean, sure, you've pulled some pretty great pranks that could make people pretty annoyed with you, but that doesn't mean that they should treat you the way they do. There's a reason for that too, but I think it would be a lot easier to show you than to tell you. I knew I had a bad feeling about this. Bastard-ass kid can't let me sleep in fucking peace. Ino, I want you to use your mind transfer jutsu on me. Don't worry about me, I'll be fine. Ino looked at Naruto like he was crazy and was about to say something when she was cut off. Don't worry, this is something important that I want to share with you, and you're the only person in our age group that I trust enough to do this. So can you please just trust me and do this for me? He kissed her and looked her in her eyes, and all she could do was nod. She then put her hands together and said real softly, "Mind transfer jutsu." When she opened her eyes, she found herself in a sewer-like place, and was starting to get a little scared until she heard Naruto's voice. "Follow me," was all he said as they started to walk. Naruto-kun, where are we? I've invaded mines before and no one's has ever looked like this. Well, that's because mine's is a little different. You see, Haim, there was another reason why I was taken away from the village, and that was my dad didn't kill the Kyuubi like everyone was taught to believe. The truth is no human can kill an immortal being of that much power. So the only thing that can be done is seal them away, so that their power can be harnessed to protect the country. It's something that has been done for years. I don't get it, why does everyone hate you though? That's because the kid's father was the first to ever seal me in such a public way. When Ino heard that voice, she turned around with the biggest look of fear as she saw a head with blood-red slitted eyes and the scariest set of teeth she had ever saw. Naruto-kun, what is that? Ino, I'm what you call a Jinchuriki, or power of human sacrifice. I'd like you to meet Kurama the Kyuubi. Don't worry, he can't get past that seal, and he's not that bad once you get to know him. Seeing the look of fear in her eyes, the Kyuubi turned to look at Naruto. I knew this was going to be a bad idea, Kit. After hearing what he told her and seeing how the two communicate so calmly, Ino started to calm down a little bit and Naruto decided to continue. Haim, most of the villagers know that I'm the container of the Kyuubi, and they don't see me as a person, all they see is the demon, and that's why some of them call me Demon Child. I brought you here because I wanted you to know what you would be getting yourself into if you wanted to be more than friends with me. Some of the villagers might look at you the way they do me, or others might stop coming to your family store just because you are a demon lover. I care about you, Ino, and it would be selfish of me to hamper your life without you knowing the truth about why. Ino was quiet for a few minutes, and when she was about to speak, the QB did first. Girl, I would like to let you know that since the kid has been around you, it has been a lot more pleasant being in this village. And I can assure you of one thing, if you are the right one for the kit, I can assure you that your kits would usher in a whole new breed of shinobi, as you might call it, a Kekai Genkai. Hearing this made both blondes blush new shades of red. It also offered a new comfort to Ino as she thought. Naruto-kun has shared his deepest secret to me all because he wants me to choose how I live my life. This is what every girl dreams of, a guy who would put my own pleasure before his. Once that thought went through her head, she knew that her decision was easy. Naruto-kun, I don't care what the dumb villagers think about me. I care about you too, and any guy that's willing to lose me just to make sure that I'm happy is defiantly worth all of my attention, she said as she walked over to him and wrapped her arms around his neck. But you do know I am pretty bossy. Are you sure you want the job? They say that guys fall for girls like their moms, and from what everyone's told me, she was just as bossy. I'm sure she would have loved you, Haim. With that, they exited his mind, and Ino pulled him into a passionate kiss that only broke when she needed air. See, I always get what I want. Naruto brought her in for another passionate kiss, breaking apart when he needed air. So do I. After that, both blondes sat back, looked at the night view of the Konoha skyline during the warm summer night. After sitting underneath the stars for about another hour, they finally decided to pack up and head on home, which is when Ino voiced her opinion. Naruto-kun, I really don't feel like walking home, though it is a long walk, said Blonde, only smirked at the idea he had at hearing this. Don't worry, Haim, I have something that can remedy that. He then flashed through a few hand signs and yelled, Summoning Jutsu. With that, a giant plume of smoke appeared, and when it cleared, there stood a toad about 7 feet tall with a necklace that had the kanji for friendship on it. Ino, this is Gamaken. He's pretty much Pervy Sage's favorite summon. He doesn't talk much though. I would have called mine, but he's too small to carry anyone. You'll meet him sooner or later. Let me guess if I act right, she said sarcastically. If you feel that way, I was just gonna say if we ever have any free time during the day. The look of embarrassment on Ino's face at insulting herself was priceless, Naruto thought as he suppressed a chuckle and helped Ino onto the back of the toad. Now just hold on tight, this is the really fun part. You ready? She nodded. Alright, Gamaken, to that house right there. Naruto pointed, and when the toad realized where they were going, he nodded and took a giant leap off of Hokage Monument. Ino let out an ear-piercing scream that could be heard throughout the village. For the next couple of weeks, villagers could only imagine what the demon child did, as all they heard was, Naruto-kun, I'm going to kill you. When they finally arrived at her house, they dismounted the toad, and Naruto told him he could go home. As they stood in front of her house, they leaned on the wall, embracing each other, not wanting the night to end. I had a wonderful time tonight, Naruto-kun. Me too, Haim. I'll set something else up as soon as I find out when I have the time, okay? He leaned in for a soft kiss on the lips and pulled away. Night, Haim, sleep well. I will, Naruto-kun, you do the same, was what she said as she entered her house and started to walk to her room, still in a dream state that she really didn't even completely come out of when her parents stared, talking. How was your date, princess? Inoichi asked with a slight tone of pain in his voice, even thinking that someone got to take his daughter out before he even got the chance to scare the shit out of him. It was perfect, Daddy. Great, then that means that I won't have to wait long for my grandbabies. Ino's mother chirped in. Honey, please don't joke like that, I still got to get over the fact that she's dating first. So princess, what made the date so perfect? Inoichi asked his daughter as she was going up the stairs. We had a picnic at the top of Hokage Monument. Do you know that he spent time at Chosa's last week to find out how to make my favorite foods? Then we sat back and watched the sunset. It was when she was at her door that she got a great idea to get back at her dad. Oh yeah, he also told me he was Yandame's son and let me meet the QB. Night, Daddy. She trailed off as she closed her door and waited for his reaction. Oh, that seems like a pretty normal day. He did what? Was all she heard as she giggled while getting ready for bed. Chapter 5. The next morning at 6 found Sasuke and Sakura waiting at Training Ground 7 waiting for Kakashi. Sakura was annoyed that her sensei wasn't there yet, and neither was Naruto. The only good thing that did come from this was that this gave her plenty of alone time with her precious Sasuke-kun, much to his annoyance. Meanwhile, everyone's favorite blonde was just starting to wake up and was headed for the shower. His time spent with Kakashi already let him know that if he said 6 he really meant 9 and was willing to bet everything he had that those two were there already and didn't learn their lesson from the day before. Once he got out of the shower, he made himself a light breakfast, just something that can handle a lot of running and still make it till lunch. It was going on 8 when he left his apartment and headed to the grounds. When he got there, it was just as he thought. His two teammates were already there looking hungry and pissed. Sasuke was lying on a tree trying to ignore Sakura, and when she wasn't bothering him, she was busy pacing back and forth, mumbling something incoherent. So seeing this, he just decided to conceal his chakra and hide in a tree. At 9 o'clock, Kakashi appeared in swirl of leaves. "Yo," was all he said before he was reminded why she was called a banshee. "You're late again, sensei. And so is Naruto baka." Kakashi looked at her like she had grown a second head before answering. "Actually, Sakura, Naruto's not late, he's just hiding from you guys. I'm surprised you haven't noticed him yet." Hearing this, Sasuke decided to speak up, not wanting to believe that the dobe could have been here this whole time and he not notice. As if the dobe has enough skill to be here and neither one of us notice him. "Yeah, what Sasuke-kun said. That baka's nowhere near that good." Kakashi, annoyed that anyone would talk about his sensei's son like that, and the kid that he came to see as a little brother, decided to have fun with his other two charges. He pointed to a tree, and once they both looked, he spoke. "All right, you can come out now, Naruto." A second later, the blonde fell out of the tree and started to walk over. Sasuke immediately spoke up after seeing him walking over. "How long have you been in the tree, dobe? You must have just got there." "Actually, I've been in that tree for about an hour now, wondering what we were going to be doing. I was almost sure that the rookie of the year and top kunoichi of the class would be able to sense me. I am the dobe after all. But since you couldn't, I guess that would make you two the dobe's team." Sakura interjected, not wanting him to have the last word. "But like I said, sensei, he was late, so he deserves to be punished." "Did I get here before Kakashi-sensei?" the blonde said with smug smile on his face. "Yes, but..." She was cut off before she could finish her sentence. "Then I wasn't late. How could I be late if I got here before the person we were waiting on?" Before anything else could be said, Kakashi put an end to the little bickering. "All right, that's enough of that. Now your test for today will be to take these bells off of me. You have 3 hours. If you don't complete this, then you all fail and will be sent back to the academy." "But sensei, there is only 2 bells, and there are 3 of us. What happens when we get them?" Sakura said, slightly confused. "Well, if you would let me finish, Pinky, I was about to get to that." Sakura looked down at her feet from embarrassment while their sensei continued. "Right, like I was saying, the one who doesn't get the bell will be tied to that post while your other teammates eat the lunch that I've brought for you, since I'm sure you're all pretty hungry." Listening closely, he heard 2 stomachs start to rumble, then turned, and I smiled at Naruto, knowing that's why he was late. "Okay, now I want you to come at me with the intent to kill me, because if you don't, then you will fail." Sakura was about to say something, but Kakashi shut her up. "Sakura, I've been a jonin since I was 12. I think I can handle myself against you 3. Now your test begins right about now." As the 3 disappeared into the trees, Kakashi chuckled and took out his Ika book and began to read as he thought. "I won't need to put this down until Otudo decides to show his face, and knowing him, he'll let me have some fun with the others first." While he walked around reading his book, the 3 genins stared at him, looking for the perfect opportunity to strike. Truthfully speaking, both Sasuke and Sakura were disappointed that Naruto didn't just jump out and attack him head-on like they thought he would. Once realizing that the distraction that they were hoping for wasn't going to come, Sasuke decided he would attack. He waited for Kakashi to turn his back, and when he did, he threw 3 kunai and 3 shuriken at him. Kakashi dodged them easily, then turned to where the projectiles had come from and said, "So there you are, Sasuke, thanks for saving me the trouble." Realizing that his position was given up, he decided that he would attack. He came charging out from the tree he was in with his right fist cocked back. Kakashi barely brought his book down under eye level and shook his head. Sasuke's punch missed, and he decided to follow that up with a left-footed roundhouse kick. That was a bad idea, as it was caught and he was flung across the field. He recovered with a back handspring and, using a chakra-enhanced jump, did a few hand seals before saying, "Katan, Grand Fireball Jutsu." A large fireball came out of Sasuke's mouth, headed straight for Kakashi, and it hit him dead on. Sakura let out a small squeal when she saw that happen, accidentally giving away her position. Sasuke landed with a smug smirk on his face, that is until he saw his burning sensei turn into a smoking log. As a shinobi, Sasuke, never let your guard down until you know your enemy is down, was all he heard as he was kicked in the back of the head. He was sent flying into a tree. He got back to his feet wobbly, and when he finally got his bearings back, he focused on where his sensei was. He was standing just where he had kicked him, face still in the book, free hand extended, telling him to bring it. To say that he was pissed would be an understatement. Here was this lazy jonin who couldn't even show up on time, taunting him, and Uchiha, he would have to pay for this. He charged at him, this time striking with a jumping roundhouse, which was dodged easily again. Sasuke came at him with a flurry of punches and kicks, all which were dodged of blocked, with Kakashi never bring his head up from his book. Starting to get bored with his charge, Kakashi caught a right, aimed at him, spun him around, and delivered a kick to the back. When Sasuke turned around, he was searching for his sensei and couldn't find him. He expected it to be like last time with standing right in front of him, but this time he was nowhere to be found. The problem was he had let his anger cloud his judgment. Because he had kept his cool, he would have noticed the chakra presence coming from beneath him. It was too late. By the time he realized what was happening, he felt a pair of hands grab him by the ankles and pull him into the ground all the way up to his head. Doton, head decapitation jutsu. So it is obvious that you don't get the meaning of this test, so how about I let's sit here and think about where you went wrong and what you can do so you can pass the test, or it's back to the academy for you. You know, they say the nail that sticks out is the one that gets hammered down. Kakashi then shot off into the trees. Throughout the entire fight, he knew both were watching and neither helped for different reasons. Sakura was because she wanted to see how good her precious Sasuke-kun would do, and when she realized that he was being beaten so easily, she started to realize how she paled in comparison. Naruto, on the other hand, just wanted to watch the show. In truth, the only thing he wanted was to get his one-on-one with his Nai-san, and they both knew it just right now was not a good time to show off in front of his teammates. So he sat back and waited for the second show to begin. Around 5 minutes later, Kakashi found Sakura hiding behind a tree and got a very good idea. What exactly are you hiding from, Sakura? The pink-haired girl let out a loud shriek from seeing her sensei hanging above the tree she was behind. The next thing she knew, she was all alone in the forest again. Oh my, she said as she desperately starting to look back and forth as if someone would help her. Is somebody there? I think I felt something. What was it? What's going on? It was then that she heard a voice and saw what she could only describe as her worst nightmare. Sakura. Sasuke's voice came from behind her. Sasuke-kun. She turned around with the utmost joy, only to see him on his knees using a tree to support him. His body was littered with shuriken and kunai. Sakura, help me. Please help me, he said. Seeing this, a fear formed in her as she was violently shaking. Her emotions finally got the best of her as she let out yet another shriek and passed out. You think you might have overdone it a bit. Kakashi was sitting in a tree watching the whole thing when he looked up across from him at the all-too-familiar voice. I was starting to think that, but then again her file did say she was a genjutsu type. You know, she's gonna have to learn how to see through those things if she's gonna make it. Besides, I thought she would help her precious Sasuke-kun, he said with a slight hint of sarcasm in his voice. 5 minutes at the river, give me time to wake this one up so she can dig the other out. Nice job on that one, by the way, Naruto said, looking at his Nai-san. I hope you can provide me more of a challenge than these other two did, Otuto. I'm almost done with my book. Don't worry, the new one's not as good as that one anyway. But that one's not due out for another month. Don't tell me? He didn't get to finish his question as Naruto hopped down to wake up his fallen teammate. There are certain times in Kakashi's life when he's known to be on time. When a new Ikaraika comes out, when he's going on a date, and when he gets to assess how far his Otuto has come in his training. So are you sure you're ready for this? I could take it easy on you if you want. How dare you insult me like that, you pervert? That was all that needed to be said as the stare started. Kakashi pulled his hideate up to reveal his Sharingan. He knew he was about to have some fun. A small gust of wind blew by. After about 3 minutes of staring, a single leaf fell on the river, signaling the start. Shinobi Lesson Number 1. Taijutsu. Naruto swung first, starting with a shot aimed at his ribs, which Kakashi spun around and came with a backhanded closed fist aimed at the back of said blonde's head. He ducked under that, following with a one-handed handstand right kick which was blocked. He quickly followed that with another left roundhouse aimed for the body again. Kakashi jumped back, avoiding the kick. Deciding to go on the offensive, he charged Naruto, coming at him with a downward right hook which the blonde leaned out of the way. But in one fluid motion he went right away into a left-footed sweep. Naruto jumped over the leg but was caught off guard by the straight right that caught him in the chest. Landing on the river, Naruto charged at him again. This time he jumped, kicking at him like he was running on air. Kakashi put his hands up to block just like Naruto hoped, and when he went for looked like his last right kick, he spun in the air, connecting his right foot to the side of his head, sending the masked Jonin across the field. As he steadied himself from the kick, he decided it was time to move on. What the blonde didn't notice was, as his Zenai-san was sent flying, he started doing hand signs. Naruto turned around when he heard a voice that was all too familiar. "Hey Runt, what the hell do you think you're doing over here? This my area." Naruto squinted his eyes and tilted his head. "Bachan? What the hell are you doing here?" "Just what I said, I'm here to drink." "Now where the hell is that old pervert of a teammate of mine?" After hearing her speak, something clicked in his head. If that was Bachan, she would be at a bar with Pervy Sage. And she knows to look at the hot springs first. "Oh, I get it, very fucking funny, and I-san." He put his hands in the ram seal and said, "Shinobi lesson number 2, Genjutsu. Kai." With that, he looked to see Kakashi smiling at him across the river. "Really? Fucking Bachan, and you gave her ass her worst nightmare. If you would have seen the look on your face, you would have known it was completely worth it. Anyways, Shinobi lesson number 3. Ninjutsu." With that, they both started flashing trough hand seals, with Kakashi finishing first. Raiton. Lightning Dragon Missile Jutsu. Naruto finished his seals slightly after that. Futon. Wind Dragon Missile. Both dragons spiraled up into the air, then charged at their targets, letting off loud roars before they hit each other, locking into a battle of chakra. The lightning dragon could only fight for so long before the wind dragon pushed through. Kakashi thinking fast with the easiest defensive jutsu he could use at that moment. Doton. Earth Encampment Jutsu. He fell to one knee as a wall of earth popped up and made a dome around him, hoping that his last jutsu took enough out of Naruto's dragon to hold up. When the wind finally died down, Kakashi shot out of the encampment with a fire jutsu. Katon. Phoenix Fire Jutsu. Kagebushin no Jutsu was Naruto's answer. With that, 4 Kagebushins appeared and they all called out for the same jutsu. Suetun. Crashing rapids. Each blast was sent off at Kakashi, extinguishing the flames, and in the cover of the mist the blonde let off another jutsu, coming 5 strong. Futon. Air Bullets. As the masses of air flew at Kakashi, blowing the mist out of the way, Naruto was treated with the sight of one of the bullets hitting their mark. He instantly turned around, hoping that he wouldn't end up like Sasuke. He heard a rumble under the ground and he jumped back, thinking that he was safe. Hidden Leaf Village Secret Technique 1000 Years of Death was all the blonde heard as he felt 4 fingers in a slightly uncomfortable place as he was blasted off back to the field. "Pervert," was all he could yell back at his sensei. "That's what he gets for getting a hold of the new book early and not letting me know," Kakashi thought as he watched his Otuto fly through the air. Once he landed, he saw that his pink-haired teammate was trying to still dig the Uchiha out of the ground. Thinking about the book, he had an idea of how to get the bells and actually make it seem like teamwork. "So I see you're still in the place I last left you." HMPF was the only answer he got from the Uchiha. "Naruto, Yubaka, stop messing around and help get Sasuke-kun out of here," his pink-haired teammate chided at him. "I will, but only on one occasion. You see, I know how to get the bells, but that's only if you want to help." "No way will I, an Uchiha, going to follow you." "Yeah, there's no way, Ibaka, like you can have a way to beat a Jonin that neither of us could beat," Sakura said while still trying to dig Sasuke out of the ground. "Well, do any of you two have an idea?" Seeing the questioning looks on their faces gave him the answer he needed. "Just like I thought. So really you only have 2 choices, one you listen to me and pass, or you can dig yourself out, think of a plan, and execute it all in the 35 minutes you have left in this test. And of course we all know what will happen if we don't pass. I can see it. No, the last Uchiha couldn't pass his Genin exam all because his sensei didn't kiss his ass and he refused help. And the top kunoichi of the class failed too and passed out from a simple genjutsu. I, on the other hand, finished last, so I'm expected to fail, so I have no problem going back. Alright dope, I'll listen, but if I still fail you're taking the entire blame. And when we pass I'll take all the credit. So what's this brilliant plan that you have, Naruto? Sakura said, sarcastically pissed that she was actually going to listen to a plan by the baka. Naruto quickly made a Kagebushin and had it do a substitution with Sasuke, then dispelled it. Naruto quickly started to tell them about his plan, and when he was done he was greeted by the lovely voice of Sakura Haruno. Naruto, you baka, that won't work, he's a jounin. Rubbing his ears to stop the ringing he then looked at Sasuke and asked him a question. Has she been like this the entire time at the academy? Sasuke nodded his head and Naruto shook his. This might be the only time I say this, but I feel sorry for you. Now Haruno, we have 20 minutes, so stick with the plan or we fail. Making Sakura look sheepish, realizing how close she is to failing. 5 minutes later they found Kakashi and put the plan into motion. Sakura was up first. She walked out into the open to get his attention. Kakashi-sensei, I found this book that fell off. Naruto, do you know what it is? You know, Sakura, you don't have much time left. Are you sure that you want to waste your time with something like this? I know, but I was wondering what Ikaraika Hot Springs of Fun Limited Edition is. Hearing the name of the book, that he knew that he would have to wait another month to get a hold since Jiraiya wasn't due back for months. His fandom instantly kicked in. Sakura, give me that book now. Kakashi could barely contain himself, his usual bored look gone. Even through the mask you could tell he was about giddy as a fangirl in the academy. Okay, sensei. No need to yell. Sakura tossed the book in the air, and as it was flying toward Kakashi, he heard two voices say something that made him go pale as a ghost. Katan, Grand Fireball Jutsu. Futon, Great Breakthrough. With both jutsus combining, a speeding fireball hit the book, making it burst into flames and burning to ash quickly. Seeing this made Kakashi drop to his knees with a tear starting to fall from his eye. "Nu!" he yelled. He then stood up, flames burning in his eyes. His students were gonna pay for that. When he turned around he saw all three of his students standing next to each other with a smirk on their face, which only furthered his anger. Just what the hell is so damn funny? They all looked at each other, then smiled as Naruto pulled 2 bells out of his pocket. Seeing the bells, Kakashi went wide-eyed, and then looked down to his side, realizing that the bells were gone. Looking back up, he saw Naruto toss 1 bell to Sasuke and the other to Sakura. But how? When did you take the bells? Kakashi asked, stunned that they got the bells without even noticing. Simple, while you were watching the fireball hit the book, I had one of my clones sneak up behind you and take the bells while you were distracted. The blonde said, smiling from ear to ear. Well, I must say that that was a good idea, and you actually got the whole idea of the test. I would have passed you even if you didn't get the bells with your plan. What? 2 of the 3 said in unison. Yes, you could have passed without getting the bells, but you 3 would have failed. The idea of the test was for you to realize that you were facing a Jonin and should realize that you couldn't beat me by yourself. You see, teamwork was the idea of the test, since that is the strength of the village. Anyway, since you pass, you can go home. Just meet me at the Hokage Tower tomorrow morning at 7. So until then you're dismissed, with the exception of Naruto. Kakashi waited for the other 2 genin to leave. Once he was sure that they were gone, he looked at Naruto. Otudo, you have 5 seconds to give me a reason why I shouldn't kill you right here and right now. Simple, that was my copy of the book. Yours is at home. You know I don't care for the book, so Pervy Sage sent 2 of them here. Just look at it this way. Now you know that you are the only one in the entire world that has a copy of the book. Come on, Nisen, I'm hurt that you think that I would do something like that to you. You're right, I'm sorry that I doubted you like that. So when can I come get my copy? Just come by my place around 9 and I'll give it to you. Alright, I'll see you later, Naruto. Same to you, Nisen. As Naruto left, he had one place in his mind that he was going to first. Ichiraku Ramen. As he walked up to his favorite place to eat, Tuchi saw his favorite customer. Hey Naruto, I take it from the smile on your face that you passed your test. Sure did. Old man, let me get 1 miso ramen and keep them coming. Naruto exclaimed, feeling the need to celebrate. 5 bowls later, Irika found him at the stand. How's it going, Naruto? Irika-sensei, things are going great. But I think I should be asking you that question. Are the injuries healing all right? They're healing pretty well. I'm just really sore right now. Getting away from that subject, do mind if I join you? Of course I don't. So did you hear about my test today? Of course I did. You know you guys surprised a lot of people when they found out that Kakashi actually passed a genin team. Yeah, I heard that he's usually pretty tough when it comes to passing teams. Truth is though we almost failed no thanks to those two. What do you mean Naruto? Just what it sounds like, Kakashi-sensei did the decapitation jutsu on the team and he stayed there the entire test till I had a clone do a substitution with him. And Sakura passed out after a simple genjutsu. Well, that's 2 out of 3. So how did you do? I held my own even though I know he held back, but I still got him to use his Sharingan eye. Then the pervert hit me with 1,000 years of death. Well, it doesn't sound like you fared all too well yourself, superstar. Hey, weren't you listening? I made the copy ninja use his Sharingan while he didn't even put that stupid book down when he took down those other two. Okay, oh great one, just how did you manage to get the bells off of the famous ninja then? A very mischievous grin came across Naruto's face and Iruka knew that face all too well. That was the face when Naruto pulled a prank so good that he had to take credit for it. He. You see, Pervy Sage sent me an advanced copy of his new book. So I had the Banshee show up in front of him and say that it fell off me. You can imagine his face when she said the title of the book. Iruka chuckled when he started to think on how many different ways that this could end. He then demanded the book, which she tossed to him. Then the team and I burnt it right in his face and he thought it was the only copy. While he busy watching in disbelief, I had a Kagebushin sneak up behind him and take the bells. He finished with his trademark fox grin. Upon hearing this, Iruka almost fell out of his chair, he was laughing so hard. When he finally calmed down enough to somewhat talk, wiping the tears from his eyes, he finally spoke. Naruto, you have no idea how much everyone that knows Kakashi would pay to see that happen to him. Especially the women of this village. Some might be jealous that you got to do that to him first though. Iruka-sensei, there's one thing that you can't tell anybody. What would that be, Naruto? Very simple, the book that we burned was Gigi's book. I have Kakashi-sensei's at my apartment. Well, Naruto, that is something. Wait a minute, what do you mean that's the Hokage's book? Don't tell me that he reads it too. You mean you never knew? He keeps his books in the second drawer on the right. I think he's Pervy Sage's second biggest fan, he's just smart enough to not put it out there in the open. Oh yeah, one last thing. What's that, Naruto? Checks on you. After that he dispelled, leaving Iruka shocked. Wondering when the hell did he leave and when did he make a Kagebushin. Tucci was laughing while he was in the kitchen looking at the shocked expression of Iruka. He left while you were laughing and said that you had the bill. By the way, Naruto had 11 bowls. Who would have thought the boy could still pull a fast one on you, Iruka? The ramen chef said, still trying to stop himself from laughing. To say that Iruka was pissed would be an understatement, but the scarred Chunin had an idea. Yes, only Naruto would tell a secret like that and pass off the bill. But he failed to notice one thing, and that is what I do during the summer to watch out for my students. Iruka finished and paid the bill but left with mischievous grin on his face that would rival his former student. I guess it's true what they say about revenge. Don't worry, Naruto, by the time I'm done with you, you'll be paying my ramen bill for a year to make sure you get back on my good side. He thought as he went home to get some much-needed rest. As Naruto walked through the town, he noticed all the looks the villagers were giving him again. Bastards, why the hell can't they just leave me alone? I mean, come on, who else could keep this ridiculous fur ball inside of them and still stay sane? He thought as he continued to walk. It probably doesn't help the fact that you smell like a bag of shit, you insolent little fuck. The QB chirped in because of the fur ball comment. And just what the hell are you talking about, prisoner? Oh, I don't know. Maybe someone who was running around jumping through trees and fighting all day would have the common sense to bathe before they go see their girlfriend. I guess we can now add filthy demon or stinky demon to your ever-growing list of nicknames, you fuck. What the fuck, you cussing at me more? That shit's uncalled for. I don't know, maybe because you did it first. Damn, I knew you blondes were dense, but how can you really be this stupid? Hey, I'm not stupid or dense. At least I don't claim to be all-powerful while still being sealed inside a 12-year-old. Oh yeah, weren't you sealed by blonde? Just go take a shower, you retard, that's all I was trying to get at. Then why didn't you say that in the first place? No need to call me names. I did try to give you a hint, you're just too stupid to realize that, and you started calling me names first. Did not. Then what was that fucking fur ball comment? Oh yeah, sorry about that. so he went home to take a shower and get a change of clothes before he headed over to see Ino. When he finally arrived at the flower shop, he was surprised to see that it wasn't Ino at the counter, but it was her father Inoichi, and when he looked up to see Naruto had walked into his store, an evil fatherly instinct kicked up. "Yamanaka-san, is by any chance Ino in?" Naruto asked, slightly disturbed by the look he was getting. "Uzumaki, just the genin I wanted to see." Naruto gulped. Usually he was called by his first name, so the fact that he got his last name and rank thrown in his face couldn't be good. So what did you want to talk about then, Yamanaka-san?" He knew better than to be relaxed now. Something about a guy that could scramble your mind like eggs for breakfast, and dating his daughter made him realize when to act right. "Yes, I wanted to talk to you about the date you had with my daughter last time." He gulped again as his eyes narrowed on him. "Now, I don't have a problem with you telling my princess who your father was. I'm honored that you trust her that much with the Chunin exams not so far away, and that's even if you get nominated first time up. But just what the hell were you thinking letting my daughter meet the QB?" The young blonde nearly pissed himself when he heard the sinister tone of voice he used at that last part. Big Bad Kit can stand up to anyone, but when his girlfriend's dad gets mad at him, he has to struggle to keep control of his bodily functions. "This is Rich. I told you it was a bad idea to show her. I'm saving this memory for later." "Shut up, you stupid fox, this isn't the time for this. If he wants to scramble your brains, I'm not gonna put up a fight." "You see, Yamanaka-san, I didn't think that she would believe me. Since I'm the first publicly known Jinchuriki of the village, I thought it would be easier just to show her, and I was there the whole time." "Do you really have that low of faith in my father's skills as a seal master?" "I wouldn't have taken her if I didn't know it was safe." "Man, I hope that bit about dad works to make him feel for me. Don't use your father to try and sugarcoat this shit, Uzumaki." "Shit," Naruto thought. "It's not that I eventually didn't expect you to let her meet the QB when I found out the two of you got along, but I would at least hope to keep a 12-year girl from meeting the most powerful demon in the world for a few years, not the day she graduates from the damn academy." Inoichi finished, sending a shiver down the young boy's spine. "I see what you're talking about, Yamanaka-san." It was at that point when the back door opened to reveal Ino and her mother coming out of the house. Naruto quickly looked at Ino with the help-me face that she caught onto real quick. "Daddy, were you trying to scare my boyfriend?" "Of course not, Princess. Me and Naruto were just having a friendly little talk like we always do." Seeing right through his lie, his wife spoke up in a tone of voice that would scare any man. "Inoichi, honey, do you mind if we talk in the living room for a moment?" she said in the sweetest voice she could muster. "Of course, dear," Inoichi said, realizing that he was about to receive hell. Knowing that Naruto was safe from her dad, Ino decided to speak back up. "Mommy, Daddy, Naruto-kun and I are gonna go for a walk. We'll be back in a few hours. Bye." "Have fun, Ino," her mother said as they left the shop, then turned to glare at her husband, which made him gulp like Naruto had. "Inoheim, are you sure that's okay with your dad?" "Of course it is, Naruto-kun. Daddy may be able to scare other shinobi, but when he comes home he knows when he's fucked. Why do you think he bought such a comfortable couch?" "So that's what I got myself into. Is it too late to take back my offer?" he said with a slight smile on his face. Ino quickly bonked him on the head again and answered his question. "You already had the chance to back out and you passed, so deal with it. Now get up and hold my hand." "Yes, Haim," he replied, defeated, making a mental note to never piss her off that much again. Unknown to the two blondes, there was one set of eyes staring at them as they were walking off. "I would never treat Naruto-kun like that." "Don't worry, Naruto-kun, one of these days I'll save you from that tramp," Hinata thought as she hid behind a corner watching as the two walked off. After walking for about 30 minutes, both blondes came up to a lake and Naruto was starting to get confused. Ino, what are we doing here at the lake?" "Well, I figured since you took me to your favorite spot in the village, I'd take you to mine. Now take off your clothes." "Nanny, I said take off your clothes, you don't want to get them wet, do you?" she said as she began to strip, revealing that she had a purple bikini on underneath that made Naruto spring a nosebleed. When he finally regained himself, he stripped down to his boxers and had one thought. "Thank Kami I didn't wear white boxers today." Ino walked closer to the rock edge of the lake, then looked at her fellow blonde. "Now follow me and take a deep breathe, it's a pretty good swim." Naruto looked at her, then shrugged, thinking about how scared Inoichi looked earlier. He did as he was told. When he dived in after Ino, he saw her swim into a hole in the rock about 7 feet underwater and kept following. About 30 seconds later they came up in what he thought was a cave at first till he saw that it wasn't covered. Inside the rock was a field of wild flowers that had a moat surrounding one of the biggest Sakura trees he had ever seen. Wow! Ino, this place is amazing. How did you find this place? On accident, my family came here to go swimming a couple of summers ago, and trying to hide from everyone I found this place. You're the first person I've ever shown it to. Besides, I've been waiting for a while to come back since it's so hard to get to when it's cold. Is there anything we can use to dry off, or do we just lie out and wait? Don't worry, I came here once during the winter with a sealing scroll and left it here. I've got blankets, towels, pillows, fire pit, and wood. I was planning on spending the night here a couple of times under the stars. That does sound great. So the two blondes set up their campsite and started to tell how their test went. Ino laughed at the hell that Kakashi put Sakura and Sasuke through during their test. And Naruto laughed when he found out that Asuma's test was to take his cigarettes from him. He could barely contain himself when she told him that when they caught him, Ino took over his mind and lit the entire pack on fire. The two blondes spent the rest of the night talking and trading more stories. Once the stars came out, Naruto created 2 Kagebushin. One to go to Ino's house to ask her mom if it was okay if they spent the night. The other went to his apartment to wait on Kakashi to come get his book. When the Kagebushin that went to Ino's house dispelled itself and Naruto got the memory, he started to laugh some more. What's so funny, Naruto-kun? Ino asked, looking confused since she hadn't said anything funny. Your mom said it was okay, and as long as I promised to give her lots of grandbabies. You should have heard the reaction out of your dad. Ino sighed at the antics of her mother, then started to laugh too once she started to think about how her dad would react to hearing something like that. When they calmed down, they had a nice make-out session before they just went to sleep in each other's arms, excited that tomorrow they would actually start their first day as genin. The next morning, the two blondes awoke at sunrise with a smile on their face. Last night, they had decided that this would be their place. Once they sealed everything back up, they had a morning swim as they left the cove and then headed to Ino's for breakfast. Naruto was hesitant at first, but Ino assured him that her dad was gone already, and that even if he wasn't, he still didn't have the balls to try and piss off her mom right now. When they got to the house, they could smell breakfast being made already. Izumi looked at both teens with a look that Ino already knew, and silenced her before she could even say anything. After breakfast, Naruto went to his place and took a shower along with a quick nap, wondering if his teammates had learned their lesson about their sensei yet. The other reason the blonde knew he could take a nap was because he knew Kakashi wasn't going to put that book down until it was too late. The blonde had gone to sleep at 7:30 and it was now 9:15 when he woke up. He was feeling pretty good and knew he had plenty of time to spare, so he took his time walking to the tower, reflecting on yesterday. Yes, life is good. I passed an Isan's test. I got free ramen, and I spent the night under the stars with Ino. Nothing can go wrong right now, he thought to himself, but he had no idea that last night's ramen was going to come at a much bigger price. He got to the Hokage Tower with 5 minutes to spare and saw Sasuke arriving at that same time while Sakura was there looking pissed. Where the hell have you been, you baka? She yelled at Naruto as soon as she saw him. Why the fuck are you just yelling at me? The team just got here too. It's not my fault that you're too dumb to realize that the guy's 3 hours late all the time. Didn't you learn anything from yesterday's test? Geez, and they say we blondes are dense. He's right, you know, Sakura. As much as I hate to admit it, the dobe has a point. Face it, we have the only sensei that's gonna let us sleep in you, might as well take advantage of that. Sasuke said as he looked at the pink-haired girl shaking his head. You see, even the team can catch on to the obvious guess. We know who's gonna be the first to die. Naruto said, knowing that he got the last word in because Kakashi should be showing up in 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. With that, a poof of smoke appeared that Kakashi appeared out of. You're late again, sensei, the banshee yelled, making everyone dig in their ear to stop the ringing. How many times is it gonna take for this girl to catch on? The silver-haired jonin thought before he gave his usual half-assed excuse. Sorry about that, but I got lost on the road of life. More like your face in a perverted book, a certain blonde mumbled so that only his sensei could hear. Well, since we're all here, let's go get you all your first mission as Leaf Shinobi, he said, but was thinking something completely different. Kami, I wish I could have put this off a lot longer. When they came into the mission assignment room, Naruto paled at whom he saw sitting at the desk next to the Hokage. Irika-sensei, what are you doing here? Oh, I forgot to tell you, this is how I keep an eye out on the students to see how they are doing over the summer and get a little extra money. The scarred Chunin said as if nothing happened yesterday. Oh, in that case, what do you got for me, Gigi? Escorting a princess, killing some bandits, hunting down rogue ninja. What is it? I'm sorry, Naruto, but nothing of that sorts right now. Irika, can you hand me a D-rank mission, please? Sarutobi said as he looked at the man who helped him every year. Why, certainly, Hokage-sama. I have the perfect mission for them, he said, handing over the folder. As Sarutobi looked at the mission, he smiled as he thought to himself. This is the perfect mission for what Naruto did. Well, Naruto, this mission is a recovery mission. You will have to recover the Fire Daimyo's wife. He paused for dramatic effect and to see the excited look on two of the three faces. His wife's lost cat, Tora. He smiled even bigger on the inside at the looks of disappointment. What do you mean, Gigi, a lost cat? We're ninja. Now how come we can't get a real mission? Naruto, do you actually think that we would send out Genin on a dangerous mission right off the bat? Never mind, don't even answer that. Sandaime finished as he looked at the blonde who was about to respond. Thank you, Hokage-sama, we accept and we'll get right on it, Kakashi said, grabbing the folder and turning to leave. But Kakashi-sensei. The blonde started to complain, but his sensei turned around and shot him a glare that years' worth of training taught him not to argue with me. Defeated, he put his head down and left. 2 hours later. This is Sasuke and I'm at point B. This is Sakura and I'm at point C. This is Naruto and I'm at point A. Alright, we have a confirmation on the target, get ready to move, Kakashi said. The target has moved. Don't lose it, move now. How far are you from the target? I'm about 15 feet, I think we got it. Get ready to move on my count, 3, 2, and 1, go. Naruto yelled as he dove for the cat. When he grabbed Tora, he immediately started clawing at his face, getting him to let go. Sasuke went after him next, but when he got close enough, Tora went straight for his crotch, causing him to jump back. That's it, fuck the mission, that piece of shit is dead, yelled Sasuke, looking at Naruto with an evil glint in both their eyes. Get it, they both yelled as they started chasing the cat. Hot on Tora's trail, both males of Team 7 were chasing the cat over the rooftops of the village. Finally, they forced Tora back on the ground and cornered the cat in an alley. What do you say, Dobe, Shuriken or Kunai? That's an easy one, team. Kunai, so we can gut the bastard and enjoy. Just as they had Tora cornered and were approaching with sinister grins on their faces, Sakura came from behind and popped them both on the head. What is wrong with two? The only reason he acted like that is because you scared him. Here, kitty, don't worry, I won't hurt you, I'm not like those two, come on, she said in a sweet voice as she went over to Tora and picked her up with no problem while petting him. See, all you had to do was be nice and you wouldn't have had a problem. Boys. Kakashi-sensei mission save lost cat Tora complete. Very well, then let's take her back. Back in Hokage's office. Oh, my poor little Tora-chan, mommy was so worried about you naughty little fluffykins, Madame Shirjimi said as she was squeezing the life out of Tora, much to the delight of Sasuke and Naruto. Stupid cat, that's what it gets for going after the Uchiha family jewels. I hope she suffocates the damn thing, Sasuke thought as he watched with a smirk on his face. Ha ha ha, stupid cat, that kitty deserves to be squashed, Naruto said. No wonder he ran away, Sakura said. Chapter 6. Mission to Wave. 2 months later, after countless D-rank missions along with catching Tora the cat 9 more times, Team 7 walked into the Hokage's office to get their new missions for the day. Team 7, let us see what he have for you today. There's babysitting the chief counselor 3-year-old, helping his wife to do the shopping, digging up potatoes, Sandaime said before he was interrupted. New. I want to go on a real mission, something challenging and exciting, not this lame-ass shit, come on, Gigi. Naruto complained as he had had enough of these D-rank missions. The Dobe does have a point. He's such a pain in the ass, Sakura thought as she watched the blonde complain. Kakashi sighed. I knew this was coming, but I must admit I have been getting rather bored myself. How dare you? You're just a brand new genin with no experience. You start simple missions to develop your skills until you prove yourself, Irika yelled at Naruto. Are you serious? Babysitting is not a mission, it's just a stupid show. Naruto yelled back at Iruka before he was driven to the floor by his sensei's fist. Will you please shut the hell up? Kakashi said while looking down at his Otuto/student. Naruto, it seems that you do not understand the task you have been given. Listen, many different types of requests come into our village every day. These ranging from babysitting to assassinations, and they are rank according to. Sandaime started before he looked back up at Team 7 to see that they weren't paying attention. So I had this new barbecue pork ramen yesterday, and today I was thinking about having miso. Silence, Sandaime yelled. Oh sorry, Kakashi said, scratching the back of his giving an eye smile. Come on Gigi, you lecture me worse than Pervy Sage does. At least he goes off every now and then to go do his research. I'm not the same little kid running around pulling pranks anymore. I'm a shinobi of the leaf, and I want a real shinobi mission. Pouted Naruto. Since he never got up, he just turned around and crossed his arms. Kakashi sighed. I'm going to hear about this later, he thought. Iruka and Sandaime chuckled at hearing that. So Naruto wants us to know that he's not a brat. He's a former brat and he wants a mission, so be it. Sandaime said, shocking his entire team. I'm going to give you a C-ranked mission. You'll be bodyguards on this one. The blonde turned around excited. Yes, who is it? It has to be someone important, right? Don't be so impatient, Sandaime said. Send in our visitor. He yelled to his secretary outside the office. As the door slowly opened, a man stumbled in holding a bottle of sake. What the hell? A bunch of little snot-nosed runts, he said before taking a chugging his sake, then leaning on the wall. And you, the one with the idiotic look on his face, you really expect me to believe that you're a ninja? Look at the girl. What kind of ninja has pink hair? And with a forehead like that has got to be the biggest target I've ever seen. I guess the other looks like he might be decent. Naruto was laughing, thinking he was talking about Sasuke, until he opened his eyes and saw that he was looking at him. His eyes instantly narrowed, and in the blink of an eye, he had said man pushed up on the wall with a kunai at his throat. Listen here, old man, just because I'm young doesn't mean that I can't kill with the best of them. I would suggest that you think before you insult a ninja, because next time they might not be so nice, he said in a low voice with his ki rolling off him. Just as fast as he was at his throat, he was right back with his team with that goofy smile on his face again. These ninja are fucking crazy, Tsunade thought. I almost pissed myself right there. You see, a ninja's greatest weapon is deception. As you just saw, that's Naruto's greatest weapon, being trained by one of the Sannin, and the one that also does that the best, Sandaime said to the client. Very well, I am Tsunade, Master Bridge Builder, and I must return to my country. I'm building a bridge there that will change our world. And I expect you to get me there safely, even if it means your life, Tsunade said after taking chug sake. Okay, get your stuff and meet at the West Gate in 1 hour, Kakashi said as they all began to leave. As they all started to leave, the Sandaime called out to the blonde. Naruto, I'm pretty sure that I won't be hearing about my advanced copies being burnt to ash anymore. That is, unless you and your team like chasing Tora. Naruto's jaw hit the floor when he heard that. Iruka-sensei, you said you wouldn't say anything. At first I wasn't, because I don't agree with people as young as you should even know what that book is, but sticking me with that ramen bill changed my mind. Looks like we pulled a prank on the prankster king of Konoha, Iruka said as they both smiled, looking at the defeated look on the blonde's face. As he walked away, they tried to listen what he was mumbling. Stupid, perverted old men and grudge-holding sensei. As Naruto was running home, he shot past Team 10 on their way back to the tower. Hey Haim, I can't talk, we got a C-rank mission, so I gotta get ready. I'll see you when I get back, okay? He said, giving her a quick kiss on the lips, then turning around to leave. Naruto-kun, yelled the platinum blonde before he left. Be careful, and if you're gone longer than 2 weeks, you're taking me out when you get back. Yes, Inohaim, he said as he turned around to go to his apartment. Troublesome. They've only been dating for a few months, and she's already got him whipped. Shut up, Shika, Ino yelled at her teammate while Asuma and Choji snickered behind them. When they met at the West Gate, Naruto showed up with 2 medium scrolls on the back of his vest and 1 small one on his left hip. Sakura and Sasuke looked at him like he was crazy for not having a backpack on. Naruto Yubaka, we have no idea how long it's gonna be until this bridge is finished and you show up with nothing. Why can't you take this serious? You're the one that begged for this mission, Sakura yelled. Dobe. Naruto looked at his sensei that just shrugged his shoulders and looked back at him. Well, Sakura growing up with a seal master has its advantages, you know. And since they don't teach Fuinjutsu in the academy, I don't expect you to truly know the benefits of sealing scrolls. But I'll let you know that I have a month and a half worth of supplies in these 3 scrolls. So why you lug that big bag around the whole time? This is all I have to carry. So why don't you tell me who is the baka? He paused as he turned to look at Sasuke. Team. He's right, you know, Sakura, he is better prepared than all of us. You know, maybe you should listen to what Lord Hokage said about deception. Jiraiya-sama is one of the best I know at deception and also happens to be the sensei of Yondaime, so the fact that you think Naruto is weak and he has been trained by him his entire life might make him stronger than he lets on. Kakashi said. Now let's move on, hopefully we can get to our boat by the end of the day. Hours later of walking and mindless chatter and drinking done by Tazuna, Sakura wanted to ask Tazuna a question that had been bugging her. Mr. Tazuna, you're from the Nami no Kuni, right? Tazuna nodded. So why didn't you just get the ninja from your village to help you? That's an easy answer, Sakura. The Nami no Kuni is a small country and doesn't have ninja. That's not to say that all small countries don't have ninja villages, but since Wave is a small island protected by the sea, they have no need for ninja. Of all the countries on this continent, there are 5 major hidden villages. They are Konoha in the land of fire, Iwa in the land of earth, Suna in the land of wind, Kumo in the land of lighting, and Kiri in the land of water. These 5 nations are considered the strongest nations, as so the leader of those villages is given the title Kage, which means shadow. There's the Hokage for Konoha, Tsuchikage for Iwa, Kazekage for Suna, Mizukage for Kiri, and Reikage for Kumo. They are the 5 shadows that rule the shinobi world and considered the most powerful ninja. Kakashi finished. All 3 genin then started to think about the Hokage and what had happened when Naruto had did his Oiroke Jutsu on him and began to have doubts about his strength. Is that old man really such a big deal? I'm not buying it. Inner Sakura thought. How can he be that powerful if he fell for the Dobe's stupid jutsu? Sasuke thought. Yeah, Gigi is pretty strong, but from what Pervy Sage says, he is nowhere near what he used to be. Hey, you all just doubted Hokage-sama, didn't you? Kakashi yelled at the 3 that stopped right in their tracks, shaking their heads. No, I was just thinking that he's not as great as he used to be from the stories Pervy Sage told me. But then again, he is old now. That is true, Naruto, but he is still more powerful than you think. But don't worry, there are no battles in a C-rank mission, so you can relax. Kakashi finished as they continued down the path. As they were walking later on through the day, they came across a puddle. Sakura, Sasuke, and Tazuna walked past it not paying attention, whereas Naruto looked up to Kakashi, who looked back at him and winked. A few steps after the puddle, 2 figures rose from out of the puddle covered in a cloak, then attacked Kakashi with a spiked chain that wrapped around him, then tore him to shreds in front of everyone. Sakura and Tazuna were scared shitless, to say the least. As Sasuke looked shocked and prepared to defend himself. The 2 attackers then turned their eyes toward Tazuna as Naruto jumped right in front of him. They spread their chain out, their chain ad prepared to attack again. I guess you'll be the second one to die in your group, kid, along with the old man. As they shot forward again, Naruto grabbed hold of his swords and started to channel his wind chakra. When he pulled them out, he yelled, "Slicing winds!" 2 blades of wind shot off from the swords headed for the chains, and when they hit, the chains snapped into 3 pieces. The blonde smirked at the stunned faces of the 2 attackers. Demon brothers, real names Gozu and Meizu Nuke from Kiri, rank Chunin, specialize in relentless fighting and poisons. Do I have your info right? Said the blonde. So brother, we gotten so famous, even genin from the Leaf know who we are. As one of them said, chuckling at the fact that he knew who they were. No, you're not famous. I just decided to look at a bingo book last night and start from the back and work my way to the front. Your names popped up pretty early, so you're not that good. Naruto said as he charged Gozu on the left. Not to be outdone, Sasuke charged Meizu. The brother on the left swung his right hand that had a clawed gauntlet on it at Naruto. The blonde spun and blocked the strike with his right sword and swung with his left sword at his midsection. Seeing this caused Gozu to jump back smiling. So brat, you think you got a little bit of skill? I don't think I know I got more than you, Naruto said as he charged again, this time jumping and spinning with both swords extended at his sides while going after Gozu. He was blocked, but when he came back around, it was followed by 2 feet to the chest, sending him flying into a tree. Meanwhile, Sasuke attacked Meizu with a kunai that was blocked by one of his own. Sasuke went through some hand seals and started with his favorite jutsu. Keton, Grand Fireball Jutsu. He yelled as the giant ball of fire hit Meizu dead on. When the jutsu stopped, he looked to see Meizu turn into water. He then paused, trying to sense the chakra of his opponent, when he then heard a voice. Sasuke, duck. He did as he was told. As soon as he hit the ground, ninja wire snapped on Meizu standing behind, using a shushin, sending him flying into the tree that his brother had just hit, wrapping both of them in it. All four of them turned to see who shot the wire. Naruto already knew who it was, but Sakura was ecstatic when she saw Kakashi walk from behind a tree. Kakashi-sensei. But how? I thought you were dead. Well, that's an easy one, Sakura. It's called a substitution, the silver-haired jounin said as his student looked at him with a sheepish grin. Tsunade, on the other hand, was pissed that he had hid and left his safety up to some inexperienced kids. Wait a minute, so you could have taken them out by yourself and instead you let the kids try out their strength? What the fuck did you do that for? Simple, Tsunade. There are two reasons that I did that. One was, as you said, to see where my students were when it came to actual combat practice is one thing, but I needed to see how they would react in real-life situations, and they did pretty good, I might say. The second reason I did that is I wanted to see who their target was. Kiri Ninja in Fire Country isn't normal, and I got my answer, so you and I need to have a talk. Tsunade gulped at hearing Kakashi say that he knew he was in trouble now. How the fuck did you know that we were gonna attack you? Gozu said, mad that his ambush was spotted so easily. Kakashi was about to answer when Naruto did it for him. Are you fucking kidding me? That shitty-ass excuse of an ambush? Tip, when it hasn't rained in days and it's a clear sunny day outside, don't hide as a fucking puddle in the middle of the road. It's just a tad bit obvious, but that's just me. How could I have been so blind not to notice something like that, and the dope did? This just isn't fair. How is he so strong? Sasuke thought as he remembered seeing the puddle. Maybe Naruto is stronger than he actually lets on to be? He did realize the ambush and beat that other guy while Sasuke-kun needed help. Sakura thought before inner Sakura jumped in. What the hell is wrong with you? Sasuke-kun is the greatest and he's much better than Naruto Baka. You're right, I just had a lapse in judgment. Tsunade, you and I need to talk about this. Naruto, would you mind getting the answers that we need? Kakashi said, looking at Tsunade with a glare that sent chills down the man's spine. Kakashi-sensei, why would you let Naruto Baka interrogate them like he can get any answers? The pink-haired banshee yelled, now back to her normal self. You should let Sasuke-kun do it. I know he could make them talk. Well, Sakura, since I got my interrogation techniques from Minato-sensei, and he got his from Jiraiya-sama, who's raised Naruto his whole life, he already knows how I like to work and has the knowledge of proven tactics. So Naruto, if you please, make it fast. I still want to make our boat today. Kakashi said as I smiled at his otuto. Gotcha, Naruto said as we walked over to Meizu, then turned to his teammates and then spoke. Watch and learn, he said with a devious smile. He then freed his arm that didn't have a gauntlet and twisted it into a painful position and jerked. When he screamed in pain, he pulled out a kunai and jammed it into his now open palm, pinning it to the tree. Talk, bitch. Who sent you after the old man, and is there anyone else we need to worry about? Sakura stared in complete shock that Naruto could turn that violent so quickly, while the Uchiha just looked the other way at Kakashi and Tsunade, occasionally looking at the blonde to take mental notes, not wanting to admit that he, the last Uchiha, had to learn something from the dobe. After about 10 minutes of Tsunade confessing everything to Kakashi about why he lied about the rank of the mission, he then turned to his students to find out what they learnt from the interrogation. So what did you find out? Since that old drunk told you everything, I guess you already know about Gato? Kakashi nodded. Good, well, besides some low-level bandits that should be easy to take care, he does have one big problem that you're gonna have to take care of. His insurance policy to make sure that he dies is Momochi Zabuza. Naruto said, closing his eyes and shaking his head at that last part. Fuck me, Kakashi thought before he spoke. Well, this mission is now higher than we expected, so we're just gonna have to turn around and head back home so that we can inform the Hokage and send a more experienced team here to deal with this. Sakura looked relieved that they were going to turn around, knowing that they would have to fight more dangerous missing ninja, until she heard Naruto jump in, disagreeing with the decision. Hell no. We're almost to the boat now and it's just one nuke Nin that we have to worry about. Look at this way, the Chunin exams are coming up and this would be a good way to test our skills to see if we're ready. I know the team doesn't want to turn around and if we stop them then we can get the bounty and higher pay. Besides we can just send word for another team assist us. Hearing about the Chunin exams and higher pay was all it took for Sasuke to want to continue the mission. I hate to say this, but I'm with the dobe. Well, Sakura, what do you say? Your teammates want to continue the mission, but if you don't feel like you're up to this, we can still go home. Kakashi said, looking at the pink-haired girl. Sakura looked at both her teammates trying to decide what she wanted to do. I don't know if they're more ninja that are stronger than them and we're not strong enough to take them down. We should just go home, this too much for us. She thought and was about to tell her sensei to go turn around before inner Sakura came back. What the hell is wrong with you? If we turn around now, Sasuke-kun will think that we're weak and he will never forgive us for taking this away from him. I don't know about you, but I'm not willing to give up the chance to be Mrs. Sakura Uchiha because we're scared. And the Baka did say we can send for help. She sighed after that quick statement, then looked at Sasuke. No, Kakashi-sensei, I think I'm ready for this. But I do think we should send for help. She looked at Sasuke again and he gave her the closest thing she's ever gotten to a smile. I told you. Mrs. Sakura Uchiha, here I come. Kakashi looked at her then sighed. Well, I'll just send for the ANBU to come pick these two up and get another team on the way. He then went through a few hand seals and said, summoning jutsu. With that a cloud of smoke appeared, and once it disappeared there stood a little brown pug with a lazy look on his face. Nice to see you again, Pakin. Same to you, Kakashi. So you need me for? I need you to go back to the village and tell the Hokage to send an ANBU squad here to pick up the Demon Brothers, and that our mission has been upgraded and request backup. He then petted the dog and gave him a doggy treat before he took off. Well, now that that's taken care of, let's move out. A few hours later, they were on a boat headed into Wave. Moving silently through the thick fog, the bridge slowly came into view. The three genin were amazed at how big it was. It was by far the largest bridge they had ever heard of. Hey old man, how come you need us anyway if all you're doing is building a bridge? The blonde asked, since he still didn't have all the information and was confused on that part. Gato, I'm sure you heard of his businesses before, right? Everyone nodded. Well, all that is just a cover-up for what he really does. He sells drugs and weapons using bandits and ninja to enforce his law over every port that he takes over. It was about 1 year ago that he set his sights on the land of waves. In an island nation, he who controls the seas controls everything. When he came here, he took out all of his competition, easily wiping out our infrastructure. Anyone who was brave enough to stand in his way simply disappeared. The thing that he fears the most is the bridge, because when it is complete it would take away his control of our land and can give us our lives back. So you knew that we were walking into this? So then why the hell didn't you tell us this when you got the mission? Now not only is there one of the 7 swordsmen of the mist here, but countless others too. Sakura said, trying her best not to yell. Tazuna. Just Zabuza didn't have me that worried, but now you're talking about facing a large army. I think we might have to turn around when we drop you off. Kakashi said, lowly, thinking about what he might have to face. My country is very poor, even our nobles have next to nothing. The common people building our bridge are doing it for hope. So if you choose to drop me off and turn around after this, they will assassinate before I make it home. But don't worry about me, of course my innocent little grandson will cry, Granddad. I miss my granddad, he said in a mock kid's voice. Seeing that the guilt trip was starting to work, he continued. Oh, and my daughter will denounce the ninja of the Hidden Leaf Village, blaming them for abandoning her father and forcing her to live her life in sorrow. It was safe to say that they all felt like shit for even thinking of leaving him now. Well, old man, I guess you're in luck that you have Uzumaki Naruto, the Leaf's one-man army. Well, I guess we have no choice but to continue on with the mission, Kakashi said. Thank you, I'm so very grateful, he said as he turned to the man rowing the boat with a smug smile and winked, thinking, I win. As they were walking towards Tazuna's house, Sasuke and Naruto kept quickening their pace, trying to take the lead. There's no way I'm going to let the dobe outshine me again, Sasuke thought as they continued to walk. After about 5 minutes, Naruto grew tired of the little game and let him continue on with the lead. Around an hour into the walk, Naruto made a slow move for his kunai and threw it in the bushes, effectively stopping everyone in their tracks. They all paused, waiting for something to happen. When nothing happened, Sakura steeled herself to look good in front of Sasuke and walked over to see what was in the bushes. When she saw a white rabbit, she picked it up and started yelling. "Naruto, you baka! Look what you did to this rabbit. You scared it half to death. You little runt will stop trying to be so big and bad and stop scaring the shit out of me," Tsunade yelled after seeing the rabbit. "That's a snow rabbit. The only thing is that the fur is the wrong color for this time of year. That means this rabbit was raised indoors away from the light. That means it must be used for a substitution." Kakashi thought now, starting to look around, having a bad feeling about that. So they're already here. While he was being yelled at, Naruto thought that the fur color was weird too and started looking at his Inai-san. What the hell is he thinking about? Closing his eyes to concentrate, he felt a slight chakra that wasn't from his team. His eyes narrowed and he started to focus again, putting his hand at his kunai again. Seeing this, Sasuke looked at Kakashi to see him looking around too. He immediately started to look around, wondering what could startle both of them, and didn't want to be the one caught off guard. Sitting in a tree, Zabuza grabbed the hilt of his Zanbatsu. So that's why the demon brothers failed. Going up against the Leaf's copy ninja Kakashi is a little too much for those two. Hearing the air whistle, Kakashi yelled to everyone, "Get down!" Naruto grabbing Tsunade and Sasuke Sakura, they all dove to the ground. The Zanbatsu traveled until it hit a tree, digging in half. A man appeared standing on the hilt. He was wearing camouflage leggings and arm covers, striped pants with no shirt, and had his mouth wrapped up to cover his face with his Kiri Heidi 8 to the side. "I was wondering how long it was going to take for you to show up, Zabuza. You should really train your help better. They let a genin tell us that they were working for you. You three stand back and guard Tsunade. This is going to get fun." Yep, all ninja are crazy. A man with a sword that big and he thinks this is fun. Tsunade thought again. "You're right, this could get fun. Sharingan, Kakashi. Did I get that right?" Zabuza said, looking down at the team, but all his focus on the jounin. "This can be avoided though, just hand over the old man, and I'll let you and your genin live." Kakashi smirked as he pulled up his Heidi 8, revealing his Sharingan. "Well, I'm ready. Aren't I lucky I get to see the Sharingan in action? As for you, jounin in the assassination unit in the mist have a standing order to destroy you on sight. In our bingo book, it called you the man who copied over 1,000 jutsu. What? Is Kakashi-sensei such a famous ninja?" Sakura thought now, finally hearing the exploits of the constantly tardy ninja. The Sharingan is a very rare jujitsu that only occurs in certain members of the Uchiha clan. Can he be a... Sasuke thought. "Looks like your reputation precedes you, sensei?" Naruto said, smirking. "Yes, now I finally get to see Inai-san in action. Enough talking. I need to execute the old man now," Zabuza said before the genin surrounded Tsunade. "So I'll have to get rid of you first, Kakashi? This will be something good to add underneath my name in the bingo books." He quickly pulled his Zanbatsu out of the tree and shot over to the water and started to build up his chakra. "Kirigakure no jutsu," Zabuza said as a thick fog started to develop until the others could barely see. "Where is he? Who is he?" Sakura asked. Zabuza Momochi was the leader of the assassination corps in Kiri. He's the master of the silent death, which is just like it sounds. It comes in an instant with no warning of any kind. They say it happens so fast that you're dead before you even realize that it happened. My Sharingan can't completely stop it, so don't lower your guard," Kakashi said, making Sakura nervous as hell. "Well, if we fail, we only lose our lives," he said in his normal lazy tone of voice. "How could you say something like that, sensei?" Sakura scolded. "Simple, that's what happens when you take this job. You succeed, you live, you fail, you die. Didn't anyone tell you that, Sakura?" Naruto said in a sarcastic voice. As the mist got thicker and thicker, Kakashi disappeared from sight of the other four, and only made their nerves worse when they heard Zabuza's voice. 8 points. Spine, lungs, liver, jugular, clavicle, brain, kidneys, and heart. Now which one do I decide to go for? Zabuza said, shocking everyone but Kakashi. Kakashi put his hands in the ram's seal, flaring his chakra, causing some of the mist to clear, and also letting a lot of his Ki roll of him in all directions. How much Ki he was giving off started to paralyze Sasuke, Sakura, and Tsunade. "I feel like I can't breathe. One small breathe, one blink of the eye is all it takes to draw his attack. It's suffocating. Feels like I'm gonna go crazy." The power of two jounin waiting to attack. I've never felt something so chilling, it feels like they're choking the life out of me. Sasuke thought. What's the matter, team? Is the little baby scared? This is when the fun starts to happen. Naruto said, chuckling a little bit. His voice was different. It was something that Sasuke and Sakura haven't heard him talk like before. But Tsunade had. That's how he talked to me when we first met. Yet his teammates are looking at him like he's crazy. That kid might just be as good as they say he is. Tsunade thought. Sasuke, calm down, I'll protect you with my life, all of you. I will not allow my comrades to die, trust me. Kakashi said that last part as he turned, and I smiled at them. I wouldn't be so sure, Zabuza said as he appeared behind them, Zanbatsu at the back of Tsunade's neck. It's over. Naruto flashed through hand seals, remembering that Kiri ninja specialize in Suetun jutsus. Futon air bullet. He yelled as he sent a speeding pulse of air right through Zabuza, ripping through the ground. When the bullet hit Zabuza, he just turned into a puddle of water. Shit. Mizubushin. Everyone stay alert. Good job anyways, Naruto, Kakashi said. Sensei behind you, Naruto yelled as Zabuza took a swing, cutting Kakashi in half. He was shocked though to Kakashi turn into water himself. Mizubushin. I can't believe in through the mist he was able to still copy me, Zabuza thought before he felt a kunai at his neck. Don't move. Now it's over. You're finished, Kakashi said. This caused his team to smile at how great their sensei did. Zabuza started to chuckle when he heard Kakashi say that. Finished, your style is a mere imitation. I'll never be defeated by a copycat ninja like you. He chuckled again. I will applaud you though. To copy my Mizubushin while making that speech of yours was a nice trick. Very skillfully executed. You had your clone give that speech, while you hid in the mist waiting for me to make my move. Nice try, but I'm not that easy to fool, he said as he appeared behind Kakashi, making him go wide-eyed. He then took an upward side swipe at him, swinging all the way around, driving the Zanbatsu in the dirt. Kakashi ducked under the swipe, but was too slow to see Zabuza switch hands, using the hilt for leverage, kicking him in the face, sending him flying toward the water. Now, he said as he picked up his Zanbatsu, charging at Kakashi, but suddenly stopped after a few steps. Caltrips, trying to slow me down. Foolish. He then turned around and did a backflip over them. Sensei, Sakura yelled as Kakashi went head first into the water. I can't believe he got kick in the air like that. His physical skills are great too, Sasuke said as he watched what happened. As Kakashi pulled himself as he noticed something different. This isn't normal water, it's too dense. Fool. Suetun. Water prison jutsu, Zabuza said as a bubble of water surrounded him. Note to self. Escaping into the water when fighting a Kiri ninja, not a good idea, Kakashi thought as he tried to figure a way out. This prison may be made out of water, but it's stronger than steel. It's hard to fight when you can't move. So much for the great Kakashi. I'll finish you off later. But first your genin are gonna have to go. Suetun. Mizubushin jutsu. You think putting on a headband makes you a ninja? Once you've stared death in the face enough times, then maybe you can call yourself a ninja. When you've killed enough people to get yourself into my bingo book, then you might have earned the title, but to call fresh out the gate weaklings like yourself ninja is an insult, he said as the mist covered the field again and another Mizubushin rose out of the water. Before they could blink, Naruto caught a knee to the face and flew back. His Heidi 8 flew off after the blow and he stepped on it. Naruto, Sakura yelled. Listen to me. Run away, his clone can't go that far from his body, so run, Kakashi yelled at his students. Sasuke charged Zabuza, throwing shuriken at him, which was blocked with ease. He then jumped, attempting to come down on him with two hands. Too easy, Zabuza said as he grabbed Sasuke by the throat and threw him back. Fuck that, Naruto said as he bounced back to his feet. Futon, great barrier, he said as he started to spin, dispelling the mist. He then took out his swords and charged, dragging them in the dirt. Naruto, what are you doing? We're only genin, you can't beat a jounin, Sakura yelled at him. Zabuza took side swipe at him, trying to cut him in half, but was blocked by both swords. The sheer force swung him all the way to Zabuza's back since he used chakra in his feet to stay grounded. He then used them both to take a swipe at his lower back. Zabuza jumped behind him, kicking him in the back of the head, sending him right back to his team. What did you that for? Even Sasuke-kun couldn't hit him. Sakura scolded him. Naruto started to chuckle as he jammed his swords into the ground floor leverage. Had to get this back first, as he held up his Heidi 8, tying it back on his head. He then took out the scroll attached to his hip, unsealed it, applied some chakra, and out popped a demon wind shuriken. He shoved that on the side of his pants, put the scroll back, and picked up his swords. See, like I said, when the fun starts, Naruto said as he wiped the blood from his mouth. Hey team, I got a plan. So you're finally starting to think about teamwork, Hadobe? No, I already thought about it. I just wanted to see how my kenjutsu skills were compared to him. I thought I could at least get 5 swings in. After telling him the plan, he looked back at the Mizubushin and smirked. Ready? Let's take this water bitch down. What are you doing? I told your asses to run. This fight ended when I got caught. Remember the mission, protect Tsunade. Kakashi yelled at his students again. Why, so you could end up like Obito? Not gonna happen, sensei. Kakashi put his head down after hearing about his dead teammate. Those that follow the rules are trash, but those that would abandon a comrade are worse than trash. Still playing your little game pretending to be ninja? When I was your age, I had already killed multiple times. The demon of the mist, Kakashi said in a soft voice. Ha ha ha. So I was in your bingo book too. Long ago in Kiri, before a student could become a ninja, there was one final test. Do you know about the graduation exam? What graduation exam? Zabuza chuckled at the question. What's the big deal, we had graduation exams too, Sakura said. Zabuza continued to laugh. Did you have to murder the other students to pass? Saying that, eared gasp from the other 4. Imagine young ninja like you eating and training together, sharing the same dreams. And then comes the final exam, only the rules changed. You couldn't stop until you destroyed your opponent. He was your friend. Now it's either him or you. Holding her hand to her mouth, shaking, Sakura said. That's so cruel. 10 years ago, Kiri graduation exam changed. 1 year before he would graduate, one child filled the school with terror. Kakashi said. What do you mean terror? What kind of change, sensei? Without pause or change, a young boy, who wasn't even a ninja, approached a class and killed over 100 other students. Zabuza lifted his head back with his eyes closed and inhaled slowly. It felt so good. He yelled before driving a knee into Sasuke's chest, then an elbow in his gut. He then stepped on him and grinded his foot in his chest. You're nothing. Stop right there. Kagebushin no jutsu. Naruto yelled as 20 Kagebushins appeared. Oh, Kagebushins, and you seem to make a decent number of them too, Zabuza said as he grabbed the hilt of his Zanbatsu. All the Kagebushins then jumped on, holding kunai Zabuza, who then threw all of them off of him. His skill is too much, they're just not strong enough, Tsunade said, watching in horror. My ass, I'm not done yet, team catch, Naruto yelled as he threw the demon wind shuriken at him. Sasuke jumped to catch the shuriken, then opened it up. Demon wind shuriken, windmill of shadows, Sasuke said. Sakura nearly had an orgasm watching her Sasuke-kun. He then jumped and flipped, throwing it at the Mizubushin. Or so he thought, as it went right past the Mizubushin and headed for the real Zabuza. He caught the shuriken with ease, but he didn't see the shadow shuriken under it that came back at him right on target. He then jumped over the second one, shocking Sakura and Tsunade. That stupid trick won't work against me, Zabuza said. The shuriken then dispelled, showing it was Naruto in a henge, still flying backwards. He flashed through hand seals, firing off a jutsu. Raitun. Lighting dragon missile. The dragon roared as it came right at him, ramming him in the chest, sending him flying through the trees, releasing Kakashi. Told you I'd make you my bitch. As soon as Zabuza had struggled to stand back up, Kakashi hit him with 4 kunai as he jumped up on a tree branch above him. You're finished, Zabuza. When Kakashi turned to look back at him, he saw 2 senbon headed right for Zabuza that struck him right in the neck, further shocking everyone. When Kakashi looked up to masked ninja with the Kiri symbol on it. I take from your mask that you're a Hunter Nin from Kiri. Yes, I am, and I would like to thank you and your team. I've been tracking Zabuza for a long time, waiting for my chance to finally kill him, the masked ninja said. From his size and voice I'd say he's the same age as my team, but he's an elite assassin. Well, I'm glad that we could get the hard part out of the way for you, Kakashi said. I'm sorry for your troubles, but do not worry, I will handle the remains, and once again I thank you. With said, the masked ninja picked up his body and disappeared in a swirl of leaves. Alright everyone, now that that's over with, let's move out. Kakashi covered his Sharingan, took 2 steps, then fell over. Kakashi-sensei, what's wrong? Sakura said as they all ran to go see what was wrong with him. I think he's just suffering from chakra exhaustion, we just need to get him somewhere he can rest. Tazuna, how much further till we get to your house? I'd say we're about 3 miles away. That's not too bad, I'll carry him from here. With that said, Naruto hoisted his sensei on his back and walked the rest of the way. When they arrived at Tazuna's house, they were greeted by daughter Tsunami. She was happy to see her father, and when she saw a ninja being carried, she immediately showed them to one of the guest rooms. When they had Kakashi settled in, she made everyone dinner and they turned in for the night. Back in Hokage Tower, Teams 8 and 10 were standing in front of their leader after finishing up their D ranks for the day. Well, you 6 seem to be progressing quite nicely and good job on the last mission, Sandaime said. But we're still behind Naruto-kun's team. Ino mumbled under her breath but was still picked up by the keen hearing of the Inuzuka. Don't get my team confused with yours, Blondie, 'cause there's no way that a team with that dobe is better than us. Really, dog breath? Then why is Team 7 on a C rank mission right now while you just finished another D rank chore? She replied with a smirk on her face, enjoying the look on the Inuzuka's face as it contorted in disbelief. The idea that Team 7 was doing better than him left Kiba with only one retort. Bullshit. Troublesome, but she's right, Kiba. Naruto told us right before he left. Shikamaru said, trying to get this yelling match over so he could go cloud watching. I still don't believe it. Well, Kiba, looks like you won't have to wait that long, 'cause Pakin is outside the window, Hokage-sama, Asuma said, drawing everyone's attention to the little pug outside the window. After letting the dog in, the Hokage asked him to report. I have 2 requests of you, Hokage-sama. The first is that you send an Umbu squad to pick up the demon brothers about 40 kilometers out. The second is due to unforeseen complications, backup has been requested. We'll go, Hokage-sama. The dual voices of Hinata and Ino chimed in immediately, causing both girls to glare at each other. That little bitch is trying to steal my man while I'm not even there. I guess the Hyuga aren't as noble as they like people to think. Ino fumed inside her, said. If I could get this mission, that would give me plenty of time to show Naruto-kun that I am a much better choice than Hat Tramp. Hinata thought, looking at the Hokage with pleading eyes. While the Sandaime was thinking about which team to send, there was a poof of white smoke on his desk that drew everyone's attention. Gamikichi, what are you doing here? Okami, please tell me Naruto-kun's okay. The Yamanaka said, seeing her boyfriend's favorite summon at the same time as his sensei's. Oh hey Ino. Don't worry about the boss, he's fine, I'm just here to update the old man on the situation. The Hokage gave the small toad summon a look that said continue. It's confirmed that they will be facing Momochi Zabuza. They already had an encounter with him. Kakashi is suffering from severe chakra exhaustion but should be good to go by the end of the week. He also has an accomplice that helped him get away, and Zabuza should be in the same boat as Kakabaka. The Sandaime leaned in his chair and took a deep inhale of his tobacco before looking at both summonses. I have 2 teams willing to go, so, since you have more current information, which team do you think will help them out the most? The Toad and Pug discussed with each other quietly on what they thought would be best. After about 5 minutes they had made their decision. Old man, we suggest that Asuma's team goes. Even though the Baiwakugan would be helpful in the way that Zabuza fights the Sharingan can see through it already, and if the Uchiha unlocks his, then that's even better. Not to mention that his sheer wind manipulation would tip the scales in our favor, and he could help the boss out with his wind chakra training, Kichi said. The professor smiled at the small toad. Very good reasoning, Kichi, your father will be proud of you, and after hearing your reasons I will agree with you. Team 10, go and pack your supplies for a C-rank backup mission. You'll be leaving in an hour. Remember, the safety of your comrades is in your hands. Both teams are dismissed. As both teams left, Hiruzen didn't fail to notice the glare that was sent to the Yamanaka heiress, who left with a smirk on her face. I can't wait to tell Jiraiya that his godson has the Hyuga heiress trying to steal him away from his current girlfriend. I guess this will be good for the boy for when I tell the village about his lineage. The boy's not ready for those kinds of fangirls. An evil smile crept onto the old man's face at the idea of Naruto running away from all those women. Then he felt sorry for the ones that will have to deal with Hurricane Yamanaka. She would definitely have Kushina's approval. Outside of the office. Bullshit again. And who the hell does that frog think he is to suggest that we stay home? A livid Kiba ranted about having to wait longer for a real mission. Kichi is a toad flea bag. Along with being Naruto-kun's favorite summon, he's also the son of Gamabunta, the boss summon of the toads, which if I remember right was also the same summoning contract as Jiraiya-sama and Yandame-sama. Now if you would excuse me, I have to go make sure that My Naruto-kun is okay. The platinum blonde bragged, watching the shocked look on Kiba's face and the rage building in Hinata as she turned and headed for her house to get her supplies. Asuma, is Naruto really that strong? Kurenai asked before he left. Kurenai, I've known Naruto for half his life, and one thing I learned about him is that he's like Jiraiya-sama in the way that he has mastered the art of making others underestimate him. When in all honesty I think Naruto was at Genin level when he was 10. My bet is that the kid is more like a high Chunin right now. Then again, the only people who would know that are my dad, Kakashi, and Jiraiya-sama. With that said, he disappeared in a gust of wind and leaves. Well, Kiba, if it is true that Naruto is that strong, then it would be wise to use this time to train. Shino spoke up as he turned to leave along with his other teammates. Now he wants to speak up to defend me, the young Inuzuka said before he also went home. Back in Wave. I think I overdid it with my Sharingan, Kakashi said as he woke up. Waking up, huh? Tsunami asked as she came to check in on Kakashi. Yeah. But I think it'll be another week before I can move normally again. He sighed as he strained to sit up. You would heal a lot faster if you just lay down instead trying to move, she said in a tone that only a mother would have. Right? He said as he lay back down. Shortly after that, his team came in to check on him. They were happy to see their sensei up finally. Listen, sensei, I know your Sharingan is powerful, but if it puts that much strain on your body, maybe it isn't worth it, Sakura said as she knelt down next to him. She got pissed off when she heard a snicker coming from Naruto's direction. And just what are you making sounds for over there, Naruto? Why would you use something like that if it leaves you like this? Let me ask you one question, Sakura. Would you rather be dead or in bed for a week? It didn't take long for the answer to appear on her face. Thought so. Sometimes you have to do something that you rather not do, but it's better than what can happen. Sakura looked down, realizing why he did it, then asked another question. Sensei, what about that guy in the mask? He is an elite Hunter Nin, part of the ANBU Black Ops. Their job is to destroy all traces of the body of Rouge Ninja. Inside of a ninja's body are secrets that if captured, such as ninjutsu and jinjutsu, that if captured by an enemy village can be found out and used against themselves. Elsewhere in the forest, the masked ninja had Zabuza laid down and unrolled a medical kit. She was getting ready to drain blood out of his system when his hand shot up and caught her hand. That's enough, I'll do it myself, Zabuza said as he moved his bandages down as he prepared to work on himself. So I see that you're back from the dead finally, the masked ninja said. Haku, you're brutal, you know that, he said while pulling the senbon out of his neck. You're the one who's brutal, Zabuza-sama. If you keep pulling them out like that, you really are gonna die, the masked ninja, now known as Haku, said, as she watched Zabuza violently yanked the senbon needles out of his neck. So how long do you plan to wear that fake mask? Take that shit off. Well, it did serve its purpose in fooling those other shinobi. If I wouldn't have shown up wearing it, you would be dead now. You know, I don't mind getting put into an induced coma, but not when you hit me in the pressure points in the neck. You're as cruel as ever, and I think you like that too. Well, I wouldn't want to mark up that flawless body of yours, then you would just complain even more. Besides, the neck is more efficient shot, there's no layer of muscle to get in the way. And don't bother moving, you'll be numb for a week. Back at Tezuna's house. I want you all to think about something. From what you know about Tracker Ninja, what doesn't make sense about what happened to Zabuza? Kakashi asked. I don't know, sensei, everything seems to make sense to me, Sakura said. I'm with her. He came in then Oh shit. Zabuza's still alive, isn't he? Naruto said, causing some to go wide-eyed at that revelation. What do you mean, Naruto? We saw him get killed. Sakura said, hoping that he was playing a cruel joke. I mean that if he was a real Hunter Nin, he would have destroyed the body right there and not take off. He was there as his backup plan. If we would have ran like Sensei told us to at first, he would have took us down and finished the job, leaving Sensei trapped with Zabuza. Since we stayed, he made sure that he didn't die instead. Naruto said. But Kakashi-sensei, you checked him yourself and said that his heart stopped. Sakura said, holding her hands up to her face, now shaking. I thought it did stop, but that was just to simulate death so we would leave him alone. Moreover, the Hunter Nin just slowed it down. Looks like we're gonna have to have some more training. Hold on, sensei, you could barely beat him. What makes you think some quick training session is gonna make a difference? The pink-haired girl was yelling now. Sakura, the only reason that we were able to beat Zabuza is because we worked together as a team, so even if you get a little bit stronger, it gives the advantage just in numbers. Oh, and Naruto, I won't tell Jiraiya-sama this time. Thanks, things are gonna go a whole lot better next time, Naruto said with his trademark fox grin. No, they're not. Things are never gonna get better. A little kid who came from behind them said. Who are you? Naruto yelled, pointing at the kid. Inari, how are you doing? Tazuna said, spreading his arms wide. Welcome back, Grandpa. Inari, that was very rude. If it wasn't for these ninja, then your grandfather would not be here right now. Tsunami yelled at the boy. Mom, don't you see these people are gonna die? Gato and his men are come and wipe them out. Inari said to his mother, sounding like he was on the verge of tears. Naruto immediately fell on the ground, holding his sides, laughing at the boy's statement. Everyone except for Kakashi was looking at him like he had just grown a second head. Just what's so funny, Naruto, you didn't do that good against Zabuza yourself, baka. Sakura yelled at the blonde. First off, he said a midget was gonna kill me. If you've ever trained with Pervy Sage or Bachan, a midget and his henchmen won't worry you. Second, I didn't see you pull off any A-rank jutsus back there. Third, I know Kakashi-sensei hasn't had a good fight in a long time and was actually happy to do some real ninja work for a change. Everyone turned to look at Kakashi, who just shrugged, and I smiled at them. There's nobody that strong, you're just full of stupid ideas. If you want to stay alive, you should just go back to where you came from, Inari said, walking out of the room. Before Inari could make it out of the room, there was a puff of smoke that appeared in the room, causing him to turn around to spot a small yellow toad. Tatsu, what are you doing here, and where the hell is Kichi at? Naruto politely asked the small toad. The Hokage gave him some toffee. Oh. Well, did he at least give you the info? The toad shook his head in the affirmative, then stuck his tongue out, in which the blonde tossed him a piece of caramel. ANBU has picked up the other two and Team 10 is on the way for the backup. Oh yeah, the dog is leading them here. He finished and started to jump for joy when he saw the big bag of candy come out of Naruto's pouch. Good job, Tatsu. Tell your brother this was for him, but since he didn't complete the mission, you can keep it. The young toad jumped up and grabbed the bag with his tongue and was gone just as fast as he came. Yes. I haven't trained with Asuma-sensei in years. I wonder if he's got any cool futon jutsus for me. The blonde was nearly bouncing off the walls, and the smile on his face looked like it was about to break through. When did you ever train with Team 10 Sensei Baka? You weren't even in the village growing up. The pinkette said, as this had to be made up just so he could try and outdo Sasuke in front of people. Well, forehead, right before my 8th birthday is when I found out that I was a wind type, and Asuma-sensei is the only well-known and I think only wind type in Hai no Kuni, so we went to go see him at the daimyo's castle. Why would you go see Konoha's only wind user at the daimyo's castle, Dobe? Sasuke came into the conversation, knowing Team 10 Sensei was a nobody. Well, that's because I was part of the daimyo's personal guard as one of the 12 ninja guardians. Being the Hokage's son sometimes doesn't look bad on your resume, Asuma said as he walked into the room with Tazuna and his team behind him. Before Naruto could greet any of his friends, he was knocked to the ground by a purple and blonde blur. Naruto-kun, thank Kami, you're alright. I was so worried about you when Kichi showed up, Ino said in between kisses. That is until Sakura cleared her throat. Geez, pig, I didn't know you were that desperate that you would go to that baka. I'm sorry forehead if I actually like having my affections returned back to me instead of a cold fish all the time. All that means is that you get to see him one last time before he dies, Inari said as he was about to leave the room. Listen here you little shit, if I hear you say that Naruto-kun is gonna die, I swear you'll be eating out of a straw for the next month. Got it, Ino remarked as the boy hurried out of the room. As much fun as this is, can you all leave and give me and Kakashi some time to talk? Or when we get home, I'll make sure you find out what the flames of youth is all about, Asuma said, which made Naruto and Choji go wide-eye in horror. Flashback. Naruto and Choji were leaving Ichiraku's after an all-you-can-eat session. Both boys saw a Jounin and Genin carrying boulders down the middle of the street. Both boys just stared until the two shinobi were close enough to hear them. Yashgai-sensei, if I cannot carry this boulder around the village 20 times, then I will take on all Tora missions for the next 2 weeks. The green spandex wearing Genin yelled, making every shinobi in hearing distance go pale thinking about the demon cat. Yash Lee, and if I cannot push you to complete this task, then I will walk to Suna and back on my hands. Lee. Guy-sensei. Lee. Guy-sensei. Lee. Guy-sensei. Lee. Guy-sensei. Both shinobi were crying and hugging once they started yelling each other's name. A genjutsu appeared of a beach with crashing waves and a heart over their heads. Both boys put their hands into the ram seal, gathered their chakra, and in unison said, Kai, but nothing happened. What the hell's going on, Choji? It won't break, Naruto yelled as he kept trying. Make it stop, Naruto. Make it stop, please. I'm trying, damn it. But it won't stop. Fuck it, run, Choji, this is too much for me. Both boys just turned and ran as fast as they could. End flashback. Okay, sensei, no need to be so cruel, we're leaving, Choji said, pushing everyone out of the room. Naruto glared at Asuma as he backed out of the room. Threats like that won't be taken lightly, sensei. You do realize you're screwed, right? Kakashi said with his face already in his favorite book. I'm gonna need a smoke after this. Chapter 7. Wave Part 2. Zabuza's Hideout. Haku was watching over Zabuza when the door and in came a short man with an afro mullet wearing a suit and sunglasses. Some Jounin, the unbeatable ninja, just got beat. Limping back home like some pathetic has-been. Demon of the mist, my ass, more like coward of the mist, Gato said, standing behind his two bodyguards. Haku stood up, making the guards reach for their swords ready for an attack. Hold on a minute. Let's hear what you have to say about this fuck up, and don't play with me, I know you can talk. He then reached for Zabuza's bandages only for his wrist to get caught in Haku's death grip. Keep your filthy hands off of him, she said as the grip tightened. Hey, let go. You're gonna break it, Gato said as he struggled to get free. His two guards started to draw their swords but were in shock that in a blink of an eye Haku had control of their arms, pointing the swords at each other. That's impossible, they both thought. Don't push me, I'm in a really foul mood right now, Haku said. One chance, that's all you got. If you fail me this time, you'll defiantly pay the price, Gato said before he turned to leave. Haku, you know that wasn't necessary, Zabuza said as he still had his grip on a kunai underneath the blanket. I know that, Zabuza-sama, but I didn't want to take the chance. It's too early for us to be making a lot of noise like that. If you were to kill that little fuck now, it would bring the mist after us and they would be to close on our tails at that point and have to start all over. The Forest by Tezuna's house. Asuma had all 6 genin out in the forest, getting them ready for some training. Alright kids, today we're gonna have a split chakra control training session. Team 7 Kakashi wants you to learn the tree climbing exercise. Since my team just finished that one, we'll be over at the beach. Excuse me, Asuma-sensei, but how is climbing a tree gonna help us out with our chakra control? Sakura said, not seeing the point in this exercise. That's an easy one, Sakura, this will help because you won't be using your hands. Asuma then looked at Ino. Ino, would you mind showing them what this is supposed to look like? No problem, sensei, she said as she walked over to a tree and without even stopping continued to walk up the tree until she was hanging upside down on one of the higher branches. Great job, Ino-chan. Thank you, Naruto-kun. Alright, Sasuke and Sakura, this is what you two will be working on. Asuma said as he was getting ready to tell what everyone else would be doing. How come Naruto isn't gonna be doing this with us? Sakura started to complain. Isn't it obvious, Sakura? He already knows how to do this, so why bother wasting his time? Sasuke said with an annoyed look on his face. One, because here was another thing that the blonde could do, and because Sakura's continuous denial of said blonde. As I was saying, my team, you'll be doing water walking today down at the beach, and Naruto, you'll be with me going over some wind manipulation. Kakashi said he had a chakra control exercise that Jiraiya-sama wants you to do. He said you need to complete it if you want that jutsu. He finished as he gauged the blonde's excitement over the news. Really, sensei, he said that. Alright then, let's get a move on then. He said, looking like he was about ready to explode. Hold on there, Gaki. Leave a Kagebushin with them, so he can give them tips. We don't need any tips from him, so he can do whatever he wants to. Sakura so politely replied back. Fine by me if you don't want the help, but I still want to see if where you two are at before I leave, so that's what you got. Asuma shook his head at the pink-haired girl's bold claim. As said, both charged up their feet and ran straight for a tree. Naruto watched both his teammates climb. Sasuke got about halfway up, whereas Sakura made it all the way up. Well, that explains the control issue, Asuma said in a low tone. She should do push-ups on the tree to help her build her reserves, sensei, Naruto said in an equally low tone. Well, would you look at that, seems there's something Sakura's better than Sasuke in. Shikamaru chuckled to himself, and even more when he saw the glare focused on him. That doesn't mean that she's better, Shika, it just means that she's lazy. Remember that kunoichi naturally have lower reserves than men, so they have to work harder to build up their reserves. And since Sakura has always had near-perfect chakra control, means that she doesn't do anything to build them up. Let's face it, that's the reason Kakashi and Isen. Oops. Everyone froze when they heard Naruto refer to Kakashi in such familiar term. Well, kid, I'm surprised you made it this long without slipping up, the chain-smoking Jounin said as he lit another cig. Just what the hell is that supposed to mean? Sasuke interjected, having a feeling he was about to hear some more about his enigma of a teammate. I'll tell you later, the young blonde replied and took off into the forest. I'll go talk to him, his girlfriend said, walking in the direction he left. Back in Konoha, Hinata was in the Hyuga training grounds, beating up a training post, still furious that Team 10 was sent as the backup. What is wrong with that senile old man? Can't he see that he is ruining Naruto-kun's life by letting that blonde slut go spend so much time with him? Her mental rant was cut short when she heard the voice of the Hyuga she least wanted to right now. Hinata-sama, Hyuga-sama, request your presence when you are finished training. Although we both know that. Niji and Isen, I hope you do know that I love you, and because of things that have happened I don't say much to you, but right now I'm not in the mood for your fate bullshit. So I would appreciate it if you kindly shut the fuck up. She made her point very clear by nearly destroying the post with a chakra-infused palm heel. I wonder what could have ever made her that angry, Niji thought to himself. Beach in wave. Ino sat on the beach watching Naruto go through katas while also manipulating water. He really is that far ahead of all of us. While we're still trying to get these basic exercises down, he already started working on elemental manipulation, and not just one either. That probably means there will be a price on my head to use as bait for him. And that bitch Hinata thinks she can handle all this. Her thoughts were interrupted when a ball of water splashed on her face. You are so dead, Namikaze, just wait till I get my hands on you. Calling Naruto by his father's last name was something she had started doing when they were alone. Only this time it didn't bring the normal smile that it normally did. Instead it downed his mood. Are you gonna tell them the truth since your little slip-up? Like I actually have a choice. I knew this day was coming because I was gonna have to tell them before the Chunin exams. I just didn't want to tell them like this, he said, as he really didn't want to deal with the shitstorm that was gonna come his way. Well, look at it this way, since we're on this island, there's no one for Sakura to go complain to, since the only other people that will find out would be Shika and Choji, and you know you can trust them. I guess you're right. Baka, what did I tell you? I'm a woman, I'm always right. So says the former president of the Sasuke fan club, Naruto said with a smirk on his face, as he always liked bringing up her fangirl days when though her head was getting too big. Okay, I'm almost always right. Well, now that I got that off my chest, there's only one more problem. And that would be what? Simple. The Yamanaka heiress/girlfriend of Yandame's son can't be a pushover. So stand up, woman, so you can learn this, he said with a smile on his face. Later in the forest, Naruto returned to the area that Sasuke and Sakura were still training about 2 hours later. He stayed hidden in the trees for a little while just to see how they looked. Sakura's face was covered in dirt from all the falling she had done, and to say that she was pissed for having to do this exercise would be like saying Hinata was okay with Ino being Naruto's girlfriend. Sasuke, on the other hand, was about 3/4 of the way up the tree with frustration still on his face. Hey, I'm just gonna put it out there for you guys, but if you want some help, I'll give it to you, Naruto said, surprising his teammates since they didn't realize that he was there. Baka, this is all your fault. I should be doing something else other than doing push-ups all day. Sakura yelled, flames in her eyes as she stared at the blonde. Okay, I can take that, but I said that because I care. Sakura, once you start using real jutsus in the heat of battle, you're gonna realize that it's a lot harder to use chakra because your reserves go down a lot faster, so doing push-ups on the tree lets you get an idea of what it's like to fight if you ever get caught in a ninjutsu battle, and it's building up your reserves and strength too. Besides, no one told you to do push-ups facing the ground. If you just face up on the tree, when you fall you land on your feet and not on your face. Sakura's face faltered when she heard the last thing he said. I can't believe I didn't think about that this whole time. There was a way to make this easy, and I was so mad that he got me to do this that I didn't even think about it. Stop rubbing it in that he knew something that was right again. That's too many times in 2 days that he's been right. Sakura and inner Sakura thought. Thanks for the advice, Naruto, she said as she went back to her task. Well, that's one down. Let's see if I can get the other one. How about you, Sasuke? Do you want any help? The blonde said. I don't need any help from you, Dobe. I didn't say that you did need any help. All I said is, would you like some help? Because she's already going to go to water walking tomorrow, and I just thought you would like some pointers so you can get stronger. When he looked at Sasuke, all he did was snort and turn his head away. But since you're above someone helping you to get stronger, I'll just head back to house. Sasuke-kun, just take the help. All it will do is make you better. Especially if there's still more we have to learn this week. Sasuke let out a sigh of frustration, knowing that he was going to have to do something that he truly did not. Fine, Dobe, what can I do to make this go by faster? Well, for one, you need to calm down. When I was watching you, the frustration was written all over your face. So sit down and meditate for about 15 minutes and keep a leaf on your forehead. Stay calm the entire time and focus out everything else in your mind. Since you're about third done already, just walk up to the tree and then try to calmly walk up and focus chakra so you can get a feel for how much you're applying. Think of it just like fighting. If you let your emotions get the better of you, you get sloppy. Same thing goes for your control. Fine, was the response he got out of the boy, but it was all he needed to know that he was going to take his advice. But you're talking once that is over. For most people that would have been enough, but this was Naruto he was dealing with. Fine. You know, Sasuke, you never really thanked me for helping you out the first time. Just what the hell was the first thing that you did to help me in the first place? I'm hurt, Naruto said with a mock pout covering his heart. I come into class and get rid of half your fangirls, making your life a little bit easier, and you can't even thank someone for that. Personally, I don't know how you were able to put up with that the entire time. Ino's a handful in her own right, her, and that one over there plus the rest of the girls. You're a better man than me. At least someone knows what the third level of hell really is, Sasuke said lowly. Hey Dobe, the last Uchiha yelled back at the blonde. Thanks for leaving me with one crazy over-obsessed fangirl instead of two. Although I'm jealous you got the strong one. No problem, team. I'm just happy I got the strong one. Naruto, you baka, what the fuck is that so supposed to mean? Yelled an infuriated Sakura. It means just like what the fuck it sounds like, they both said in unison. Hearing that, both boys turned and looked at each other with a confused look on their face. Naruto raised his left eyebrow looking at him, while Sasuke narrowed both his brows, raising his head. Sasuke-kun will show that baka that he can't talk about us like that. He only does that to mask how much he loves us. Inner Sakura chimed in, doing her best to cope with what she just heard. Of course you're right, there's no way that Sasuke-kun can think that the pig is better than me. Both boys finally smirked and continued what they were doing, muttering under their breath. Team. Dobe. Seeing this, Sakura's eyes went wide and white with her eyebrow twitching a little bit before she face faulted off the tree. Sasuke-kun didn't defend my honor. What the hell is wrong with you? Inner Sakura roared at herself. Didn't we just discuss that he only did that 'cause that baka was here? Look at him right now. When she looked, it was just in time to see Sasuke look at her, smirk, and shake his head in disappointment. But when you're a borderline stalker, that could be all you need to pick up your spirits. Sasuke-kun smiled at me. I knew he loves me. Just then a thought came to Sasuke that sent a severely cold chill down his spine. Is that why her stealth skills were so high during the academy? I know the dobe was number 1 because of his pranks, but her number 2. That bitch has been stalking me. So who has the Hyuga been stalking? Fuck it, she wasn't part of my fan club. Okay dobe, you gave me the help, so it's time to talk. Why the hell did you refer to sensei as an Isen? The young blonde sighed as he really didn't want to talk about this. I did that because I've been trained by him since I was 5 years old. Why the hell would he bother with a baka like you since you were 5? The banshee sounded off one more time, only both boys were happy that it was in a more subdued tone of voice. All I ask is that you let me finish before you interrupt. The reason why he trained me along with so many other powerful shinobi is because of who my father was. He paused, seeing their expecting looks. Is this how Gigi feels whenever he has to deal with paperwork? My father was Namikaze Minato, our Yondaime Hokage. Since Erosenin was his sensei, he didn't want to take the chance of IWA finding out about me, so he took me away, and Kakashi and Isen wanted to make sure that he did his part for when I took his name. That will happen in a matter of weeks when the Chunin exams get here. So let me get this straight, you want us to believe that you are the son of Yondaime, the greatest shinobi our village has ever seen. If that was true, the whole village would have known who you were. All I know is that is an insult to the Yondaime for saying that. Sakura said, trying to hold in her laughter and doing a horrible job at it. Rather than arguing with her, he simply reached into a pocket in his vest and pulled out a picture of his parents and gave it to Sasuke. You can give it back to me later. Looking at the picture, Sasuke couldn't help but smirk when he saw the resemblance between Naruto and his father. Before the blonde could get out of sight and hearing range, Sasuke had one thing he wanted to say. Namikaze, I look forward to the amount of missions we'll get after the exams. The last Uchilla and son of Yondaime should become pretty famous. Yeah, if only our third teammate could do something else besides being your stalker, he said before he disappeared in a gust of wind and leaves. As the young blonde was approaching the house, he stopped early, seeing something that he didn't expect to see. Kakashi and Tsunade sitting on the roof, snuggled up like some couple that's been together for years. Damn, I knew that an Isen moved fast, but this is ridiculous. I think he needs to be the one writing those books, not Pervy Sage. He still can't get Bachan. It was at that point when something clicked in his head. He knew that he would lose man points for what he was planning on doing, but then again, you lose man points for using 1,000 years of death on another man as far as he was concerned. Flashing through some familiar hand seals, he finished calling on something he hasn't done in a while. Summoning Jutsu. Hey boss, how come you didn't tell me you had a big bag of candy for me? Didn't think I had to Kichi. Well, you just bailed me out of a lecture with Pops, so I won't complain. Good, because right now I got revenge to plan, and you're the perfect toad for the job. Really? So who's the unlucky soul that's gonna get it today? Just the one person who we haven't been able to get, and he deserves every bit of what's coming to him. I don't know boss, we tried to get Kakashi for a whole year and failed. Why do you want to get him so bad now? Because the bastard used Bachan's 1,000 years of death on me, and right now is the perfect time for that pervert. Alright, I'm in. So what's the plan anyway? You remember how to do the substitution jutsu, right? Kichi nodded his head. Good, now we're gonna get a little bit closer to where he is, and when I tell you to, I need you to pull it off. When it's over, dispel yourself if you want to avoid any bodily harm. Meanwhile, at the house. You know, Kashikuin, sometimes it just gets so hard dealing with Inari, and then I see how you fight for your students and they do the same for you. I just wish that somehow he could be as happy as they are. They seem as if they haven't a care in the world. Nami-chan, you have no idea that those two boys would probably trade places with Inari in a heartbeat, even if they're too proud to admit that themselves. Those two, along with myself, have gone through things most adults don't have to go through for most of their lives, and in all honesty, I still don't know how they do it, but they handle it better than I did at their age. Is that the reason why you're in charge of them? Well, yes, and the fact that Naruto is the son of two people that were very important to me, and if anything happened to him I couldn't live with myself if I was there and did everything that I could to protect him, even though I would do the same for all three of them. Back in the forest, the blonde was so happy that the fox made it so much easier to pull his pranks off. I can't believe that one-eyed son of a bitch would actually pull me into this. Any shot he had at getting out of this prank just went down the shitter. Back at the house, you know, Kashikuin, I still find it a little hard to believe that you are actually single. How come you haven't found the right woman yet? Well, after certain things that happened to me, I kind of threw myself into my work and I just kind of separated myself so I wouldn't have to go through something like that again because I just wasn't ready for it. That, and the fact the only person who's a bigger pervert than you is Pervy Sage, and everyone back home knows it. Naruto thought as he was listening in on the conversation. Hey boss, did you think of a semi-good excuse for doing this at least? Of course I did, Kichi training exercise. I was gonna have to learn how to do this at some point in time anyway. The blonde said with an evil smirk on his face. Wait, is he about to take down his mask? Back at the house, Kashikuin, there's just one thing that I was wondering. Tsunami said as she slowly started to raise her hand to his face. Kakashi just nodded and let her pull down his mask, then leaned in for a kiss. Now Kichi, Naruto almost yelled at the little toad. The switch went by perfectly and it took Kakashi a few seconds to realize that her lips were a little too wet. When he opened his eyes, Tsunami turned into a puff of smoke and there sat an orange toad with a blue vest. Thank you, Kashikuin, you have no idea how long I've waited for my prince to come along and turn me into my toad form again, he said is his best imitation of a female's voice. Kichi, what the fuck are you doing here? The amount of killer intent that was starting to roll off the elite Jounin had the small summon panicking. Bye, was all Kichi said before he disappeared in a cloud of smoke, sending Kakashi over the edge. Naruto could be heard all throughout the forest along with a killer intent that made everyone shiver, though all the shinobi around had different thoughts as to what went along with that intent. What the hell did the dobe do this time to piss Sensei off so bad? Serves that baka right? I hope Sensei rips him a new asshole. How did I end up in the forest and why does Kashikuin sound so mad? Sounds like Naruto finally got Kakashi. There's something he can't go around bragging about anymore. The chain-smoking Jounin chuckled knowing that it finally happened. He did? Damn it, I wanted to be there when that finally happened. Ino pouted knowing that her boyfriend had been planning his revenge since they became genin. Haku, did you feel that? Yes, Zabuza-sama. Man, I feel sorry for whatever poor soul is gonna be on the receiving end of the shitstorm coming their way, Zabuza said with a chuckle. Meanwhile, back at the house, Kakashi was flashing through hand seals when he finished. Summoning jutsu. Hey Kakashi, what do you need me? Man, you look pissed. You almost look like Jiraiya when the kid tricked him into spying on the men's side of the bathhouse, Pakin said, laughing at the memory before realizing that something happened. The kid finally got you. The little pug put his nose in the air and sniffed a little bit before speaking again. He's headed north about 50 yards to the right of where the other two are. Do you need anything? He didn't get to finish his sentence because Kakashi was already gone, so he just dispersed himself. For the next hour you could hear mild laughter and random sentences of "can't you take a joke?" and "it's your fault cause you started it." But that all ended once Kakashi got a hold of his Otudo. The forest was filled with blood-curdling screams for mercy that made everyone cringe. A few minutes after the screams stopped, Kakashi walked back into the house as if nothing had happened, drawing questioning looks from everyone. Kakashi-sensei, where's Naruto? He said that he was headed back over an hour ago, and he's still not here. Sakura asked, sounding concerned, but something told her she knew who those cries came from. Oh, he should be here in a little while. We had a race, and he's just a little winded, that's all, he said in his normal lazy tone of voice. A few minutes later, Naruto stumbled into the house with his face completely bruised up, barely able to walk. Hey Dobe, what happened to you? Naruto thought about telling them that he got his ass handed to him by their sensei, but decided to change his story when he saw the glare that promised more pain if he told the truth. I fell out of a tree during me and sensei's race. If you don't mind, I'm not really that hungry. I think I'm just gonna go to bed, he said as he just headed upstairs. Once they were sure that he was in the room, the other two genin looked at their sensei, who just gave them an eye smile and a nod that sent them to the floor laughing as hard as they could, holding their sides. and earning a quick troublesome from Shikamaru. The rest of the night went on with dinner and everyone getting to bed early for another day of training. While lying in bed, Ino and Sakura couldn't sleep. Both had something on their minds, all having to do with a certain blonde-haired shinobi. "Sakura, are you still awake? Can't sleep either, pig?" "No. So how did you take it when Naruto told you the truth?" "Honestly, I don't know how to take it. After seeing the picture, it's pretty hard to deny it. But that's not what's bothering me. Finding out that you've been treating the son of Yandame Hokage and my boyfriend like a second-class citizen. It's just that Naruto has been meaner to me than usual, and at first I could handle it, but now even Sasuke-kun agrees with him. I can't believe it's taking you this long, forehead. The reason he's being like that to you is that he doesn't want you to die, but let's face it, you're on the path. The exams are meant to show the strength of the village and is also when Naruto will be announced as the Namake's heir, and with the last loyal Uchilla and the famous Kappinin as your sensei, as many people as your team will scare off, it will also gonna attract the more powerful shinobi. Destroying your team would be a serious blow to Konoha as a whole," Ino said as Sakura put her head down, letting the words sink in. "Sakura, I know for a fact that you're the weakest person from our graduating class, and don't even think about saying Hinata because I know that pale-eyed bitch wants to steal Naruto away from me." Sakura got a chill down her spine as she felt her best friend's ki start to flow out. Anyways, Sakura, a chain is only as strong as its weakest link. Shika and Choji realize they have to train harder because I'm about to become a target just for dating Naruto, and you will never get Sasuke if you don't get stronger. Hey pig, I'm plenty strong to keep up. Really, then what do you bring to the table for your team? Kakashi-sensei is the son of the White Fang, Yandame's only surviving student and the man that's copied over 1,000 jutsu. Of course you know that the power of the Sharingan differs with every Uchilla and the last loyal one, son of Fugaku and little brother of Itachi. Naruto, son of Yandame, trained by Jiraiya Gamasenin and Kappinin. His Kagebushin makes him a one-man army. He knows Kenjutsu and Fuinjutsu. Not to mention I've seen his study, there's more Futon, Suiton, and Raiton scrolls in there that should be allowed. And then there's you with your perfect chakra control and academy-sized reserves. Sakura, despite how things have gone over the last few years, you're still my best friend. And if you won't listen to them, please listen to me. If you don't get serious, you are going to die, so why should your teammates get attached to a dead girl? Thanks, Ino, I guess I got a lot to think about. The next day went somewhat similar to the day before, just with a slight change. Alright, you 6 things will be a little different today. Sakura, you'll be learning water walking today since Sasuke is still on tree climbing. Naruto, you'll be with Asuma on guard duty, while the rest of you will be with me. The copy Nin said with his patented I smiled. Great, I got a message from Pervy Sage before we left saying that he wants me to learn how to use my Kaze no Yaiba on both hands while I fight, so I still need some work on the control when I do that. Baka, what are you doing working on elemental training right now? We're too young to work on that right now. Only Sasuke-kun can do that, plus you used a Raiton jutsu earlier, why would you work on the opposite for it? Well, forehead, since I wasn't raised in the village, I didn't have to follow Gigi's laws about elemental training. Second, you don't come from a clan, so you probably don't even know your affinities. And finally, I have 3 and most affinities are genetic, so both my parents were Futon and my mom had Suiton while my dad was a Raiton user. I just got lucky and got all 3, it's just my Futon is where I'm strongest. The blonde said, sticking his tongue out at her when he was done. Alright, you two, that's enough of that. And Sakura, since you know the truth, you should know that Naruto's been working on wind manipulation for 2 years and water for 1. Kakashi interjected to close the argument. After that little incident was over, both teams went their separate ways. For a day full of falling out of trees for Sasuke, while the new Ino Shikacho trio plus 1 spent the day getting drenched. All the while, a certain masked pervert kept his face buried in his favorite orange book. Meanwhile, at the bridge, Asuma just sat back and watched the bridge builder Tsunade work while he and Naruto worked on his wind manipulation. Asuma had to admit he missed teaching the energetic blonde. The blonde was a sponge when it came to learning. Halfway through the day, both shinobi witnessed a man quit in fear of his life, which then gave Naruto an idea. Tsunade didn't believe the blonde when he said that he had a form of cheap labor that he could use. The look on his face when Naruto made a certain cross seal, and then 100 Kagebushin stood behind him while Asuma just laughed. So Sigs, what's this chakra control exercise you got for me? Well, Naruto, Jiraiya-sama wants you to practice kunai balancing. What you're gonna do is set the kunai in your palm and balance it an inch above your hand with your chakra. He said when you can do that in both hands for 5 minutes, then you're ready for the next step. And so the day went, with a group of Narutos working on his control while the rest helped out on the bridge. Hold on for a second, I have to make a quick stop before we head out, Tsunade said as the three were walking back to Tsunade's house. What for? Asuma asked. It's simple really. You do want to eat dinner tonight, don't you? Asuma nodded and stood outside to look at the rest of the village. It pained him to see the conditions that the people had to live in, and then out the corner of his eye, he saw a woman get robbed of what little money she did have as she yelled for someone to stop him. While still smoking his lucky, he waited until the thief started to run past him, then back-fisted him right in the nose, knocking him out cold. I'm sorry, were you in a rush? He said in an uninterested tone while flicking the butt of his lucky away. When the woman caught up to him, she thanked him and went on her way. You know, before Gato showed up, everyone in this area would have been on that guy. So he has managed to crush people's hopes that bad. I guess we'll just have to do something about that then. The bearded man said, happy that Kakashi didn't turn around when they found out he lied. I don't think you realize how much that would be appreciated around here. I think I do. It's our students that we want to understand what it means. Later on that night, during dinner, Kakashi decided to find out how the training went with his charges. So Naruto, how would you say your trainings come along today? Well, for starters, I learn a lot about construction, and Tsunade said that with my Kagebushins we might be able to be out of here in 2 to 3 weeks. As for the dual Yaiba, it's coming along pretty well. I should have it down by the end of the week. As for the other training, let's just say a realistic goal would be the finals of the exams. The boy's energy went down a bit, realizing it would be harder than he thought. What about everyone else? Did the team finally get up the tree? He asked, already knowing the truth. Well, Sasuke got push-ups on the trees now, so he's ready to move on to water walking tomorrow. Sakura, even though she spent majority of the day trying not to drown, she got the hang of it by the end of the day and was doing taijutsu katas before we came in. So tomorrow I'll have her spar with Ino while Sasuke starts to learn. Shika and Choji picked up on the sparring pretty quick, so Asuma and I will have a talk later on for them. Why? Came a soft whisper from Inari. Why do you waste all your time with this stupid training? Gatos got a whole army and he'll destroy you. These cool things you do, they don't mean anything in the end. The strong survive and the weak die, he said through his tears. Go speak for yourself, brat. I still got things to do in life. Not to mention, as your grandfather found out today, I am a one-man army. Naruto said to him, putting his hands behind his head and closing his eyes. Why don't you just shut up? Just looking at you makes me sick. You don't know anything about wave, you're just butting in. Always laughing, you don't know what it's like to suffer and be treated like dirt. That last statement struck a real chord with Naruto as a bestial growl escaped his throat that made everyone look at him with slight fear. I don't know what it's like to be treated like dirt? Listen, kid. You need to shut the fuck up and find things out about people before you talk to them. Naruto. You. Shut up, Sakura. He needs to hear this. I've lived in my village for 1 year and I've already had 47 assassinations attempts on my life. You know, every single grocery store charges me 10 ryo for a loaf of bread while they charge everyone else 3. I can't even complain because if I do, all they say is, if you don't like my prices, go somewhere else. The few times when I would visit when I was little, if I went to the park and tried to play with the other kids, parents would come and kick me to the ground and tell their kids to stay away from the demon child. If it wasn't for the Hokage to show me all the shinobi-owned stores, I just get kicked out of all the shops whenever I needed new equipment. Meanwhile, you live in this house with your mother and grandfather while the kids in your village live in the street. So do you know what it's like for someone who literally gets spit on when they walk down the street and can't do anything about it because they're looking for a reason to execute me, to hear you walk around here whining and bitching all day when I would have killed for this life? Naruto said, a slight bit of demonic chakra leaking into his system and slamming his fist on the table. He then stood up and left the table. I'm going for a walk. I'll be back later. As he left, everyone was left with stunned faces trying to digest what they had just heard. Sakura was the first to speak after several minutes. Sensei, all those things that Naruto just said, are they true? I'm afraid so, Sakura. As much as we would like for it not to happen, there are things that just can't be controlled, and some of the villagers let something that happened to him as a baby dictate what they think of him now. That is also the reason why he was raised by Jiraiya-sama outside the village. Then how come he never says anything about it? I mean the way he walks around with that smile on his face all the time you would never know," Sakura said, starting to feel bad for how she has treated him over the last year. "That's easy, Sakura, he just doesn't want anyone's pity, which I'm sure Sasuke understands," Shikamaru said, earning a grunt of approval from the Uchilla, who had a mouth full of food. "Your village doesn't really sound all that great to me if they can treat a child like that," Tazuna said. "I never said that we weren't without our own flaws." And to elaborate on Shikamaru's answer, "Pity to Naruto is the worst thing you can do to him. You have to understand that he was raised by a 52-year-old man, and that was pretty much the only person that he had to talk to as a kid. He was raised getting himself ready to deal with these people before he came back to the village. Sensei, can you tell us what happened to him that makes everyone hate him so much?" "I'm sorry, Sakura, but he's not at liberty to tell you that. Only Naruto can, but please don't bring it up," the platinum blonde explained in a sad tone. "Ino, how can you ask us not to bring it up when he just blew up like that? And wait a minute, that means you know." "Of course I know, Sakura, he told me as soon as we started dating. My family's business has taken a hit because of that. That's one of the reasons I train so much now, because I'm not allowed in some stores, and the glares I get, I don't know how Naruto deals with it," she said, feeling bad that she had to say those things out loud, noticing the angry looks on Shikamaru and Choji's faces. Kakashi sighed as he listened to his pink-haired charge. "Smart as can be when it comes to books, but the girl's as dumb as a box of rocks when it comes others' emotions," he thought, wondering how this team somehow managed. "Simple, Sakura, you don't bring it up the same way no one brings up who my father is, or the very same way we don't bring up anything about Sasuke. You do it out of respect, and at least act like a decent enough human being not to dredge up things that people aren't ready to talk about." He once more looked at her and sighed again, shaking his head before he got up to leave. She quickly turned her head to look at Sasuke, only to see him and Team 10 do the same thing as Kakashi did. She had a blank look on her face for a few minutes until Tazuna came and broke her out of her stupor. "You know, it seems to me that you and those other two boys are the only people in this house that hasn't gone through a major traumatic experience, girl. Now, while we're all jealous of you for that, how you just reacted was the same way my grandson did. Only difference between you is that while he's only known them for a few days, you've known your two teammates for years and learned from your sensei on a daily basis, and it's obvious to anyone else that's actually seen how cruel the world is that you know nothing about them, whereas they don't even have to talk to each other to understand each other's pain," he said before he knocked back his final shot of sake and heading off to bed. The pink-haired girl went to bed with a lot on her mind, thinking about everything that she had heard today. Do they all look at me like that? All three of them know what real pain is in life, be it some different way, and I walk around like I have problems. Meanwhile, in the forest, Naruto was busy trying to work off all the anger that he had before he went back to the house. He first started out by making as many Kagebushins as possible and slaughtering every single one of them. Unfortunately, with the anger clouding his mind, he forgot that they get memories of the dispelled clones too. So it makes going on a killing spree a little harder when your enemy keeps getting smarter at the same time you should, and that eventually even people with abnormal stamina can get tired. By the time he was down, his clothes looked like he had just walked through a blender, and he was down on one knee panting. "I think I might have overdid it. Just a little bit," he said, trying to catch his breath. As he stood up to walk back to the house, he took 2 steps before face-planting, passing out from exhaustion. The next morning, Tsunade started on breakfast, assuming that the young blonde had come back after everyone was sleeping. She continued on cooking as the rest of the house came down to eat. When Kakashi finally came down, he realized that a certain blonde was missing, and Naruto missing a meal wasn't normal. "Did any of you hear Naruto come in last night?" the copy ninja asked, only slightly worried just because of the Hunter Nin that he knew was uninjured. "I didn't hear anything. Wouldn't surprise me if he just passed out in the forest," Sasuke said, making some shake their heads, knowing that sounds just like the blonde. "Sasuke-kun's probably right. Who knows what that baka got himself into last night?" "Well, I hope that that is true. He's such a nice boy and doesn't deserve anything to happen to him if what he said last night is true," Tsunade said with the obvious worry in her voice. "Don't worry, Naruto is a trained ninja, and I'm sure that he is just fine," Kakashi said, trying to relieve Tsunade of her worry. In the forest, Naruto was still passed out when a girl in a pink kimono saw and started to walk up to him. Once she got close enough, she checked to see if he had a pulse. Upon feeling the touch on his skin, the young blonde started to wake up. "Who are you? You're alive." My name is Haku, who are you? Her scent is real familiar, but I'll play along till I found out more. He thought. Oh sorry, my name is Naruto Uzumaki. What are you doing out here? Well, one of my precious people is really hurt, so I'm out here getting some herbs, so that I can help them get back on their feet because he has a job that he still has to finish. For the next 2 hours Haku and Naruto walked around picking herbs and talking. After about the first hour, the blonde realized who he was talking to but kept up the facade, since she didn't make any hostile moves on him. Once they were finished, it was time for Haku to leave. I had a real nice time with you, Naruto-ku, and I hope that we will have a chance to meet again. I'm pretty sure we will. So let me ask you, how long till Zabuza is ready to go? The look on Haku's face was of utter shock. How long have you known? I've known for about an hour. And yet you did nothing. What made you think you could trust me? I could have killed you at any time. That may be true, but you could have done that when you saw me passed out this morning. I know you knew that I was one of the ninja that he was fighting earlier, so since you didn't make a move on me, I thought I'd return the favor. Besides, I was having fun anyway. It's a shame that we couldn't have met on different terms, Naruto-kun. Maybe we could have been friends. You know, it doesn't have to be that way. A man like Gato isn't one to be trusted. It wouldn't surprise me if he turned on you after our fight. That does sound like something that little fat fuck would try, Haku said as she started to leave. Haku, you know you still haven't answered my question. Right, Zabuza-sama will be fully healed in 2 days, so on the 3rd day be ready. Haku said as she left, taking off through the trees, while the blonde did the same thing. When Naruto reached Tsunade's house, he walked in and was immediately bashed over the head by Ino. Naruto baka, where the hell were you? It wouldn't look good if we came back down one man. And what the hell did you do? Never mind, I don't want to know. Sorry everyone. But when I left last night, I went to go blow off some steam and worked out a little too hard. But it wasn't all a waste. I ran into that Hunter Nin. When he said that, he had everyone's attention. She is actually a real nice girl and really doesn't want to fight us. But that aside, she says that Zabuza will be healthy in 2 days, and on the 3rd day, he's coming. So Tsuna, I'd make sure to tell your men don't show up that day. Wait a minute, Naruto, did you just say that he is a she? Yes, Sakura. Haku is a girl, kind of cute too. But that doesn't matter. You're right, Dobe, that doesn't matter. What does is that you met the enemy and didn't kill her when you had the chance. Sasuke does have a point, Naruto. You met the enemy and didn't engage her. Why did you do that? Kakashi said, wondering what reason he could have for this. Well, at first I didn't know, and it took me about an hour to find out. Secondly, she had the chance to kill me first. She found me passed out in the middle of the forest and knew who I was and didn't attack. Secondly, once I found out, I wanted to find out as much as I could about her, so I could get an idea on what we were up against and at least find out about Zabuza. Seeing as I got that much, I think I did the right thing, and since I still don't know much about her fighting skills, I would rather face her with backup than by myself if I have the chance. Remember Sasuke, she sat back and watched our entire fight, so she had the upper hand. He said with a slight smirk on his face that was met by a snort from Sasuke. That's very good, Gaki. Now that we know this, today would be the last day of your training and tomorrow we rest. Is there anything else that you got from your little conversation, Naruto? Asuma asked his charge, hoping that wasn't the only thing he got. Well, I threw out the idea that Gato would betray them, and she said she wouldn't be surprised if he did. So if we could get them to at least think that maybe we can get them on our side, and I think that maybe I should stay here first. What's the matter, scared to hurt your friend now? Sasuke chided. No, team. What's the easiest way to still get to Tsuna even if we were to kill them both? If we kill them both, then there is no way to get to him. Actually, Sasuke, if it's true that Gato has an army of men, if we left Tsunami and Inari here by themselves while we went to fight, he could take them as hostages and use them to make Tsuna give himself up willingly. Then who's to say that he just doesn't kill them all as an example to everyone? Imagine the fear tactic that would be if he killed the entire family of the only 2 people who were brave enough to stand up to him. Sakura said, gaining a surprised look from everyone in the room. What? That's a very good analysis, Sakura. Kakashi said as I smiled at the pink-haired girl. Shirano. That's right, everyone, look at the greatness that is Haruno Sakura. Inner Sakura cheered herself on. I think you're right, Naruto, you're the one with the biggest arsenal of jutsu besides me, and your use of Kagebushin could help set up a perimeter around here to stop that from happening, which would then give us the upper hand. And my guess is that Zabuza is the only ninja in his forces, so it should be fairly easy for you to handle them. Okay, so the plan for today has changed. I'll oversee your training for today while Naruto and Asuma will go with Tsunade to the bridge as his bodyguard again today. Tsunade, give your men the next 2 days off and Naruto will help you out for his training with the amount of Kagebushins he might just triple your workforce to make up for the non-working days. Oh Narukuin, what else were you doing with this cute enemy shinobi alone in the forest? Ino asked in the sweetest voice she could muster. A couple of chuckles were heard along with a quiet busted and troublesome blondes. Naruto froze having heard Izumi use that voice on Inoichi. Now Inoheim, nothing happened, she just woke me up, then we started to talk and that was it. That Gaki's got a lot to learn about women, Tsunade said quietly to Kakashi and Asuma as they just chuckled at the statement. Well, he was raised by the author of Ika Ika. It's funny the kid can face down the most powerful shinobi in the world and not blink or pull a prank on ANBU headquarters, but in front of Hurricane Yamanaka he panics. The copy Nin said, amused at his little brother's antics. All three men were drawn out of their jokes when they heard the chipper voice of Ino. Really, Narukuin? She nearly yelled with him, nodding his head. You're the best boyfriend ever. She yelled before she kissed him as if they were alone. I guess he's learned more from Jiraiya-sama than he lets on. Asuma joked, seeing the embarrassment on their faces once Sakura reminded them that others were around. Or he's learned how to avoid the ass-beating that follows after seeing the damage Lady Tsunade can do. Kakashi joked, thinking about the year spent with those two and the stories Naruto would tell him while he was gone. You got to witness one those? I've only heard the stories from Pops about how bad those could get. You should have seen what she did to him 2 days before we met up with you at the castle 2 years ago. I guess there's something about a woman that can kick your ass then heal you up perfect that he loves. The silver-haired man said with a lazy eye smile. With that said, Kakashi led the genin out to train while Tsunade, Asuma and Naruto went to the bridge. Tsunade's workers were excited with the young blonde's help as he got all the mundane jobs out of the way, and the sheer amount of clones made almost everyone a supervisor. During the day, they not only finished all the work for that day, and the next they also got about halfway through the third day's work. They were even more excited when Tsunade gave them the next 2 days off, as he just coined it off, saying the kid had been training all week and needed a break. The next day went by smooth, with everyone keeping to themselves after going over the plans once in the morning and again at night. Kakashi, Naruto, and Asuma slept with no problem, the three of them having experience having to look forward to fights. The other genin, on the other hand, struggled to sleep, excited and nervous about their first real chance to prove themselves, or that they knew that tomorrow could be their last day alive. Sasuke would never admit it, but he liked Naruto's plan since it meant that he would have to hold his own, and if he could get rid of Haku before the blonde got there, it would only make him look better. Sakura, on the other, was struggling to sleep because of her nerves and the fact that while she had concentrated on all the things you could learn in a textbook about being a shinobi, Ino's words now rang clearly in her head, as she was now realizing that she wasn't ready to be a big help to her team the next day. As much as she didn't want to admit, it was clear that Naruto was ready and could handle himself, and she knew that Sasuke could too. It was when she was told that her job was to sit back and watch pretty much. While Choji would help Sasuke, she would still have to take orders from Ino that it hit her she needed to take this more seriously. She now realized that knowing everything in a book didn't mean shit once you're in the field and you have to fight. Eventually, they all got to sleep. The next morning, when they all woke up, Tsunade had made breakfast for everyone. It was light, but big enough to last through a fight, or so she hoped. When they were done, Tsunade gave his family a big hug, and he hoped it wouldn't be his last. He, Kakashi, Sakura, Sasuke, Choji and Ino left for the bridge, leaving Asuma, Naruto and Shikamaru at the house. So how are you going to make sure that we are safe? Tsunade asked, still worried that it was 2 12-year-olds and one jounin watching out for her and her son. Well, I'm going to have my Kagebushins set up a perimeter around the house big enough that they can't get within 200 yards of the house without me knowing, he said, easing her thoughts. So just stay inside and I'll be back in a few minutes, he said while walking outside. When he got outside, he made 150 Kagebushins. All right, you guys know what to do. Remember, the faster we find them, the faster we get to the bridge. So the first one to find them, dispel yourself so everyone can get there in a hurry. I only want 10 you there, the rest continue to search. Got it? Hi Taicho, they all said in unison. He then made 2 more Kagebushin. You two, I want you to go to the bridge. One of you dispel when the fight starts and the other if it starts to look like they really need my help. Got it. Both Kagebushin saluted and replied again with Hi Tai-cho before they took off for the bridge. As the Kagebushin took off, Naruto went back into the house. When he got in, he saw Tsunade and Inari sitting in the kitchen. So what do we do now? She asked. We do the only thing that we can do. Wait. Troublesome blonde, I would say we should do something else, but until they show up here we can't do anything. Don't worry Shika, I have a plan for you. When the fighting starts, I want you to head over to the fight. Let me guess, have me sneak and keep an eye on the fights so when you and Asuma-sensei get there you can have the jump on Zabuza and Haku. When the rest of Team 7 arrived at the bridge, there was a thick fog setting in that made for low visibility. Everyone immediately went on guard, expecting the worst. Sakura, stay here and protect Tazuna while Sasuke, Choji, and I go in, Kakashi said as the Jounin and the Genin started to walk into the fog. Sakura could only nod as she watched them fade from her sight. Be careful, you three, she thought with the worry evident in her eyes. Seeing this, Tazuna put his hand on her shoulder and squeezed. Once they couldn't see Sakura anymore, Kakashi pulled up his Heidi 8, revealing his Sharingan so he could see a little bit further. About halfway across the bridge, he put his hand in front of Sasuke and Choji for them to stop. Well, Zabuza, I see that you're feeling better. So what do you think about your employer? I think I can't trust the fat little fuck as far as he can throw the bridge builder, but I need that money, so you know what that means. Haku, give us some space. As you wish, Zabuza-sama, she said as she started to walk off to the side. Sasuke, Choji, you handle her. Me and him have unfinished business. Back at the house. The three remaining Leaf Shinobi remained at the house stretching and waiting when Naruto got the memories from one of his clones. Well, Shikamaru, looks like you're up. I'll see you in a few minutes. Troublesome blonde, you know this mission has really cut into my cloud watching. The shadow user joked before he left out of the house with a lazy wave without even looking back, disappearing into the trees. Well then, Naruto, looks like we have to wait for our fun to start. Asuma joked, waiting for whoever was coming. This also earned a chuckle from his fellow wind user. Right before Naruto was about to say something else, he was beaten to the punch by Inari. How is it that you guys can joke around when everything going around is so scary? Both shinobi looked at each other when the elder of the two raised an eyebrow at the younger. The blonde knew that the answer fell upon him at that point. Well, if I said that I wasn't nervous or the least bit scared, then I would be lying. It's said in our profession, when you no longer feel like that, then it's time to retire because your instincts aren't there and you're now a liability. But my godfather gave me a way to look at these situations when he told me the only two things in life I'm guaranteed, and that's taxes and death. So the only thing you can do is fight with all you have, and if it's your time to go, then it's better to go out in a big ball of glory than in fear. But that doesn't mean go and do something stupid if you can avoid the conflict with someone stronger than you. Very well put, Naruto. I think you might have the makings of a Kage in you after all, the bearded man said while putting his rather large hand on Inari's shoulder. The blonde grinned his patented fox grin at the praise. Was there ever a doubt about that, Asuma-sensei? Just you wait till I take that hat from Gigi. Who would have thought that Kami would send protectors for my father, but also with enough life skills to help Inari when we couldn't get through to him? Naruto-kun, I hope you truly do accomplish all your goals in life. Tsunade thought to herself as she listened in on their conversation from the kitchen. As they were laughing, Naruto got another head rush which put the Jounin on alert right away. Which direction are they coming from and how many are there? Asuma stated, knowing that had to be one of the perimeter clones. We got two with a katana coming in from the east and two more coming from the north. Dibs on the two coming from the north, Naruto said with a grin on his face. How come you don't want the guys with swords? That's who I thought you were gonna take. Asuma asked, not really caring, but knowing how the kid likes to play with those blades on his back, just wanted to know the reasoning. Normally I would, but I know something you don't know, he said in sing-song voice before he disappeared in a gust of wind and leaves. Asuma smirked as he took a glance at Tsunade. Kids these days, he said as he disappeared the same way as the blonde. With Asuma, the Jounin was rushing through the trees using Naruto's Kagebushin as markers of going in the right direction. He smirked when he saw the two men with a katana slicing their way through the forest. This is gonna be too easy. he thought to himself as he spied on them from above. They say that knowing is half the battle, and if you guys would do your research you would have found out that our village sent another team. Asuma, he chuckled as his voice sounded like it was coming from all directions. The two men went on guard hearing the man's voice from different directions. What does that matter to us? 'Cause it sounds like they're just one of you and two of us. One of the men said while the other smirked. I guess you'll just have to learn the hard way. But don't worry, at least it's not one of our genin that's gonna shut you up, the Jounin said as he slipped on his trench knives. He waited a few seconds until both men separated a couple of yards apart before he dropped out of the trees, quietly slicing the spine of the man that was talking at first, then disappeared back into tree line. The other man spun around when he heard the sound of something hitting the ground. His eyes widened and jaw dropped when he saw his partner lying on the ground in a growing puddle of his blood. Ahem. I believe me, and you have something to finish before I go join my comrades, so what do you say we speed this up? Asuma said as he was leaning up on a tree as he inhaled a quick drag of his cigarette. With an angry yell, the man charged Asuma, coming with a diagonal swing that the Jounin easily spun out of the way off. The man, not wanting to give the shinobi in front of him any chance, pivoted on his front foot and spun, coming with a horizontal slash which was ducked. As the man tried to come with another upward diagonal slash, it was blocked, and before he could react his throat was slit. He dropped his blade as he tried to speak as he felt his life leaving him before he died. Now off to the bridge to see how Kakashi and the others are doing. With Naruto. Naruto lay down at the base of a tree as he waited for the other bandits to show up. His ears twitched when he heard a twig snap, bringing a small smile to his face. When both men saw the blonde-haired genin laying down, they couldn't help the smiles that came on their face. I wouldn't walk any farther if I were you guys. And why would you say that, kid? Afraid that this is your last day alive? One of the men said while both laughed. No, I'm not worried about dying, 'cause that warning was for your life. Really, kid, do you expect me to believe that you're going to kill both us? The other man said. Actually, I don't expect you to take me seriously. So can we hurry this up? I have somewhere I need to be. Let's kill this kid quickly. I heard the bitch we're supposed to get should be a lot of fun. Hearing that helped Naruto make the decision of what he was going to do with these two, and he watched with joy as the men missed his genjutsu on the ground and fell into his spike pit. Their blood-curdling screams didn't bother the blonde as he walked to the edge of the pit. I told you guys the warning was for your own lives. On the other hand, I was just going to kill you in a non-painful way, but hearing what your plans were for Tsunami-san, I think that this is very fitting. Bye. That was the last human contact they had outside of themselves as Naruto shoeshined off. At the bridge, Kakashi stood several feet away from Zabuza with a cut going across his chest, breathing hard, while Demon of the Mist had cuts on his arms and chest with labored breathing himself. I think it's time you give up, Zabuza. Every shinobi should know when they have been outplayed. Just what the hell are you talking about, Hatake? I thought you'd catch on at some point. Your apprentice has been fighting, and Akamichi, the other blonde protecting the client, is a Yamanaka. He said, his voice getting smugger by the minute. And let me guess, Haku's fallen prey to one of those damn Nara shadow jutsus. Zabuza said in annoyance. And if things go the way they're planned, then my advantage should be going up right about. Have no fear, Uzumaki Naruto is here to save the day. Oh yeah, and so is Asuma-sensei. Troublesome blonde, we've already taken care of this. Kakashi-sensei was just waiting on Asuma-sensei, so he could read his book some more, Shikamaru said in a lazy tone of voice. Well, Kakashi, I've seen you look worse than this. I guess he wasn't as hard as before, Asuma said, getting a grunt out of Zabuza. Now Asuma, I just knew to be a lot more careful this time around, though your timing is impeccable, the copy Nin said with a little mirth in his voice. So Zabuza, are you gonna do like my comrade asked? You are heavily outnumbered. Before Zabuza could answer, there was a sound of clapping was heard coming from behind him. Demon of the Mist, I knew that you shinobi just make up names for yourselves so you get paid more money. For all you said you could do, I found out that for the price of you, I could afford almost an army to rule this place, so your services will no longer be needed. Well, Kakashi, it seems that blonde gaki of yours was right about this little shit. It was an honor to do battle with you, but we no longer have a problem, Zabuza said as he bowed and turned towards Gato. Likewise, boys, you can let her go now. What? But sensei, she's the enemy, we should kill her right now so we don't have to worry about her. Sasuke shouted in rage with a kunai pointed at her throat. Now Sasuke, she is no longer our enemy, and I'm sure you could sympathize with someone who is also the last their clan. Kakashi said as he saw his student slowly start to lower his weapon. As for Gato, on the other hand, I'm sure we can make some place at our prison for you. Besides, I haven't had a good workout yet. Asuma said as he prepared his trench knives with a dark chuckle. Well, gentlemen, it seems that these men intend to stop you from getting your money. But what you fail to realize is that you don't get as rich as me without always coming up with a backup plan. Boys! The short man yelled as his men barged to the front with children as their hostages. Just because you stopped me from getting the bridge builder's family doesn't mean that you stopped me. Now I suggest that you back away slowly and let me finish what I started. He said as he was about to start taking a step before everyone there felt a killer intent that brought the genin to their knees instantly. You cock-sucking little fuck shit of a coward. The voice came from the blonde that stood in the same place he had been standing, though Asuma had jumped over to Kakashi fearing the worst. Do you think the seal is slipping? No, but if I were you I would still be prepared to see a bloodbath. You don't have to be a genius to tell that kid is one of the 9. Zabuza said quietly next to both men. I give it to you, Kakashi, that's one hell of a genin team you got there with just those 2 alone. I think I'll stay to see how brutal the kid can be since I have a good guess of which he contains. The ex-Kiri Nin said, waiting to see what the kid had in store. You think I'm gonna let you walk off this bridge and keep doing the same things you have to this country? Naruto said as he bent down on all fours as a miasma of red chakra started to cover his body, taking the shape of a fox with one tail. What's the matter, little man? You sounded so bold just a few seconds ago. Just then 2 massive claws smashed down on the men in the back, then sweeping outward, splattering blood and limbs everywhere, causing the men holding the children to drop them and run for their lives. Seeing this, most of the men started to run. Naruto forced most of his Yuki back into his body until he was at his first transformation. I love shock and awe tactics. It seems your army has retreated to whatever hole they crawled out from. He said as he was gone in the blink of an eye, reappearing behind Gato, jamming one of his claws into his spinal cord. Trust me when I say that you're not going to walk off this bridge. As he pinched his spinal cord, causing the short man's legs to go limp. You're going to die slowly and painfully from chakra poisoning thanks to me. Enjoy the pain that's about to come. He said as he forced a high amount of Yuki into his body, then dropped him like the piece of trash that he is, forcing the last of the Yuki back into the seal. Hearing the screams of Gato, Naruto reached into his pouch and pulled out a seal he put on Gato's throat, effectively silencing him. Man, that kid is brutal, Kakashi. I'd hate to see what would happen to someone that really pisses him off, the demon of the mist stated with a slight chuckle. Naruto walked back over to the 3 jounin, now wondering how the others were going to react to seeing him transform. As he made his way with his head down, well, at least I have Ino-chan in case they all don't want to be around me. Ino, what the hell was that? Is Naruto some kind of monster or something, because that's just not natural? Sakura whispered to her longtime friend. The answer she got was one she didn't expect but learnt a serious lesson. Slap. Don't you ever call him that again, Sakura. If you do, consider our friendship over. The platinum blonde snapped at the pinkette, drawing everyone's attention to them. Realizing her quick lapse in judgment, she lowered her voice so that only she could hear. He may be a lot of things: cute, loud, annoying, or even as Shika puts it, troublesome, but he is not, and, I repeat, not a monster. After saying her piece, she left to go be with her man as the mist was starting to clear, revealing the people of Wave waiting to see the outcome of the battle for their country. All questions that the genin may have wanted to ask had to be put on hold when they heard the cheers of the people. Kakashi, I was wondering if you could do me a favor before you leave, Zabuza asked in hushed tones so that only Kakashi and Asuma heard. And what might that you want besides letting you go without a fight? To Zuna's house. After the fight, and all the Konoha Nin went back to the house and were greeted by a feast that Tsunade had prepared for them. Halfway through the meal, Asuma asked if they could have some time to talk about the fight. Alright you guys, I know that you all have some questions to ask about what happened at the bridge with exception of Ino, so who wants to go first? Troublesome. But I take it that this is the reason why you're so hated in the village, and I guess the only thing I can ask is what the hell happened to you out there? Shikamaru asked, still sounding bored as ever. Naruto sighed as he got ready to tell the story. He felt better when Ino squeezed his hand. We were told 12 years ago that the Kyuubi was killed by the Yondaime. But that was a lie. The Kyuubi is a beast of pure chakra and can't be killed. Unlike the Ichibi through Gobi, the Kyuubi cannot be sealed into an inanimate object. The sacrifice required is a newborn child whose chakra coils had yet to be developed so the beast wouldn't kill the person and escape again. I'm sure you can guess by now who the unlucky child was. He looked around to gauge the reactions of the other 4 genin. Choji had stopped eating, completely staring at Naruto wide-eyed in shock, while Shikamaru shook his head, muttering troublesome. Sakura had tears in her eyes, wondering what life had to be like for someone, and how she hadn't made life any easier for him. Sasuke was in deep thought before he voiced his opinion. So you're telling me that as his last act of the living your father sealed the Kyuubi inside of you? Yes, that was the last thing he did, but that happened for another reason. What was the reason that it had to be you, Naruto? Sakura asked after somewhat getting control of her emotions. My mom was the Kyuubi Jinchuriki before me. The only problem that comes with female Jinchuriki is that the seal is at its weakest during childbirth. What confuses me is that my mom had a Kekkei Genkai that could suppress the demon, which leads me to think that something happened during my birth. At that statement, the other's jaw dropped with the exception of Kakashi. Baka! You and Kyuubi only told me that your kids would have a Kekkei Genkai, not that you already have one. How dare you not tell me that little bit information? Ino yelled after she punched him in the arm. Sorry, Haim, but I didn't think that it would really matter since I haven't even unlocked it yet, so I don't know if I have it or not. Wait a minute. Since when did you ever talk to the Kyuubi, Ino? Oh, and the fact that you're the son of Yondaime Hokage. Choji stating what everybody was thinking right now. Ino had the decency to look embarrassed at leaving that tiny piece of information out. Oh yeah, that happened on the day he asked me out. I guess I didn't think that it was that big a deal since I had already told Daddy about it. Naruto, are you the only Jinchuriki there is, or are there more like you? Sakura asked as her fears started to ease up about her teammate. As far as I know, there is one in Suna, Kiri, Iwa, and 2 in Kumo, but I don't know where the others are. And so they went on with their questions for about a half hour. The next 2 weeks went by rather quickly as with the help of Naruto's clones the bridge was completed early. That is where we find the 8 Konoha shinobi waving back to the revitalized people of Wave. As soon as they were out of sight from the bridge, the 6 genin went on edge as they saw someone that they hoped they wouldn't have to for a long time. Hataki, Sarutobi, have the 2 of you come to an answer for that favor I asked of you? The demon of the mist said as he approached the other 8. We did talk to my father, and he's okay with the favor. As long you keep your end of the bargain, there's no problem with your request. Asuma said with a smirk. Ino isn't gonna like this decision, but it should help make life a little more fun. Haku. When her name was called, she walked out and stood beside the man she considered her father. Haku, you have served me well over the years, and although I've never said it, I consider you my daughter. Because of that, I'm doing what is in the best interest of you. With that said, you're going to Konoha to live in a place where you won't have to worry about Hunter Nin coming after you, and have a chance to live a somewhat normal life. Zabuza showed a rare side of himself as he removed his face wraps while wiping a few tears from Haku's eyes, then kissed her on the forehead. But nothing, Haku, this is my last order to you, he said before turning to the other 2 jounin. Watch over her, Hataki, he said before turning to Naruto. The same goes for you 2, Gaki. He then turned back to the jounin of the group. You guys watch out for her, and I keep my mouth shut about what the boy contains and who his father is. Your Kage sure does put the idea of hiding the obvious in plain sight to use. And with that, he disappeared in a gust of wind and mist. It was Sakura that was the first to break the silence. Kakashi-sensei, there's no way that she can come with us. She's a missing Nin for Kami's sake. Not to mention the enemy. She almost screamed. Actually, Sakura, from what Zabuza told us, Haku was an orphan when he took her under his wing, so technically speaking, she is a civilian with shinobi training. He took up a thinking pose before continuing. Come to think about it, she could make a better addition to the team than you. Wouldn't you say so, boys? Sakura paled at the statement made by her teacher. She quickly turned to see the reaction of her teammates, hoping that they would be appalled at the idea. You know, Sensei, that doesn't sound like such a bad idea. What do you think, team? Yandame's son, the last Uchilla and the last Hyutan user led by the famous Copy Nin. That does sound like a hell of a team, Dobe, he said with a smirk before turning around to start the trek home. Team 10's leader turned to his friend. You know you can be real cruel when you want a Kakashi, he whispered into his ear. With the exams coming up, a little motivation never hurt anyone, he said back before addressing the rest of the teens in the group. All right, kiddies, what do say we go home and collect our pay for an A-rank mission? Hell yeah, Naruto exclaimed, but his excitement was short-lived. Narukuin, I hope you haven't forgot your promise before you left for this mission, right? But Ino-chan, we just spent the last 3 weeks together, so do I still have to? It was at this point that Ino remembered the words of her mother. Ino, no matter how good a guy is, he will always at some point try to find a loophole in his promises. So make sure you instill the fear of Kami in him. She thought back and smirked before putting on the sweetest voice she could. Naruto Namikaze, are you saying that you don't want to take your girlfriend on a date after surviving a dangerous mission? Growing up with the world's largest super pervert has taught our favorite blonde plenty of things, but the most important lesson he's learned from all the men in his young life. If you ever hear your whole name to go with the sweetest voice on earth, cave in as fast as possible. Naruto paled after hearing that question and followed the advice. Of course I do, Heim, don't worry about a thing when we get home. And with that they all took off to the trees. Chapter 8. Chunin exams begin. Teams 7 and 10 were given a week off after their mission. At an unused training ground is where we find Sakura covered in sweat and dirt. She had spent her time training herself to use her elemental affinity. The pink-haired girl took a sip off water, still pissed that her sensei had made that statement about Haku being better for the team other than herself. She thought back to the day after they had got home and what she considered her most humiliating moment in her short life. Flashback. Sakura was walking through the village aimlessly, thinking about the mission and how after everything that had happened and was revealed, she had truly realized that she was ill-equipped to hang with her team. The idea that someone like Haku would fit in perfectly with their team and she would be obsolete. Once she stopped to find out where she was, she noticed that she was at Naruto's apartment complex. There's no shame in asking for help. She kept repeating to herself, remembering what Ino had told her about Naruto's study. She decided if there was someone who could help with some jutsus right now, this would be easier than trying to find her sensei. As she got to the door, she heard 2 familiar voices shouting at each other that made her go pale at what she might be walking into. Come on, Ino, put it back in. Not until you agree to do what I want, then I will. Damn it, woman, stop teasing me and put it back. Those 2 better not be doing what I think they're doing. I really don't need to see that, she thought before knocking forcefully on the door, which was answered a second later by a fully clothed Ino. Sakura sighed in relief, seeing her friend's clothes on and holding a scroll. Forehead. What are you doing here? The Yamanaka heiress asked, forgetting about her boyfriend behind her until. Got it, Naruto said as he grabbed the scroll and tossed it to a clone that went into his study to hide it from Ino. Damn it. You better have a good reason for being here, Sakura, because I just lost my leverage on him. Why are you here, Sakura? Naruto asked. I never thought you would come by, he said, his face also showing his surprise. I can't believe I'm about to ask this, she said to herself before doing what she thought she would never do. Well, while we were in Wave, I remember Ino telling me that you had a rather impressive amount of jutsu scrolls, and I was wondering if you could help me out and let me borrow a few? She asked, feeling more and more embarrassed by the second. When she finished, she looked up to see a smile on both blondes' faces. I'd loved to help you, Sakura, Naruto replied, letting her in his apartment. Sakura was shocked to see how nice it looked. The walls were painted a relaxing dark red with a blue carpet. He had 2 couches with a decent-sized TV, a dinner table with a kitchen area. As she was looking around, Ino sat on the couch whilst Naruto went to the back room. So, I bet you thought that this was going to be harder than it was, didn't you, forehead? Ino said as Sakura took a seat on the other couch. Yes, to be honest, I thought he'd make me jump through a ring of fire before he gave me a little bit of help. Did you really think so lowly of me, Sakura? Naruto said, coming out of his room feigning mock hurt. The pinkette gasped and blushed at her embarrassment when she heard him. Well, I know that Gigi doesn't usually want us to do this, but since you're my teammate, I'll make an exception. he said as he handed her a piece of paper. Chakra paper. I'm pretty sure I don't have to explain what it's for, so just channel some through and let's see what you got. Sakura nodded her head as she added her chakra and watched as the paper crumbled into dust. Earth type. I think that might be good for you, besides they say that's the easiest one to get the hang of, Naruto said. So you're saying that because I'm the weakest that I should have the weakest element? Not at all. Sakura Pervisage is an earth type and he's one of the most feared shinobi in the world, not to mention Shodame-sama was an earth type too. I'm just saying that it should be easier for you to start getting a feel for controlling it better than Ino or I, the lone male in the room said. So what type is Ino then, if you know how hard it is for her? I'm a water type, which is cool as long as there's water around. But say I go to somewhere like Kaze no Kuni, I'm at a disadvantage since water is so scarce out there. That is what we were fighting over. Naruto has come up with an idea on how to carry more water around at all times without being weighed down by the weight, Ino said, answering her friend's question. Alright you two, let's get back on track. I have 6 scrolls for you. The first one is written by Pervisage himself on his ways to help control the earth. Now I also have 2 defensive jutsus for earth encampment and the mud wall. Oh, and Sakura, heads up, so you don't disgust yourself after you do the jutsu. The mud for the mud wall comes out your mouth. Naruto chuckled, seeing the look on his teammate's face. Now I got 2 offensive jutsus, there's rock spikes and rock spears, so that's a close to mid-range and a long range. The last one I have for you all depends on how you use it. It's called Swamp of the Underworld. I've seen Pervisage use it to trap one person all the way up to a boss summon, Naruto said, watching as Sakura took in everything that he was saying. Remember Sakura, when you get these down with your chakra control you can do these with ease, but you're gonna have to build up your chakra just to practice these, so you might want to go get a couple of soldier pills. Oh, and Sakura, you might want to go talk to Kurenai-sensei. End flashback. He wasn't lying when he said this would put a drain on my reserves, Sakura thought to herself as she popped another pill. Getting ready to train some more, she never knew about the 4 pairs of eyes studying her at the moment. At the Hokage Tower, Kakashi, Asuma, Kurenai and the Hokage looked on through his crystal ball. Well Kakashi, it seems your little experiment worked on the girl, Asuma said as he watched the girl drive herself into the ground. What experiment is he talking about, Kakashi, that could make Sakura take her training seriously? Kurenai asked, wondering how he could do something that most would take as an act from Kami. Well, that was simple, Kurenai. Right before we left Nami, I simply threw the idea that Haku might make an excellent addition to our team. I guess the fact that Naruto and Sasuke saw no problem and actually looked like they might enjoy her more than Sakura, he said with one of his eye smiles. It did make for a rather peaceful trip home, didn't it, Asuma? The copy Nin asked coyly while Asuma chortled and shook his head. That is a horrible thing to do to a genin, Kakashi. Knowing you, you probably said it with the most solemn face you could manage, she said, glaring at her fellow jonin and Asuma as well for laughing. On the contrary, Kurenai, I was very serious. Her fangirl ways were a deterrent to our team, whereas Sasuke and Naruto may not like each other, they have a healthy respect for how strong the other is, while the 3 of us saw her as a liability. You might have seen this as a cruel joke, but with the exams coming up I felt if I didn't see any improvement in her within the next 2 weeks, then I would ask Hokage-sama for the switch while she have to do remedial work. I'm almost positive after the exams that my team will see an influx of mission requests, and I would rather not let her throw away her life or hold back my other 2 students. It would not be fair to them, not to mention adding the last Hyutan user to the team. That would have made your team a complete powerhouse and unfair to the rest of the teams, Kurenai answered hotly, only slightly swayed by his logic. On the contrary, Kurenai, if you look at the makeup of our 3 teams, it would make perfect sense. You have the perfect tracking team with Shino, Hinata and Kiba. Those 3 mixed in with some genjutsu into their arsenal should be able to track and sneak up on most shinobi. Asuma has the new Ino Shikacho trio combined with his power has a great recon and espionage team. Then there is my team Naruto's huge reserves mixed along with the Sharingan of Sasuke, leave room for them to throw jutsu all day, making them the perfect assault team by themselves, paired with the man that has copied over 1,000 jutsu. Then there's Sakura, hands down the weakest kunoichi of all 3 girls, and if my team were to face another assault team, say guys, the boys would be left picking up her slack if she had to face 10-10. Very good analysis of how I set up the teams this year, Kakashi. But let us get to the matter at hand. How would you put your team's progress for the upcoming exams? The leader of the village said, looking at his shinobi sensei of his most promising genin class he had seen in a while. Team 10. He said, looking at his son, who gave him a thumbs up. Team 8. Looking towards the genjutsu mistress, who gave a nod. And Team 7. I think I'm going to need more time to see how Sakura progress before I can say if they're on pace, he said honestly. Very well, you are all dismissed, the aged Kage said as they all turned and left without another word. Team 7 along with Haku would be a very dangerous team, Sarutobi thought as his mind drifted back to the council meeting. Flashback. The Council of Flame sat in the meeting hall waiting to get out after they had finished discussing more of the minor things the village would need to do for the upcoming Chunin exams. After feeling that the civilians had everything covered that they would need done and the shinobi matters of security and proctors were taken care of, Sarutobi decided to bring up the last measure of business. Attention all, we have one more item to discuss, and it involves a recent mission that was completed. Genin Teams 7 and 10 undertook a mission to Nami no Kuni, in which at the end of the mission they were approached to bring another highly trained kunoichi back with them to the village to allow entrance into our ranks. Why would you even think about giving asylum to a Nuke Nin Hokage-sama knowing what ramifications that it could hold for us? One of the civilian council members said, first not liking the idea of letting random shinobi into their home. Yes, Sarutobi, it is not like you to do something so reckless, and at a time like this could be seen as very foolish. Danzo said, thinking he had another opportunity to usurp some of the man's power to further his own ambitions. The Kage smirked, seeing where the old war hawk was going with this. That is very simple, Danzo. Although she is very skilled, she technically is not a shinobi allied with any village. She is a Kiri refugee who has been trained by the Nuke Nin Zabuza Momochi, and also the last Hayutan user, he said as he watched the eyes of the council shoot up. Troublesome. This is what my son was talking about when he got in last night, Shikaku said. According to Shikamaru, she was good enough to best Kiba and Sasuke until he intervened. And judging from what I heard, although news of her could piss off Kiri, she is a blessing to us from their mistake. Someone so young and skilled would. You will not be training her, Danzo, as she has said that she would like to be treated as a normal shinobi and work her way up through the ranks. As of right now, she is working in the hospital, saying that she would like to further her own personal interest in medicine. Is that the way she will be used for the rest of her time she is with us, Hokage-sama? Tsum Inuzuka said, wondering why someone with so much battle potential would be wasted like that. No, Tsum, she simply would rather work somewhere peaceful while she gets acquainted to our village and meet other shinobi as well before she resumes active work. That, and the fact that she has been on the run for as long as she could remember, is she not entitled to some time to enjoy her own apartment and bed? Sarutobi said, letting the members of the council see his way of thinking. That is very understandable, Hokage-sama. But if you may, she may stay at the compound for the Kurosaki clan. The leader of the civilian clan said, seeing an opportunity, which then caused uproar with other clans seeing where this was going. Sarutobi allowed this to go on for about 3 minutes before he took control of the meeting. Is this what the village has come to? Treating a young girl as nothing but breeding material. Are you all so frantic for power that this is what we have come to? My senseis would be ashamed of what they have created. The wise old man shook his head in shame but inwardly smirked at how fast the council member's face went from outrage to shame in a split second. End flashback. Now that I have a little free time, let's see if can't catch up on my reading. Sarutobi thought to himself as he did 5 quick hand signs and focused his chakra on a seal underneath the desk. After the white smoke disappeared in his hands was a little orange book that he started to read and giggle every few minutes. The next week for Naruto held a giant surprise for the young man. Team 7 was coming home from exterminating some bandits when they heard a sound that someone would not normally hear. Sensei, I know this. Sounds weird, but did you just hear a pig? The members of Team 7 almost laughed at the lone kunoichi until a small pig came running down the road and jumped into Naruto's chest. Tun? If you're here, then that means. Just as he was about to finish his sentence, a woman in a black kimono and shoulder-length black hair, who came to a complete stop when she saw who she had ran into. Why, hello there, Shizu-chan, it's been a while, hasn't it? The Cyclopean Jonin said, his voice taking on a slightly mischievous tone, causing said woman to blush. Why, yes, it has been, Kashikuin. While I am surprised to run into you this soon, I can't say that I'm disappointed. Shizune said while slightly chewing on her bottom lip. Sasuke and Sakura were staring at the two jonin in shock as they had never seen their sensei show interest in another woman, seeing as they were too busy training while in wave. After a few seconds, Sasuke then noticed that the little orange book had disappeared just as fast as the pig had shown up. Naruto, on the other hand, knew exactly where this was going and was determined to not let it happen again on his watch. Damn it, sensei, no hitting on my Nei-chan, especially while I'm around. He pointed and stood protectively in front of said woman. Shizune had to suppress a giggle as the boy looked so cute when he got defensive of her. My little Otudo just gets so cute when he tries to protect me. But wouldn't you rather it be someone that you know and trust than some random other guy? But you can do so much better than a public porno reading pervert like him. You're still young, he heard Kakashi say very lowly. And what the hell is that supposed to mean? I'm tired of you and Pervy Sage saying that about me. Naruto was about to continue on his tirade when his voice was overpowered by one of the few that could be louder than his, and she was just getting over a hangover. Shizune, what the hell is taking so? Oh, it's you again, said loud voice was about to rip Kakashi a new one about treating her apprentice right when she heard the one thing that pisses her off more than Jiraiya peeping on her in the baths. Ba-chan. Naruto yelled as he ran up to her ready to give his surrogate grandmother a hug, only to catch a quick right on the top of his head that sent him crashing down. How many times do I have to tell the little gaki to stop calling me that? She fumed as she fixed her glare at the original target of her ire before the interruption. I see you were at least smart enough to put that piece of trash away before I showed up, Tsunade said as she cracked her knuckles by just making fist. Why would I need to read such things when the woman of my dreams is standing right before me? Besides, I've already finished that one. I was just doing catch-up since Jiraiya-sama's newest work just came out while we were on our mission. Kakashi-sensei, who is she? Sakura asked, feeling out of place and wanting to go home. The silver-haired jonin felt somewhat embarrassed as he pulled a page out of Naruto's book and started to scratch the back of his head. This is Naruto's distant cousin and granddaughter of Shodai Hokage Tsunade of the Sannin, the greatest medic Nin our village has ever produced and quite possibly the best in the world, and her apprentice Shizune. Sakura's face quickly went from confusion to surprise to rage in a matter of seconds. Naruto, Yubaka, show Tsunade-sama some respect, she yelled at her still-down teammate. Our apologies for our teammate Tsunade-sama. He has a problem with respect, she quickly said, bowing to the last senju. Well, at least one of your students knows how to treat their elders, Kakashi, Tsunade said, focusing her attention back to the girl. It's not completely his fault considering that pervert of a godfather of his is the same way as he is, she said with a smirk on her face. I so know how to show respect, the young blonde corrected the others. Pervy Sage said, I did a great job when we met the Kazekage last year, even though he has such a large stick shoved up his ass. He actually is telling the truth. I was impressed in the way he held himself together. But I think it's time that we got back to the village, as I'm sure Hokage-sama will be pleased to see you're back in the village, Kakashi said as he turned to walk away with Shizune at his side, with the others falling in step and Naruto grumbling about stupid senseis defiling his Nei-chan. The shock of Tsunade being back in the village started at the village gates and quickly spread throughout the village during the walk to the tower, also bringing a bigger morale boost to others, seeing as her and Jiraiya having appeared openly in the village within the same year. When the 6 shinobi got to the tower, they made their way to the office and let Naruto have his traditional entrance of kicking open the door. Hey old man, guess who we ran into? The young genin said as he came barging into the office. Gaki. Do you honestly think he already doesn't know that I'm back already? He does have that annoying crystal ball of his, I'm sure. Tsunade's voice rang, coming in last of the group, closing the door. Good to see you again, sensei. You're looking old as always, the last senju said, smiling at the fact that she could still take a shot at her sensei even at their age. Just because I have accepted the fact that I am old, unlike some people that I know, doesn't make that a bad thing. The wise Kage shot back, expecting these kinds of things to come from one of his 2 remaining loyal students. Now, if you would wait a minute, Suheim, we have to get the formalities out of the way before we get back to insulting each other. Team 7 reporting mission complete. The bandits attacking the village have been neutralized and the rest of payment has been acquired, Kakashi said, standing at attention, taking a glance at Shizune and winking. Very well, Kakashi. Your team will have the rest of the week off unless they feel like doing some D-rank missions to hold them over. I'm sure they can keep themselves occupied for the week, Kakashi said with slight amusement, watching his team exhale in relief from hearing the horrible words that had come out of their leader's mouth. You four may leave now as my former pupil, and I have some catching up to do. With that, the Team 7 filed out of the office with the echo of "Bye Bachan," which caused a tick mark to appear on Tsunade's face and Sarutobi to chuckle. So what made you come back to the village at such a big time for us at that? I lost in cards to the Gaki, and so he would give me my money back. I promised to come back and had to be in the village during his Chunin exam. It's a shame that you didn't tell that to Kakashi, as his team is the only one that is not sure that they will be participating, the Sandaime said, watching the rage build up in her face, slightly enjoying being able to toy with her still. Although there is a contingency plan to make sure that his team participates no matter what happens. Well, at least I didn't come all the way out here for nothing then. Tsunade, are you forgetting to tell me something? Hiruzen said with a knowing smirk. I have been on the other side of Naruto's bets myself, and I know that is not the only stipulation to your bet. So are you going to tell me, or am I going to have to call the boy back in here to tell me, while you have to look at the smug look on his face while doing so, Bachan? The annoyance on the Princess of Konoha's face was priceless. As far as Sarutobi was concerned, the only thing that could have made this better would to have had Jiraiya there at the same time. Fine. He also made me agree to stay in the village if he was to get promoted, which if he was as good as he was when he was 11 he would pass, but I bet that both those perverts that he's had to call sensei have taught him plenty of tricks to make it almost a certainty. Outside the tower. As Team 7 was dismissed, Sakura decided to take a walk and think to herself. She was very proud of herself as she had managed to use the mud wall and rock spikes in their last mission. But the drain it had put on her chakra reserves was still another eye-opener and made her think about how much farther she had to go until she could be close to her teammates. She was jarred out of her thoughts by running into Naruto and the Konohamaru Corps. Hey Nissen, did your teammate graduate from the academy early? The young boy said, staring at the pinkette when she came into view. Sakura blushed at the slight praise for her smarts. No, Naruto answered swiftly. If a ninja as awesome as me had to wait till the required age, of course she did too. I mean, she's good, but I'm me. Why do you ask? Well, I just thought that any girl that has tits the size of bee stings like her couldn't possibly be the same age as you, the young boy said, not paying attention to the rising killer intent coming from Sakura. Naruto wanted to laugh at the boy for throwing such a great insult out, but he knew Sakura too well by now and had a good idea about women in general. And he knew the one thing you didn't do was blatantly point out one of their insecurities in such a bad way. So Naruto decided to help the boy the only way he knew. Ko, I think you should run as fast as you can right now. Why? He received his answer in Naruto's finger being pointed in the direction of an enraged Sakura, who was seeing red at the moment. Konohamaru did as he was told, glad that he made his statement while he had a head start. After 3 blocks of running and realizing that the girl was closing in on him, he ducked into an alley. He slammed into the body of a boy with a black catsuit and face paint. You should watch where you're going, shrimp, the boy said as he picked Konohamaru up by his shirt, bringing him to his eye level. Kankuro, let him be, it's just a little kid running from Pinky over there. A girl with blonde hair tied into 4 ponytails said in a nonchalant manner. Are you kidding me, Temari? He needs to learn how to respect his elders, he said heatedly. Excuse me, but if anyone is going to teach him to respect his elders, it's going to be me. And secondly, what are you Suna ninja doing in our village? Sakura stated as she saw the older boy about to deal out her vengeance that was owed to her first and foremost. You must be a rookie if you don't know why we are here. For the Chunin exams, what else, Pinky? Temari stated, a tad bit of annoyance. Konohamaru for his part was scared shitless. He was either going to get his ass kicked by Sakura or this Kankuro guy, and it was just a matter of time. Until he heard the voice of his savior and he released the breath he was holding in relief. Oi, you know it doesn't do any good for village relations to have the son of the Kazekage to beat up on the Hokage's grandson just because he bumped into him. It also doesn't help your cause when your younger brother is behind you and not looking happy. Naruto stated a little too happily for the amount of tension that was filling the alleyway. Kankuro dropped the boy and spun around quickly to come face to face with the emotionless green eyes of his brother. Kankuro, stop embarrassing our village before I feed you to my sand. The redhead said in a monotone voice that sent shivers down Kankuro, Sakura and Konohamaru's back. Naruto-kun. Tima-chan. Naruto dropped out of the tree and walked up to the Sand siblings as the academy student stood behind him feeling a lot bolder than he did just a minute ago. Naruto, thank you for stopping my brother from making a big mistake, as I would have hated to have to hear from Baki-sensei and our father for his ignorance. Gaara said as he turned to said blonde. No problem, Gaara, that's what friends are for. So I take it you guys are here for the exams. Naruto said, getting a nod from the Tsunade Jinchuriki. I look forward to having our rematch. That loss I took 2 years ago has not been sitting well with me, as I wish to once more prove my existence to you. The redhead said with a smirk that sent chills down Konohamaru and Sakura's spines. As if that will ever happen. Naruto said, loudly slapping him on the back. I know you've gotten stronger and all, but what the hell do you think I've been doing all this time? Doing research with Erosenin. I've got a whole new bag of tricks just for you. Now, as much as I love talking to you guys again, I have to go teach my so-called rival a few lessons in life. And with that, the blonde left with his rival at his side and teammate trailing behind. Once out of hearing range, Sakura decided to voice her thoughts on what had just happened. Naruto, who were those ninja and how do you know them? Those are the Sand siblings, as they're called. Gaara, Kankuro and Temari, they're the children of the Yondaime Kazekage. They each specialize in traditional Suna ways of shinobi. Temari uses that fan strapped to her back as a conduit for her wind chakra, which makes her a great long-range fighter, and I'd say she's as smart as Shikamaru too. Kankuro uses puppets, and I've heard he can use 2 at a time, which is pretty awesome at his age. He's a pretty good mid-range fighter, but he has Kiba's temper and isn't the sharpest knife in the set. Finally, there's Gaara. He keeps chakra-infused sand in that gourd of his. Great short to mid-range fighter, even though last I checked he still had almost no taijutsu to speak of, but how he controls the sand, he really doesn't need it. Oh yeah, he's also just like me. He finished off looking at Sakura with his eyes flashing red just to make sure she got the point. Thanks for the quick rundown and all, but I just remembered that I have to go do something. With that, she left while Naruto started talking to the young Sarutobi about something that she didn't really care about. Sakura was walking around the village lost in her own thoughts. So that's the caliber of teams that we're gonna have to face. Of course, the other teams coming to the village are gonna be strong. Konoha is known as the strongest of the big 5. Everyone is going to be sending statement teams to try and intimidate us. Sakura's alter ego stated plainly, not trying to sugarcoat the danger she would be facing. As she continued to walk, she found herself at a very interesting place. She was at the memorial stone and saw a familiar-looking shinobi. So have you come to pay your respect, Sakura? Kakashi asked, not looking back at her after a few minutes of silence had passed between them. Well, that wasn't the plan, sensei. I think I just got lost on the road of life, she said with a smirk as she finally got a chance to get him back with his own line, which had absolutely nothing to do with the fact that she hated that excuse of his the most. Unfortunately, it didn't have the desired effect she was hoping for, as he simply turned and I smiled at her. So what fork in the road led you towards me? The masked man asked, knowing that something was bothering his student. Well, Sensei, Naruto and I ran into the Sand siblings today. She started off, catching the slight movement in his eyebrow from that bit of information. And I don't know, I think it just really hit me how difficult the exams are going to be. And to tell you the truth, I don't want to be the reason that my team doesn't pass. Before the mission to Wave, I wouldn't even have thought twice, because Sasuke-kun would have carried us the whole way and I wouldn't have done a thing. I would have bragged about how great my team is. But now that I think about it, she paused to take a breath to calm herself before finishing. I don't deserve the right to compete in the exams. I mean, Naruto and Sasuke-kun have been getting ready for this their whole lives, while I've just started to take my career seriously. And I know that they deserve better, so with a week left, they can have time to find a suitable replacement for me and get some form of teamwork down. Kakashi stared at his student as she finished and got her emotions in check. That was very mature of you, Sakura, and I must say that I'm not surprised by this, but I am very proud of you and that I have something special in mind for you for the remainder of the time while the exams take place. I've already talked to Hokage-sama about this, and Haku will take your place, but during that time I want you to go to the hospital and ask for Shizune. She'll be expecting you. I think that medical ninjutsu might suit you very well, not to mention being on a team with 3 combat shinobi. I think you will truly reach your potential, and after that come see me and I'll help you out with your Doton training. And I'm sure Kurenai won't have a problem with lending some of her genjutsu to help you out," he said as he felt a sense of pride watching the young girl in front of him becoming a woman and a kunoichi. Next day, Training Ground 7. Naruto and Sasuke showed up to the training ground an hour later than what they were told, only to be surprised to see Haku waiting for them. "While waiting here for the last hour has not bothered me that much, I would like to know why I had to wait for at least one of you to show up," she stated while a slight tick appeared on her face. "Simple, Kakashi-sensei is never on time for anything except leaving for a mission. No, can I ask why you are here and where the hell is Sakura?" Naruto said, slightly confused at the pink-haired girl not being here so close to the exams. His train of thought was broken when he felt a small surge of chakra as Kakashi appeared via Shushin. "Sorry I'm late, but on the way here the Ichirakas unveiled their new ramen flavor and gave the first 30 bowls for free." "Liar." "Okay, while I may have exaggerated the truth, they did unveil a new flavor and I did get a free bowl." As for Sakura, she has decided that in her current state she is not ready to compete in the Chunin exams, and rather than hold you both back, Haku will be filling in for her, Kakashi explained as he watched both boys' reaction. Sasuke was the first to come out of the shock. Even though they had joked about that as they left Nami no Kuni, he didn't expect his sensei to take it that serious, as he was still skeptical of Haku and wanted to make sure what was going on with Sakura. "So what will Sakura be doing while we compete, and how long won't she be with the team?" "Well, Sakura will be working in the hospital training to become a medic Nin under Shizuchan and a few other people, some she'll like, others well. Let's just say that I won't be one of her favorite people for a little while," Kakashi said, feeling somewhat sorry for making that deal with a certain purple-haired jounin. "Now, if my precious students would like to participate in the exams coming up, we have to get Haku up to speed. So this next week will be spent doing teamwork exercises. Don't you worry, Sensei will have Haku up to speed in no time. Believe it." With Sakura. Sakura was just finishing her day at the hospital and was feeling pretty good about herself. She may be completely drained, but the idea that she might have finally found her calling in the shinobi world still made her feel as though she was walking on cloud 9. "Being the medic on my team will probably be the best for me. And when I'm responsible for healing Sasuke-kun, he'll have no choice but to look at me with new respect," was the thought process she was having until a kunai slicing her cheek brought her out of daydream. She quickly brought out a kunai, scanning the area for any threats, but saw nothing around here and felt no one. "I am gonna have to thank Kakashi for delivering us such a raw piece of material. Wouldn't you say so, Yu-chan?" came the sultry voice of a purple-haired woman infamously known around Konoha as the one and only Mitarashi Anko. "Yes, Senpai did give all of us ladies something to have fun with. I think his reward will be letting him read that new book of his for a few months before I try to destroy it," said another purple-haired woman who went by the name of Yuzuki Yugao. "What do you guys want with me?" Sakura asked, barely keeping the tremble out of her voice at seeing the two obvious jounin approaching her. "Sensei just said that Kurenai-sensei and Shizun-senpai were going to be handling my training for the exams. You see, that was the original plan for your training, but once Nai-chan and Shizu-chan told us what they were going to be up to the next month and a half," Yugao started off saying while walking around Sakura, looking her up and down with a critical eye. "We came to the conclusion that although they are two of our best friends and very capable jounin themselves, their levels of expertise aren't right for the lone kunoichi on what might be the most looked forward to assault teams this village has seen in a while." Anko finished as a viper slid out of her sleeve to taste the blood still coming from Sakura's cheek. "So you think that your training is over for the day? That means that I have the distinct honor of telling you that it's only just starting. Now you will continue to train with Kurenai in the morning and Shizun in the afternoons," Yugao stated as she pulled out her blade and started to examine it as she leaned against a wall, letting Anko have the joy of crushing the girl's hopes and dreams for rest. "As for your evenings, they will be spent with us, as we will be your combat instructors for the remainder of your little break from your team. But don't feel too bad. The fact that you willingly volunteered to pass up at the chance for promotion and recommended someone to take your place lets us know that you aren't as big of a project as you would have been if you had waited another week." "What would have happened had I waited another week?" asked Sakura in slight fear and relaxing if only a little bit at the notion that things could have been worse. "Senpai would have still handed you over to us and replaced you with Zabuza's apprentice," Yugao stated as if it was common knowledge that she was going to get remedial work. "And you would have had the pleasure of dealing with us twice a day. Now we only have 2 rules, and they're that you give us everything you got and never be late. Now I'm Mitarashi Anko, and the equally as sexy and deadly woman with the great hair color next to me is Yuzuki Yugao. Anko stated with a smile that sent chills down the Pinkette's spine. Just one more question for you. How do you feel about Kakashi right now? Sakura took a moment to think about how the next month and a half of her life was going to be. Although she could see that her sensei did care about her growth and would no doubt be considered weak anymore, the idea of having to deal with these two at the end of the day still pissed her off. When his reward time is up, I want the pleasure of burning that damn book in his face, she stated with a newfound energy. That's just the answer I wanted to hear, Yugao said as all 3 kunoichi disappeared in a swirl of leaves. 1 week later, Hokage Tower. For Jounin stood in front of the Hokage. At first they all thought that it was nothing more than to inform their leader about how their teams were doing in preparations for the Chunin exams. But that all went to the ways and on edge when something big happened. Kakashi was on time and wasn't reading his book. To the Hokage, this was all putting a smile on his seasoned face. He knew what Kurenai, Asuma, and Guy were thinking when they arrived a few minutes early, and to be honest, they were right. But then he showed on time and no book in sight. It was taking all his training to not laugh at how the atmosphere changed. So he decided to play along and had immediately pulled out a scroll and began to read without saying a word. When in actuality it was the proposal from Tsunade for the new Academy medical program. When he finished going over the scroll, he put it back and decided to ease their nerves. Kakashi, it's not fair to your fellow Jounin to put them on edge for a simple progress report. The look the others sent to the single-eyed ninja could kill any lesser man, but being around a certain knucklehead genin had a habit of rubbing off on people. That may be true, Hokage-sama, but I recognize that scroll as the one Shizun brought in for the new academy program. So as I'm not the only guilty one in this room for playing a joke on others, I don't feel so bad about it. Guy and Kurenai were in shock that a silent combo prank had been pulled on the 3 of them, while Asuma knew exactly where the blame for this lay, as there had been an increase in jokes being played on his team by the lone female. Ino and the both of you need to stop hanging around Naruto, he said as he lit a cigarette, knowing that the situation was his original thought. My team's doing good. Shikamaru and Choji have added 2 new jutsu to their arsenal, and both claim they have something else up their sleeves. While Ino, on the other hand, has only shown her birthday present from Naruto, along with what she hasn't shown this entire time. Apparently Naruto started teaching her elemental manipulation since a few months before they graduated, and since moved on to jutsu. He gave her a chakra seal belt. All in all, I would say I expect to field at least 2 genin to the finals, the Kage's son stated with a confident smile on his face. Team 8 is looking excellent, if I do say so myself, Kurenai said smugly, not letting Asuma get away with gloating like that. Kiba has been working himself into the ground with Tsume and Hana. Shino has also taken this more serious than normal, if that's somehow possible. He has become more in touch with his hive. While Hinata, I'm proud to say, has found a new source of confidence and determination. She is excelling at a magnificent pace, and I think even Hayashi will have to admit that she is a true Hyuga. The red-eyed Jounin said, sounding like a proud mother more and more as she talked. Her smile somewhat faded when she heard 3 other small chuckles and glared at those that laughed at her student. What's so funny? Asuma beat the others to the point in answering. It's pretty obvious what's driving Hinata right now. He chuckled a little bit more. Ino's found that same wave of determination, and it's called the fight for Naruto's heart. And what better stage than the Chunin exam finals, in front of the whole village and foreign dignitaries. Kakashi finished off enjoying what could end up being played out. YOSH, the flames of your student's youth is burning brightly. Let me tell you next about my team, Hokage-sama. Guy so excitedly shouted, ready to let his eternal rival know what he was up against. Tenten has been coming along wonderfully and is without doubt one of the strongest kunoichis that will be in the exams. Niji is a true genius and has only improved in his leadership and ways of the Hyuga. While Lee is the ultimate genius of hard work and will prove to all that he can become a splendid ninja. He finished with his trademark smile and thumbs up. How about you, Kakashi? Team 7 wasted no time getting Haku caught up to speed. I feel confident enough to send her out in the field with us at any time. Also regarding Haku, she has been excellent in helping Naruto as he has been for her, seeing as they both have the same affinities. They have come up with their own combos and helped strengthen each other's less dominate affinity. With the awakening of Sasuke's Sharingan and his healthy rivalry with Naruto, he has poured into his family's library along with a training tip he got from Naruto. He has excelled at a greater pace, and I'm proud to say I have not let him copy a single jutsu. He is currently working on his third elemental. I also think that he has picked something else up that he's saving. Naruto has taken this time to use his training habit to a distinctive use. He has also enlisted the help of another sensei all on his own. As for Sakura, from what Kurenai and Shizen have told me, she is doing great in both Genjutsu and medical jutsu. Her combat instructors, I think, have gotten me put on her shit list, but she's coming along nicely. I think, as Enko said, she only whined and bitched for a few hours once she realized they only went harder on her. Combine that with the fact that she doesn't have time to chase Sasuke around. I think with her ability to absorb knowledge, she's finally realizing how good she can become. Hokage-sama, is it really okay to be teaching them elemental ninjutsu so early, as you yourself said that you didn't want us teaching them this right now? Kurenai asked, shocked that the team was going to be so jutsu heavy. Actually, Kurenai, I had almost nothing to do with this. While I did start teaching Naruto jutsu years ago, that was because Jiraiya-sama had already begun and I just continued that. Haku had been taught by Zabuza to help him out, so she had years of experience also. Everyone knew that the earlier an Uchiha could achieve the great fireball jutsu, the sooner they are looked at as an adult. Not to mention that the clan library is filled with jutsu. My choice was either leave him behind or give him what would be needed to start learning jutsu. And Sakura went to Naruto to find out. So it's my job as sensei to direct them in the right path if they show the drive to go learn on their own. The old man had a sly smirk on his face after hearing how 3 rookie teams and a team with only a year could look to be so good. Let's see how those old fools and Danzo say anything about my ways with teams like this in the finals. That's great news for me. Keep up their training and make sure they're well rested for the exams. You are all dismissed. With that, the 4 jounin gave a bow and left the office, proud and skeptical that they learned plenty about the other teams but nothing in particular. Team 7 at Ichiraku's. The whole of Team 7 sat at the infamous ramen bar enjoying some time to themselves, especially the pink-haired one. Geez, Sakura, you look like hell. What have you been doing this past week? Naruto asked, looking at his teammate. She hadn't made a pass at Sasuke the entire time they had been there. It's the training regime that Kaka-sensei has me on. I'm with Kurenai-sensei from 6 to 9 going over Genjutsu. After that I go see Shizun-senpai from 10 to 3:30. Then comes the worst part of day, which is combat training with Enko and Yugao-sensei, in which they kick my ass from 4 to 8. I'm just lucky that Shizun-senpai gave me some time off today, she stated as she drained the broth from her ramen bowl and asked for another. Meanwhile, Sasuke was surprised that Sakura had been pushing herself so hard that he actually wanted to know a little bit more, and was happy to realize that his whole team felt that way as the blonde asked another question. So how has your elemental training been going along? Because the team has also been learning Doton Jutsu as well, so maybe you can help each other out. He stated, deciding that maybe if she had a certain level of competence, maybe they could train like him and Haku. Well, actually the only jutsu I'm still having some problem with is the swamp jutsu, but that's just because my reserves aren't that big, but when planned right I can catch someone with it. Enko-sensei has been helping me out with that as well, so when I come back I'll be right behind you guys. Who knows, Sasuke-kun, maybe we can help each other out when I come back. Besides, I heard a rumor that they want to try adding a medic to every team, so we could be the perfect test team, and that would mean that we wouldn't have to rotate me and Haku out on missions. Maybe that might be possible. Sakura was all she got, but it was enough to pick her spirits up. Well, you guys will have to work together a lot if you plan to catch up with Naruto and me, Haku said as she gave a smirk to the blonde. Although you might want to pick up a weapon outside of the basics, kunai and shuriken. That's already taken care of, I just need some more time to train with it, but it feels natural. Sakura had a sickening smile on her face when she brought up her weapon, along with the fact that she didn't tell what it was. We are so going to have the best team this village has ever seen. I can't wait for this to be over and start going on missions again. Aren't you getting a little ahead of yourself, Dobe? You actually have to make the finals first, Sasuke said, enjoying the indignant look his teammate gave him. That was until that blonde went from angry to sick smile that only meant one thing: revenge. Well, team, you're right, but how great would it be for my announcement to happen without any Uchiha to take all my glory? Can you imagine all that glory to fall on me and you sitting in the stance? As the two males began to argue, Haku decided to talk to Sakura. So Sakura, how far along do you think your training will put you? Well, Anko and Yugao-sensei say that I won't be at Chunin strength by the time the finals comes around, but I should at least be able to hold my own with the team should anything go wrong. But to tell you the truth, I think the medical corps is where I belong. So are you telling me that you are going to give up being on the team? Haku asked in shock. Although Sakura was the weakest of the team, the concern her teammates showed when she started her training was something she believed Sakura should have seen. No, most definitely not. It's just that when Ino told me that my team has no reason to get attached to a dead girl, something in me finally clicked, and when I understood how far everyone had advanced and I was roughly the same as when I graduated. Opening up all that she had confined for so long, seeing as she didn't have the time. Haku could not help but feel that the team was on the right path and that she couldn't help but want to know what weapon she had been learning. So Naruto-kun and I both use swords. I know that Kakashi-sensei has been getting reacquainted with his blade. I'm almost sure that Sasuke has picked up Kenjutsu as well, so between us girls, what have you been learning? That way we can have something we can work on. If we do become the first 5-man cell with a combat med, the ladies can't let the boys get all the glory. Sakura smiled, that same wicked smile she had shown earlier when talking about her ace up her sleeve. If this is just for us girls, then I guess it wouldn't hurt to let you in on a sneak peek, she said, as you could see the amount of confidence she got when referring to her secret weapon. She reached to the pouch on her right thigh and pulled out a glimmering black blade attached to matching chain. Chain and sickle. Simple, fun, and deadly. The ice user had a sick smile on her face as she turned to look at Sakura. Is it chakra conductive? Green eyes locked on to brown, and the answer was given. You should really talk to Naruto-kun about getting a new pouch from him. These seals that he uses make life so much easier, she said as she opened her pouch and touched a seal as she herself pulled out a chain and sickle almost similar with two differences. One being that the color was a light blue and the other was that one side had a serrated edge. When did you start training with it? I picked it up around 2 months before your team showed up. You know, I think that this 5-man cell thing might be something to be feared. Looks like I found a way to get you some more rest in the next month, because I could use a training partner during the break. Girl, are those two gonna be in for a surprise when they see what we do together? Sakura smiled as she looked back at the boys that continued to argue. 3 days before exams. Naruto was just leaving the training grounds, getting in his last day of training. Looking forward to the next 2 days off, he was wondering what he would do outside of hang out with Ino. That's when he saw someone that he hasn't seen in a long time. How's it going, Hinata? I heard you guys were in the exams as well. I've been well, Naruto-kun. My team and I have been preparing for the exams and do believe that we are ready. Though I do believe that Kiba-kun has a bone to pick with you. Naruto started laughing at the final statement. I bet dog breath dues since I know he's been mad about some of our missions. But what can I say, when you're as awesome as me it's hard to not be jealous, he stated with a small smirk on his face. Although it did not show on her face, that felt like a body blow because she was jealous. Well, it's either now or never, she thought to herself before she began her prodding. Naruto-kun, how is your relationship with Ino-san? Things are going great. I feel like I have someone who I can talk to. Sure, there are times I would like to see her more, but that's the life we live. On the other hand, that's also why we have our own training times. That's very nice, she said through clenched teeth as she regained her calm. But she is a tad bit on the bossy side. Don't you think you deserve to be treated with a little more respect? She's bossy and I don't follow the rules, so it keeps things interesting. That's actually one of the things I like the most. She knows what she wants and she goes after it. You know, on my first day here I was in the Hokage's office for almost 3 hours and she was still waiting for me. That lying tramp was not out there the whole time I was. She showed up 45 minutes before he left, while I had to leave for training. About 400 yards away. Haku, Ino and Sakura were returning from their own training session, becoming close friends with the new member of Team 7. Let it be known that one of the things all three kunoichi loved about searching for Naruto in the village was that as long as he wasn't trying to hide, he was easy to find in a village that didn't have a lot of blondes. So sticking to the roofs made it all the more easier to find him. Sakura and Haku were lost in their own conversation while looking when both girls felt Ino's Ki spike for a second before she stopped on a roof focused in one direction. Having heard of the Hyuga heiress, Haku still had not met her, while as Sakura recognized the raven-haired girl walking next to Naruto. Seeing the pure rage in Yamanaka's eyes and the foreboding look in her teammates' eyes, she quickly put two and two together. "So I take it that's the Hyuga?" she asked just to make sure. Before Sakura could answer, Ino beat her to it. That little bitch sure has come a long way in the past few months. To think that she's actually gotten to a point that she can walk and talk to him at the same time. I think it's time that we ended this right now. With that said, she sped up to catch her boyfriend and Jezebel. Naruto and Hinata were walking still as Naruto was being oblivious to girl next to him, trying to find out any kind of information she could get. Their conversation came to a complete halt the second a purple and blonde blur landed in front of them. Naruto opened his mouth to welcome Ino, but she quickly latched her mouth to his, bringing him into a passionate kiss that he gladly returned. Haku and Sakura landed behind the Hyuga heiress, one looking indifferent and the other as if she knew this was going to happen. After about a minute, the two blondes broke apart, Ino holding Naruto's gaze the whole time. They both turned to look back at Hinata, Naruto realizing the other two kunoichis, while Ino had a confident smirk on her face as she eyed Hinata. "Haku, Sakura, when you two get here?" Same time, Ino decided she wanted some serious PDA. "But we were looking for you since the girls said that you developed a seal for a weapons pouch, and I was wondering if I could get one," Sakura said, just putting the incident behind her, marking it as something that happens when two of the loudest people you know get together. "Sakura has asked for my help twice in 1 month. The world must be coming to an end," Naruto said while wide-eyed and holding his hand over his heart, looking in all the directions in the sky. That was until Ino gave him a quick jab to the ribs, turning the annoyed look on Sakura's face into a satisfied smile. "Leave my best friend alone and say yes already," Ino playfully scolded. On the outside, Hinata was cool as the other side of the pillow, but on the inside she was seething. As if the kiss wasn't bad enough, now she was just throwing salt in her wounds. How dare she punch him like that? She even extended her knuckle to make sure it hurt. She thought to herself, taking a peek at the other two girls. Judging by their faces, this was something that was common. "Ino-san, do you think it is proper for an heiress to be seen abusing their boyfriend like that?" "It doesn't matter anything to me. If people don't like how we show our affection, then they can kiss the bottom of my sandal while I kick them in the head. Now if you would excuse us, Hinata, it takes some time to make all those seals, and I believe you have some more team stuff to discuss with Haku." "So what do you want then, Ino?" Naruto asked, seeing as how his night was filling up quickly. "Besides wanting to spend these last few days with you, I also wanted to make dinner for you." The blonde kunoichi had to resist patting herself on the back as she knew that the mention of food had her fellow blonde complete attention. "And you need a shower ASAP. By the way, Naruto, can you send a clone to the store to get the things on this list?" Ino said. Naruto only laughed as he nodded, took off his jacket, and tried to put his arm around Ino, only to be hit in the ribs again, getting him to make the clone. "See you later, Hinata, and good luck with the exams," Naruto said as he left to his apartment. Still not liking the feeling she was getting from the Hyuga heiress, she gave Naruto a quick pinch on the butt, turning her head to smirk at Hinata. "Your turn will come, Yamanaka, and when it does, I'm going to be there to make sure everyone knows about it." Day of the exams. All 4 members of team were walking to the academy. Not one word was said as they moved the entire time. Naruto had met up with Sasuke and Sakura and met up with Haku. All met about halfway to their destination and continued on. The mask of seriousness dropped when they got to the academy was dropped when they got to there, because standing in front of them was Kakashi, and this time he was early. First Sakura asked for my help a second time, and now Kaka-sensei is early. Something big is gonna happen. Normally I'd say you were being paranoid, dope, but him being early does send a bad vibe through me. Either that or the Hokage has gotten something to use against him to make him on time," Haku said, smirk. "Do my adorable little students think so lowly of me that something major has to be going on for me to show up early?" the Yandame's last student said with a hurt look on his face. He was answered with 4 simultaneous shouts of "No." "Well, in that case, good luck to all of you, and make sure you're careful. You all know what opportunity is waiting for you after this if things go right. My final advice is teamwork. Trust each other and try to conserve your energy. With that, he stood to the side and watched as the 3 students walked in. Sensei, do you think that things are going to change that much after this? Sakura asked as a feeling of being left behind for something so important truly hit her. Yes, Sakura, they are, but you made the right decision, and now it's my turn to find out what you have learned these last couple of weeks. He said with an eye smile as she adopted a smirk of her own. Oh yeah, Anko told me everything I should expect from you. Normal training grounds in 5 minutes. He said as he vanished a swirl of leaves. Stupid psycho-s bitch. Ruining all my fun against him. Sakura mumbled as she headed for her training grounds.